Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We are coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Little maths there for you guys. The link is in the description. We do prioritize the messages that are made via Streamlabs. Now, if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. If your chat or TTS is too toxic, we reserve the right to skip it. Please see the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now, guys. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. I'm wearing our Whatever hoodie. If you like it, get yourself one. Follow us on Instagram at Whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at Whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. 10,000 labiaplasties a year, pressing issue of our time. Let's see. Oh, if you can't catch the full shows, we've got Clips channels. Link for those in the description. We have a private Patreon members only Discord. That's discord.gg/whatever. And what's that? Oh, it's okay. Yeah, so guys, at discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes, hate mail, all kinds of cool stuff. Got a really good community over there. Disclaimer: the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. So with that said, and without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
I'm Kybra. I'm 22. I'm from LA, and I'm a musician.
All right. What kind of music do you make?
Well, my background is in classical music, but now I more do it sounds like electronic kind of.
And you're a violinist, is that correct?
Yeah.
Nice.
Did you play any other instruments?
Yeah, piano, but I'm not classically trained in piano. I just do it to songwrite.
And you're classically trained in violin, though?
Yeah.
Okay. We tried to get you to bring the acoustic. Do you have?
I got out of the shower this morning. I looked at my phone and I was like, this is so last minute.
Yeah, no, it's all good. And so you also do electric violin, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's like your go-to classical piece for violin?
I really well, it kind of depends on whether I'm doing a solo piece or it's a symphony piece. For symphonies, I like Tchaikovsky, but for solo pieces, one of my favorites is called La Folia. I'm not sure who the composer is.
What's the name?
La Folia.
Oh, okay.
La Folia.
Yeah, you know.
I love classical.
You got it. If you're going to speak, please speak into the mic.
Sorry.
All right, go ahead. What about you?
I'm Kami, age 26, and currently I'm based in SF Bay Area, but I come to LA a lot because I used to live here.
All right, what do you do for work?
Oh yes, I do findom, femdom, and then I guess my vanilla work background is I used to be I am still a tech founder, but not full-time anymore. And then kind of dabbling in content creation lately. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You said you recently graduated from grad school.
Oh yes, yes, I did, from CMU in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And on your Instagram it says you're a full-time. You're a full-time it girl from tech? Now, do you mean?
I thought it was kind of witty because you can read it as an IT girl,
right,
but also an it girl.
Yeah, but so that was my question. Do you mean it girl or IT girl?
Both. I'm both. I can be your IT girl.
Can we be a little bit quicker, just a little bit quicker on that? Okay.
Yeah.
Not you. Okay, so let's see. All right, and we'll get to that in a bit. What about you?
Hi, I'm Ruby Hex. I'm from London. I'm a full-time content creator.
Age?
26.
Mm-hmm. What kind of content do you make?
I do a mix of social media and OnlyFans content, and I also own an OnlyFans management agency.
All right. What part of London are you? Or you're from London, right?
Well, I
Or
live
what
in
ki-
London, but I'm from a tiny
Yeah,
little
what part of-
Welsh countryside
okay.
area,
Got
but
it.
I live in North London.
Okay. What about you?
Hi, my name's Desiree, and I'm 24, and I'm a phlebotomist.
All right. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from San Antonio, Texas.
From Texas. Got it. Okay. And a phlebotomist. So how long you been doing phlebotomy for?
This is my 3rd year.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Hi, I'm Shalise. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but I live in LA. I'm a rapper, and I own a hair company.
All right. How old are you?
I'm 28.
28. Rapper. Can we hear something? Freestyle. What you got for us?
Bottles on bottles on bottles. Models on models on. Hoes on niggas. Know how to drive a boat. Feel like I'm not copping this bitch. They gon' pull up wherever I go. Keep about 10 back on deck, and we milking it. Yeah, I'm honey to go. Ice in my body. Yeah, check. Put in my count. Yeah, check.
Hey, there you go.
Swag.
I had to like I got a lot.
All right. I thought you were like, you know how like in rap songs there's like words that get censored. I thought you were censored.
I was censoring myself the whole time.
Okay. What about you?
Hi, I'm Rhea. I'm 23. I'm born and raised San Diego, and I am a bartender, model, social media manager, amongst other things.
All right. What?
Hi.
Wait, you said model?
Yes.
Content creator?
A little bit, yeah.
OF or no?
No.
No. Okay. Ever?
Very briefly.
Okay. Very briefly. Okay. What about you?
Yeah, so my name's Tanya. I'm currently a full-time student at UCSB. I'm originally from LA, and I do a little bit of social media. That's about all.
All right. Age?
22.
What do you study at?
I study communications.
And you're a senior?
No, I'm a sophomore.
Okay. Got it. Go ahead.
Shina Ray Reynolds. I'm 50. Yeah, I'm a motivational speaker, author, and I'm a certified facial injector for the last 10 years. That's it.
I'm Brian Atlas, 35, Santa Barbara, California. Over the hill, has been YouTuber, washed up YouTuber. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible, a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist, and I engage in conversations and debates of all kinds across all political spectrums.
All right, welcome everybody. We're going to go around the table once more. What is everybody's current relationship status? So, are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, harem, whatever it may be? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you, go ahead.
I'm single, but I'm not open for business. And I've been single since July 3rd. And what was the last one?
Longest relationship?
Oh, right. I think a little over 2 years.
So you've been single for about 3 to 4 months. July 3rd,
I guess
4
so.
months, I guess, right?
Dang,
August, September, wait. 3 months. Okay, thank you for the assist there. And sorry, longest relationship again?
About 2.5 years.
2.5
Or
years.
maybe 2.
Is that the one that ended 3 months ago?
No, that was a shorter one.
Okay. Who broke up with who most recently?
I got dumped.
Okay. 2.5 years. Who broke up with who?
That one was more mutual. It was like we either get married or not, and we weren't ready to get married.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm actually engaged right now.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Wedding coming soon. We're having like our first wedding next month. Yeah, and another one next year, like a bigger one. Yeah.
How long have you guys been together?
It's been 1.5 months. Oh, sorry, 1.5 years. That would be concern. That would actually be kind of concerning, but like also been there.
What's your longest relationship?
This one, yeah, but my last 2 relationships were also around 1.5 years long.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Could you repeat it?
Oh,
How long? I'm sorry.
this is okay. This is my longest relationship, 1.5 years. But then my last 2 relationships were actually like the same length as well.
Okay. What about you?
I'm in a relationship. I've been in the relationship for, 2.25 years, and this is my longest relationship.
All right. What about you?
I'm currently in a relationship. It's been 8 months, and my longest relationship has been 3 years.
All right. Longest relationship, 3 years.
Yes.
Okay. I seem to recall in your notes you said you were on again, off again with somebody for 9 years.
Oh yeah, that was my ex-boyfriend of 3 years.
Oh. So it was on for 1 year, off for 3, on for 1,
No,
off for 3.
we were on for like 3 years steady, and then after that, I think it was like 2020 or 2019, and then since then.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm single but dating.
Mm-hmm.
My longest relationship was 3 years.
Okay, longest 3 years. All right.
Yeah.
And you've been single for how long?
I've been single since, it's been about a year. Almost a year, January. Since January.
Okay.
I'm single. My last relationship ended in September, and my longest relationship was just under a year.
So it ended about a month ago. Your most recent relationship?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
And then your 1 year relationship, who broke up with who?
It was mutual.
Okay. What about you?
My longest relationship was 6 years because it was a high school relationship leading into after high school. What was the other question?
Your current relationship status?
I'm single, just dating.
Okay. How long you been single for?
I've been single for a couple months, but dating seriously for about 3 months.
Dating someone seriously for 3
Yes.
months? Are you guys boyfriend, girlfriend?
No, not officially.
But hold on, you're
Single.
you're single, but you've been seriously dating someone for 3 months?
Yes.
If somebody were to walk up to you and ask you on a date, would you?
No.
And you were attracted to them, would you accept?
No, because we're dating exclusively. I'm just.
But you're single.
Yes.
But you're not available to other people.
Currently, we've made an agreement that we're exclusive to each other. So that's why I say without the title, but I'm waiting on the title.
And longest relationship?
It was 6 years.
6 years, okay. Who ended that one?
I did.
Okay, all right. What about you?
Well, I'm waiting for my king. I'm single, divorced. Waiting for my king. As I said, I had a relationship for 4 years. It's ended about a year and a half ago almost. I'm a single mom. My son is 21.
All right. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, I'm happily married, and I have been for well over a decade.
All right, that's everybody's relationship status. Going back to you. Now, you said you're single, but you're not open for business.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, when you're going up to flirt with someone, right, what's the first thing you ask? It's, are you single? Right? So, when people say, like, oh, are you single? I'm like, yes. They're like, okay, like, you want to, like, they just want to flirt with me. And I'm like, no, I'm not looking for a relationship. I say I'm not looking for a relationship. And they're like, okay, cool. So, like, friends with benefits. And I'm like, no, I'm not looking for, like, any romance. So they're like, okay, hookups. And I'm like, no, not hookups. Like, I feel like there's not a good word to describe it. I'm not interested in that at all right now. I'm like, do I say I'm celibate? Like, what do I even call that?
Are you celibate?
I am, yeah.
Okay. How long have you been celibate for?
Since the breakup.
Which was 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So if a guy came into the picture, you just tell him to go away?
Yeah, I'm trying to build a career right now, and so that's taking all of my energy.
Mm-hmm. All right. Those of you who are single, because I mean, she said she's single, but she's been seriously dating a guy for 3 months. So I guess going back to you, you said you've been single for 1 month. Are there any guys in the picture?
I misspoke. It was actually August. My bad. No,
Okay,
no guys.
Doesn't matter, but okay.
No guys in the picture.
No guys in the picture.
I'm not interested.
Any
right
rebounds
now. No.
since the breakup? Okay.
No.
And you've been single for 1 year, but come on. There's a guy in the picture. Come on.
There's definitely a guy in the picture, but
Mm-hmm.
he's in the picture.
He's what?
He's just in the picture right now.
How long you been talking to this individual?
For about like 2 months. Kind of was like playing with him at first, like not really interested, and then he surprised me. So we'll see where it goes.
All right. Okay. Let's see where we go from here. We're going to get into the pre-show notes. The first thing, though, I want to do is, this has been going a bit viral. We're going to do a react. So there's this girl. It's been kind of viral on Twitter. There's a lot of Twitter tabs. I wasn't able to get through it with you guys and show it to you. It should be like one of the first Twitter tabs. There's a lot, but guys, if you're tuning in, like the video, please.
Which one is it?
It's, I think it's the first, should be the first one. Just tell me what it is.
It's maybe I'm getting soft.
Just go over to the next one.
This shortest first date ever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Let's pull that up.
You want volume?
Yes, please. Well, you got it. Okay, hold on. Just please, please, please. Guys, pause. Stop. Put it to the very beginning, please. I'm pretty sure the audio on Twitter needs to be boosted. Just the. Can you hover over the audio on Twitter, please? Okay, that's max? All right. Let's just play it then.
I put makeup on just for this date, so it better go well. And I'm not posting this, probably, if it doesn't. It did not go well. Truthfully, it lasted less than 2 minutes. I walked up, he gave me a hug and said, "Are you hungry? Let's go inside." We went inside. He said, "Actually, can you step outside for a minute?" I stepped back outside, and he said, "I'm not trying to offend you, but I'm just not feeling it." So I walked to my car and came back home. Dating when you're fat sucks. I put...
At least it was honest.
That was it.
I don't know
So-
if that was the problem.
I think it was honest.
So recap here. She went on a date. The guy, she says it lasted 2 minutes. The guy says he wasn't, it sounded like he was polite, but he met up with her. 2 minutes goes by. He's like, "Hey, I just don't feel the connection," or whatever, and leaves. Is this unacceptable behavior? Should he have stuck it through? Should he, was it wrong? Was it a dick move? Starting with you, go ahead.
Well, up until the last anecdote, I was like, oh, this is a very polite, full, respectable video, right? This girl gets ready for a date. She shows up. The guy's like, "Honestly, I'm not feeling you." And then they leave, and that seems fine. But I feel like when you're kind of insecure about something, we look for a reason, like, oh, it's because I'm this or because I'm this. When honestly, it's not always that, like, we don't really know why. There isn't always a reason why. And so, although it's easy to jump to these conclusions, I don't think that's very fair to either of you.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, I wonder why, like, the last sentence, that was the conclusion she came to, because, like, I've been on, like, a lot of bad dates, but then, like, just kind of to give the guy, like, a benefit of the doubt and, see if there's any redeeming personality traits, maybe. Like, I will go through, like, a whole date. And so I don't know, I just really wonder, like, if maybe, like, if there was more context. Is this the first time it happened? Like, is it from, like, a dating profile? Like, did she misrepresent herself in any way? Because it seemed very certain how she just jump to the conclusion. Like, maybe it's her biggest insecurity, but I honestly, like, it sounded like she was more insecure about her makeup in the beginning of the video. So how come she didn't jump to the conclusion saying, like, you know, it, like, oh, dating's hard when I don't know how to put on makeup. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
That's my thoughts.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, it just sounds like she catfished him. But also, I think it's fine to just say you're not into it. I've done that before. It saves everyone's time and money.
Yeah.
Especially if you're busy, you work a lot, and you think, fuck this, I've got to go. Sorry, swearing already.
No, it's fine. It's
You
fine.
got to go on like 3 dates a week. I'm trying to find a partner, you know. I've only got these evenings free, you know.
I think there's some people weighing in with additional details saying that on the dating app she did say that she was overweight, and she did have photos that showed her and her being overweight. But even if, assuming that's even the case, and the guy knew going into the date that exactly how she looked, I suppose looking at it from that way, do you think there's anything wrong with, even though going into the date he wasn't catfished, but he just saw her in person?
Maybe she smelled bad. Maybe she was making a TikTok as she walked in, like, hey guys, here's my date. And he was like, I'm not having this.
Yeah.
You know? So it could have been, I think your vibe in person's very different.
Sure. What about you?
I think it was kind of rude for him to leave in 2 minutes, because maybe they had like a connection online. I think he should have still pursued it like till the end, and maybe they could have been friends regardless of anything, because they both went out of their way to go, and they should have gave it a shot.
I definitely think he should have stuck it out. I'm just curious, like, what if he got a text from like a girl he really wanted to go on a date on, and it was in the middle of that date, so he's like, you know what, I'm out. Like,
I've already had a drink, I'm dressed up nice.
and she could have smelled bad. She could have smelled bad, and it's just like, okay, she was cute online. You know, everyone looks a little better online and in person. And he's kind of like, this just ain't it, you know. But he could have stuck it through.
Your thoughts?
I don't think there's anything wrong with honesty. I prefer that versus someone going to the bathroom and then just sneaking out. I'd rather someone take me outside where it's more private and just let me know, hey, I'm not really into it.
I honestly wouldn't take it personally, just because it's more, I think, a matter of he probably didn't physically feel attracted to her, or like they were saying, it could just be like a vibe thing where the energy is like, you're not what I expected you to be. So.
Is there a booster here? Do we not have a booster? Is there a booster?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, so I would say that's just my thoughts on it. I mean, I've ghosted dates before myself. So, like, if it happened to me, I wouldn't be offended. I'm like, everybody's not everybody's cup of tea. So you can't expect everybody to like you know?
I think ghosting is very different to telling someone in person that you want to leave and you don't like it.
Definitely.
I think ghosting is really wrong.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No,
Really?
I
To
agree
tell
with what you
somebody-
said.
I think ghosting is really
bad.
It's
yeah.
horrible. It shows like really bad personality, because if you can ghost someone, you literally don't care for other people's feelings. So she needs to tolerate that. And I think part of being mature, it's to admit to yourself first that maybe I'm not his cup of tea, and not take it personally, because some people like you for what you think it's not good, and some people like you for what everybody think is good. So it doesn't matter. Like, it's part of being mature to tolerate it.
I don't like the idea of us, like, I know it's so easy to be like, you know, maybe she didn't look like her pictures, maybe she smelled weird, maybe she was this, but it's like, maybe he just didn't want to go on the date with her. Like, maybe if I don't like a banana, it's not because there's something wrong with the banana, I just don't like bananas, and that's okay.
Or
But
he
then,
could have
like,
been scared too.
Yeah,
himself.
or
He
it
coulda
could
gotten
have been
nervous.
it could have just been personal. A lot of times we think it's like our fault for the way that people act and treat us. A lot of times it's very much whatever's going on inside our own heads are why we act a certain way. It's not like because someone else.
We have, let's pull up, can you pull up the tweet and show the full tweet? Guys, like the video, F11, please. All right. So This guy provides some commentary. Can we scroll up, make it a little bigger?
I think it's her eyebrows.
Many young men go through life expecting to be treated like this, and worse. You know why we don't typically feel bad for those men? Because they're not entitled to anything. Somehow we forget this when an unattractive woman has her feelings hurt. And then scroll down a little bit, like to some of the replies. What? Actually, it's just interesting. It's like, actually, it's kind of,
I totally agree with that. I think it's very different for men. It'd be like, oh, I just ghost this guy, you know, it's a very normal thing. But if someone leaves a date for a woman, it's like,
But like the comparison I give it to, obviously I know this is a different context, so you'll have meeting from a dating app is different, but if prior to dating apps, like, and still to this day, men will approach women in person, and I mean, nobody, like, men shouldn't feel entitled to, because we approach you, that we deserve a date with you. But like, women typically are not particularly polite when men approach them in person, especially if it's, you know, alcohol's involved, they're at a bar, nightclub, whatever. But if guys were to complain like, oh, she rejected me instantly, because if a guy steps to you and you're not physically attracted to him, you don't give him a chance. And so it's just interesting how, like, here's this woman, hey, you know, there could be some component of, hey, maybe it would have been tactful for him to finish out the entire date. But I mean, this is the story of any man who's ever approached a woman in person and she wasn't physically attracted to him. She didn't give him a chance. And so I think women reserve the right at any time, if they're not comfortable or they don't want to be on a date with a guy. Maybe the polite thing to do would be to finish out the date, but they're certainly within their right to end it. And likewise, I think men, if for whatever reason, for any justification, they can end the date too. Andrew, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I noticed something maybe I can point out. You guys can tell me if I'm crazy or not. If you pull a picture of that girl back up on Twitter, I noticed that, and this is going to sound odd, but I noticed that her chest is very close to her throat. It's like very close to her throat. Yeah, I'm not kidding, right? Look at the picture.
That's true.
Which, yeah. See how close it is to her throat?
I don't know.
Well, she's like a push-up bra or something.
It just tells me that she's like really, really, really heavy. Like really heavy.
I mean,
and so like the gut is actually pushing the boobs up. So that's why it's so close to the throat. So if I were the guy and I got there, she might be quite a bit larger than you think. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And the
Well, I
eyebrows.
think if you're fat, that's okay, and I think it's okay to not like people that are fat. I think like both is fine, and if you're insecure about it, lose weight, or if you're not, just find someone who likes you for what you are. I think some men might like a very big woman, and that's fine, but it's totally okay if men don't. I think it's a bit playing a bit of a victim card to be like, oh, people don't like me because I'm fat. Well, some people will like you, but a lot of people won't. But
well, you know what doesn't make sense to me is the comparison that you were making about like a random guy approaching a woman, getting rejected. And this is a date where they both knew each other. They both agreed to a time and a place. This isn't like a random approaching. And also, this can just be sad, right? Like, this woman's opening up. She's being vulnerable. She's putting her heart out on the internet. She's saying like, hey, you know, I was excited for this date and it didn't go well. And that can just be sad. It doesn't have to be compared to like, oh, men, this. If a man got vulnerable and he was like, hey, someone walked out on me on this date and I got ready, I was so excited. That's sad. That can just be sad. Like, it's not a man and woman.
I mean, I get what you're saying. Hey, that can just be sad. But the thing is that people enjoy making social commentary and relating issues to each other because that's the way that human beings think about everything, literally. We think about everything through the conditionals of other people's experiences. So we usually use those as analogies and then compare them with our own experiences to come up with answers. So when this chick makes commentary and she's like, hey, you know, I showed up to this date and it was a pretty miserable feeling that this guy said goodbye, and then she knew, right? And I think that if she thinks that the guy left because she's, what did she say? She was fat, right? I think that she knows if the guy left because of that, she's probably right? Like she's there. So she probably figured out what the actual problem was.
Yeah, she
And so
probably
yeah, of course
deceived
people
him.
are going to make tons of commentary about that.
But how do
Guys,
Like, I will
Hold on,
interject.
hold on.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200.01.
Yeah, thank you, Grid
Be
One.
intellectually honest, she sent him pictures that were 10 years old in the best lighting possible. Then she showed up and the truth smacked her like 4-day-old fish. Not sad at all.
Okay, well then that makes sense.
Yo, Grid One, really good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you so much for your TTS. I mean, even there is some dispute as to, well, were her photos that she posted on the dating app representative of what she currently looks like? But I think you were in the middle, or were you in the middle of saying something? Or?
I was in the middle of, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
like my ex, so 2 relationships ago, he was overweight. I think he was actually obese because he was like very big. And then like we met from a dating app, and like there was a photo, like full body. Yeah, his face looked way slimmer in the photo, but I mean, just me using just general sense, I was like, okay, I can tell like he is obese. And then, you know, like I still went on the date, and then I ended up like really liking him as a person. That's why I, you know,
But it's
decided. But yeah, so I think like, you know, there probably was something where before that they were talking where she misrepresented herself. Like, I'm just saying it could be personality, it could be looks, it could be like, you know, the photo is old.
Can I say something?
I think that there's an easier answer, perhaps, than any of these, that he realized that he could just get laid really easy because she's really fat. And so when he showed up, though, he got there and went, I just can't go through with it. And that was the end of it. Like, it could really just be that simple.
Can I say something regarding this? Yeah. I don't like when women, I don't like this new fashion that women go on dates and they don't like it, or they don't like someone or something, and they go online and immediately spit everything and waiting for, oh, poor baby, oh, poor girl, what did he do to you? He's a bastard, he's this, he's that. I don't like it. I think it's a stupid mentality, and everybody should be aware to who they are and what's their obstacles and where they coming from and how they look. And between you and me, when I see an overweight person, without being offensive, to me it shows a person that have over body warms than somebody who's ill and you have a gut problem. Because when you're overweight, obviously you're super sick from the inside and your body full of body worms. So for me, it's no.
Body worms.
Body worms, exactly. Did I say it?
Like in the gut?
Body worms, like you said that.
Wait, sorry, I don't understand.
When somebody is overweight, usually medically, I'm talking medically right now, they have a body worms, right? So when you have a body worms, you can get people to have it through your mouth. You can have H. pylori through your mouth, through sex, through oral sex. I mean, I've studied this. So when I see somebody who's overweight or somebody with acne or skin problem, it means they have a lot of body worms. So for me, it's a turn off. And second of all, I think women should keep it. I would be embarrassed to go online, especially as a woman, because we master of cheating and deceiving when we wear our makeup and do our plastic surgeries, like I said last time.
Wait.
So,
wait.
Sorry.
What? Body worms?
Like, yes, like
What do you mean
parasites,
body
I think.
worms?
She's saying
Yeah,
parasites.
Worms. How do you say? Do I say the word?
Worms.
Worms, as in like
When somebody, when somebody have
But H. pylori is bacteria.
Yes, exactly. So when people have body worms, okay, in general, usually I'm not talking about, you know, somebody that have a medical problem like, God forbid, in cancer or sugar or something like that. But usually people who are overweight and young, they have body worms problem in their brain, in their gut, and it's gonna lead to other
No,
things.
they have a needs to put down the fork problem, is what, not body worms problem. What do you mean? What? There's not. What body worms? What,
The worms
what
are
you
eating the
talking-
food.
All right, wait.
Okay,
All right,
do you want me to explain to
you
you?
don't believe in like that, that like, what is it? They drink paint thinner or whatever to get rid of the body worms? What, turpentine? You don't believe in the turpentine shit, do you?
I'm not. No.
Okay.
I
That's
thought
not
having
the way.
worms would make
That's
you
not the way to
skinny.
do it. It's basically. Let me just finish this. The body worms come from people who eat usually either excessively. They don't cleanse their body. When you don't cleanse your colon, and you don't let your body get the waste out with liquids and everything. They drink soda. They eat a lot of dairy or stuff that, you know, stays in your vessels and your body. That's how you get like that, and it's super dangerous. If you have sex or intercourse with someone else, you can get a lot of stuff from that.
Body work.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know about
that's
the
true.
I don't know about the warm stuff. Maybe.
I studied it a lot, trust me.
I'm gonna get into the pre-show notes here, unless Andrew, you had a final thing on the video.
Well, no, I mean, just to wrap up, I would say it could just be really the simplest explanation is the correct one. A lot of times men will do a date with a woman who is really overweight that they're not attracted to.
It's true.
Because it's a sure thing.
Yeah.
Because they can go home, they can, they quick date, they have sex, it's done.
It's true.
And he may have just gotten there and realized nope, I'm not,
Not even
not
worth
going to do
this.
this. And then out the door he goes. And I think that if I had to bet everything, I would bet that that's more akin to what it actually was.
All right, here we're gonna move it on. But so getting into the pre-show notes, we have Ruby here. Ruby, London, OF model, monogamous relationship. You said you have an interesting background of doing corn. Now you're wanting to turn it around and get out of it. Now, question though. When you say, like, you were in the traditional corn industry?
No, just OnlyFans.
Just
just OnlyFans,
just
yeah.
OF. How long you been doing it for?
About 3 years.
3 years, okay. And when you say you're trying to get out of it, what do you mean?
Yeah, I started it on a whim, got really famous really quickly, so didn't have any time to really think about it. Blew up really quickly, and as time went on, I got a little bit older, realized it's not really where a lot of people should be. I think it's just a very dark industry, and there's a lot that isn't, I think, portrayed in the media.
Yeah.
A lot of girls are like, "Whoa, I'm a boss bitch," and it's this, but actually, it's really
Well,
dark
in your
place, yeah.
in your pre-show notes, you said as you've gotten older, you've gotten older, you've done a complete 360, and you think it's a terrible industry, and you're working hard to leave it now, and you'd. But I mean, is your OnlyFans currently active?
It's active, but I don't make content anymore.
You stopped making content. Okay. Are you like 100% stopped?
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
So I'll put like face selfies, like in clothes, like a hey guys, kind of stuff like that, but nothing.
Oh, so you still post there, but it's not nude content?
No, not nude, not bikini, not lewd, not nothing. So,
It previously was though?
Yeah.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
And then you also said, I think Brian is sometimes ignorant to certain things, even though in general I'm a fan. I would be happy to disagree with him if anything comes up that I genuinely don't agree with. What are some of just the disagreements? I'm happy to get into them.
Yeah, Brian. You're ignorant, Brian. Ignorant.
She might be right. Give me, I guess, an elaboration on the criticism here.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
I'm not offended. It's okay.
Okay. So off the top of my head, I'm going to struggle, but I think when I've seen that, so I'm a fan of the podcast, and I wanted to come on, and I was actually quite nervous because I do see you grilling a lot of the girls that come on here, and I think sometimes by ignorant, I mean you will ignore what the girls are trying to say because they're not saying it very well, and maybe they're not articulating themselves well, so it's very easy to kind of just like, of ignore what they're saying because they're not saying it well, if that makes sense. So I was like, it'd be interesting to see what it's like.
I mean, to be charitable, some people are not, you might actually, someone could be right about something, but they don't know how to actually properly articulate it, especially in a high pressure debate scenario. But I'm also not a mind reader, so I have to go based off of what the women are saying.
Yeah.
And, I try to be understanding and charitable the best I can, but...
So you'll hear a lot of these terms during the show from Ryan. Is what you mean X? Do you mean this by that? Are we talking about this, or are we talking about that? And so all of these are trying to get context clues because people do fail to articulate positions all the time in a way which are easily understood. And so in order to kind of get clarity, sometimes people actually get upset when you try to get the clarity. In fact, I've seen more people get upset with Brian from him just asking for clarity, like, do you mean this by that, or do you mean that by this, right? Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah,
and
I see that a lot.
I've actually seen them get upset at him for misconstruing a position. They seem to get more upset at him from him just trying to get the position, and that is, I don't know what he can do about that exactly.
That's well put, Andrew. Is that it? That's it? Is there something else? Or?
No, I think it'd be interesting just as the show goes on. I'll definitely speak up if I think there's anything that...
What do you mean by you'll speak up?
As in, I will try my best to articulate myself and what I mean if I disagree with anything.
What does best mean in this context, though? Okay, I'm done, Troll Cray. I'm done.
I think she's saying if she doesn't agree with something, she'll say something. It's
Yeah,
not that
I'll try and I will myself try to be
that.
intellectually honest, but we'll see.
And was there anything like specific, like a specific scenario? Because was there something specifically that I was ignorant about?
I think there was, and I can't remember. I do apologize. I'm so tired, like jet lagged. But it might have been on. It'll come to me. I'm sorry. I feel like
try to think of it if you can, but I'll move on with the notes. Okay, that was a no-show. We'll come back to her. Let's see. We're gonna get to. You'll have to excuse me if I mispronounce your name. Tanya?
That's right. It's Tanya.
Tanya.
Yeah,
okay.
you're right.
Your first relationship of 6 years, your boyfriend turned out to be gay.
Yes, that's right. I didn't know at the time.
And from what age to what age did you date him?
I was young, so I was in high school, so I was 15, and it went on till 20. And then, it was about to be my birthday, so that's why I just say 6 years, because technically 6 years. Yeah, he ended up being closeted, and it really warped my view on dating.
And so how, did you find out, because you dated him for 6 years, did you have suspicions early on?
In the very beginning, I kind of thought that I was like, he dresses a little feminine, but I was attracted to that, so I kind of I was like, let me not judge a book by its cover. Maybe some guys just present more feminine, and then...
And then maybe you should have judged the book
And then,
by its cover.
maybe I should have judged the stereotype, but I don't like being that person. I kind of like to have
So tell me something. Was he messing around with dudes while you were with him?
I have no idea. I wish I
What would
honestly
you find out?
I found out through a transgender girl that I used to be my client because I do brow threading, facial threading, and she talked to me. And what was that?
Oh, no, keep going. Brow threading? Keep going.
So she came to me and then...
you said brow threading.
No, brow threading, because I do facial threading, and she was a client, and she would ask me about him, and she was like, did you ever, have any suspicions of him being maybe closeted or gay? And I was like, I thought that he was a little, odd, but, we were in a full-blown relationship, so I had no reason to think so. But then she later on told me, he was texting transgender girls, gay guys, bisexual.
You mean guys with
everything? What? Everything.
My ex-husband did the same.
Everything. It's more than you imagine. I feel like a lot of guys are closeted, and
but how can
I'm surprised because it's 2024 and.
My God.
Wait. So a couple questions here.
Why are you girls turning all these guys gay? What are you doing?
Why is it the girls?
Actually,
why can't you guys be open? There's no reason to be closeted anymore. We live in a society that is supposed to be accepting of that, right?
That's the problem. That's what created
I feel like there's a lot of self-hate.
Some people don't have families.
That approach created this problem to begin with. For you thinking it's legitimate to everybody do what they want and go be a man, try to be a woman, and you call her she, and when it's a man, that's the main problem. It's not supposed to be like that. We're not like that. If it's a man, it's a man. Physically, it doesn't matter how much he's trying to change himself into a woman. And
I don't think he was trans, was he?
No, but I'm saying in general.
My ex was putting my tights on and stuff. How does it work?
He would
it's definitely not attractive.
So there was a sign.
Men need to be a real man.
So just a couple.
So now it's the Alex Jones meme is the women are turning all the men gay.
Yeah.
No,
It's not
I was thinking of that
the
meme
gay
too.
anymore.
No, I feel like they've been gay.
They're just
you
down
can't
low.
turn someone gay. It's
Okay, a
just
couple clarifying questions here. You dated him for 6 years. So what you found out and you broke up with him immediately, or did you continue dating him?
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
I was attached. attached, so it only went on for a month. So at least in that way, I was attached. This was my first love, my first everything, my high school sweetheart. Yeah, so it's hard to let. I mean, it was a friendship. Like I didn't want to let go of the
You're young
friendship.
as
That
well,
was the
yeah.
thing that I was like attached to. But yeah, I had to break it off. I caught him. Oh my god, it's just traumatic. But I saw porn on his phone, and I was like, what is that? And it was a day that he was sleeping over at my place, and I was like, what's that? And he was like, straight porn, and I was like, why are you stuttering? Like, let me see. And he wouldn't let me see. And then the following week, a girl messaged me, and he had like a profile for that. So
Grinder.
I have no idea.
What is that?
One of those though.
What is
It's
that
like
mean?
if you know what I'm talking
It's
about.
a gay dating app, Grindr.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So, and then
Gross.
so that's how I found out.
Dangerous
And
as
so, but did you? Okay, so like a month before you broke up, so you guys were together for 6 years, or you found out, and then you stayed with him for a month, but you had some suspicions prior. Is that correct?
Slight.
Okay. But no,
Yeah.
nothing definitive. But you
No.
stayed with him for a month. Had you guys been hooking up?
No, it was a relationship. That's
Well,
all it was.
by hookup I mean sex.
Yeah, it's
During the relationship. Afterwards, no.
Was it the white guy?
No.
But
he is,
you didn't feel it when you had sex with him that he's not really.
I didn't get that.
You didn't get that
No.
he's not.
Oh, he's
Not at all.
bisexual, probably.
I
Did you
mean,
peg
yeah, that's
him?
what I mean. He's bisexual. I just, you just told somebody who's that. I mean, I was just like, you're gay, and like, if you're attracted to both people, I'm like, you're gay. I know it's a bisexual by definition.
No, you're right. He's gay.
But
No, yeah, you're right.
and there's no problem with that, but just don't hide it. Like, don't use a relationship to hide your.
Where is he now? Is he like with a man?
Oh,
or-
he's with a girl. Girl from high school too. I'm like, why are you using us?
Maybe he's scared to get out of the
Yeah,
closet.
he's just scared.
It's emotional burden.
It's a lot of culture like shame because it's like he's ethnic. He's Mexican.
Okay, hang
Yeah.
on. Let's back up here because I've been kind of taking some notes. Is the only proof that you have that this guy is gay is that some transgender person who was sitting in your chair once told you that?
No, there was more. I found out through the app.
How?
The app. I saw it on the profile.
What was the app? What was the app?
I just knew it was for all love, if that makes sense.
Like for
Men and
dudes
women.
specifically?
It was for men and women and gays and
Like
Like a
bisexual.
gay, it's like a
experimenting.
gay
I don't know the
dating
name
app.
of the app.
Well,
It
like
wasn't-
It was just a gay.
It was just a gay app.
Wait.
It wasn't just strictly
Okay.
to men.
One, just to make things easy for us, did he admit to being gay? Like, did you confront him?
No, he didn't admit to it. He just said he was confused.
Wait, but so
Maybe he's
I'm assuming
experimenting.
you guys were dating for 6 years. I'm assuming there must have been a prolonged conversation about this.
Yeah.
You were like, "Hey, dude, are you gay?" And he said no, or what did he say?
He
Or
sounded
bi or whatever.
confused. He was just like, "How do you know? Like, I don't know. I don't think I am." So in my mind, if you are questioning it, you're more so leaning on the fact that you're not straight.
No, I don't know about that one. I think he.
I mean, for
like
me-
he could be.
But why would he be on the app?
I'm
Yeah, I
just
don't
In
know.
a
I'm listening to
relationship.
Adam.
I'm just. To
I
be
think I'm
honest.
going to have to give her the big agree here.
No, to be honest, no, I disagree because my fiance thought that he was bi or pan for like the longest time.
And you stayed with
and
him?
What the
even
fuck?
no, wait,
What's
this was
going on
before
with
we
you
met.
guys?
This
Is
was way
everybody
before
on the
we
panel
met.
dating a gay dude?
This was way
I
before
want
we
to.
met.
I want to tell you something. If I
And-
even had.
wait, can I finish the
Sorry,
story
yeah.
though? Because I feel like it's important for context. He even met up with a guy, and then he was just so turned off. He was kind of sad because he went through so much trouble. But he actually was like, I can't believe I've just been whatever, confused, fantasizing, whatever. And then turns out he's like super straight.
Fantasizing though?
A lot of men.
I think that's
like watching
I feel like
videos
that's
with-
concerning
I think-
though. That's like to question. I feel like if I'm fantasizing about a woman, I'm questioning my sexuality.
Yeah, but like, you know, it's, but only up until that point that he met someone in person. After that, no fantasy, no anything. He's like, you know, I tried it. I think sometimes
He tried
people
it?
just he tried to meet someone in person. Like,
I think
nothing
that's
happened
right.
because he was so turned off. And then I think sometimes like people just want what they don't have. Like people are curious about things in life. I think sexuality is just one of them.
Listen, just the fact that a man would come and doubt himself and say maybe I'm not for me, it's a huge turn off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
'cause
not a
that's
real
level
man.
to
Like
it.
a guy even talking about it and it passes his mind. It could be that in 10 years from now, when he had this little thought, he could turn around and maybe.
Well, I'm Pam,
yeah,
so
and you
I
don't
feel
know,
like
but you don't listen. I just
it would be a
want-
double standard
It's
for
the
me.
age, but it's not. It's not you. You're not the problem. You don't understand. You are too young to even realize it. I'm not saying it in a bad way. But it could be that the guy was debating. He have like issues that he's embarrassed from the family, embarrassed from you, embarrassed from what society gonna say. You know, and in 10 years' time, is when he's already strong emotionally and have this strength to come out, he would come out. When a guy even mentioned that, to me, it's a huge red flag.
Well, I do know there have been like 2 accidents. Obviously, I'm not going to share his trauma on this podcast. Like, I don't have his consent to do that. And I do think that's actually why he had this fantasy, basically.
This is your guy now?
Yeah. Like, there are 2
lot with
incidents
trauma
that happen.
too. I've heard of a lot of stories with victims of trauma, like turn out to be
trans
that's why
or
I say
LGBTQ.
there's nothing wrong
Yes.
with, you know, being on the spectrum of like with your sexuality, but it's a problem when you're using people. Because I was being used.
Oh, yes.
Basically. So that's what I'm saying. I was like, I don't have a problem with somebody being gay. I just wish like you would have voiced that. But like, don't bring me. What if I had gotten pregnant? You know, what if I would have been with this person?
But a lot of married
child
men
is being affected.
But what
A lot
about
of
the current
married men are gay.
girlfriend?
Oh, she
Like-
doesn't know. I reached out to the poor girl. I was like, hey, girly.
How did you break
Does she
up?
care?
So the
Does she
conversation
care?
No,
when
not the hey, girly. Obviously, I was very respectful. I'm like, you should know, like, this person might be leading you on.
But if you said to him,
But
so
who
you
knows?
said, hey, are you gay? He said, no, I'm not gay. And then what? You broke up or what happened?
He never admitted to being gay.
But so how come you broke up?
I wasn't willing to be with somebody who was unsure of their sexuality and me and how I fit into the relationship anymore. But regardless, that's, to me, I'm already getting considered, I consider that cheating, because I'm like, you didn't even ask me behind my back, which I broke up for cheating. It was basically cheating.
No, that's fair enough. I was just wondering if there's any like.
You should kick him out just for being afraid to get infected with someone. That's the first thing.
That too.
No,
It's like,
but
I
I
had
wanted to say
question
something.
that.
I wanted to say something. I think regardless, like if a man is a little bit curious about his sexuality, whether if he likes men or women, I feel like that is a big turn off for me. Like I don't have any problem with any like, gay people at all. I just feel like when it comes to men, I don't want to see it. Like it's okay if you do it, but I don't want to see it. But if you're
not
dating
attractive.
me and you're like, I'm not sure if I like guys or not. Ew, no. Like
Honestly, can we Google the definition of
it's so gross.
homophobic?
Wait,
Like,
guys,
for the
guys.
record?
Wait,
I would
what?
rather have
Did I
someone.
miss something?
I'd rather be dating a
No,
guy.
because I like girls.
who-
So it's like I'm not homophobic. I just don't.
You
like
only
when
don't like
guys-
gay guys.
To
It's
date
not that
them,
she
it's
doesn't
not
like
homophobic.
them. She
I
just
love
wouldn't want to be with
Wouldn't it
somebody
be
who's
better
gay.
for
Yeah.
a guy to understand himself and like experiment with his sexuality and like figure out
Just
what
don't
it is
do
that
it with
he
me.
wants?
Yeah.
No,
Just
don't use
Wouldn't it
There's
be
no
better
such
that
a
he
thing.
figures it out when he's young versus when he's settled down, has a wife
It's
and
not-
kids like
Yes.
30
It's
years
not
later?
true.
I think that's
Yes,
fine.
But it's not
I
fun when you're in a
agree.
relationship with
I
someone.
totally
of course,
disagree
like,
with
no,
that.
that's
Exactly
that's
my
very,
point.
that's not cool at all.
Can I
but
can I tell you
don't
why
like-
can I tell you why it's really wrong when you say
Why
the
you
word
think
wh-
it's really
no
wrong.
why it's wrong, okay? Because when you're young and you're experimenting, it's like these little girls who experimenting and think they look for the sexuality to be boy, and they have only a transition of being a tomboy, and then society pushed them even further. A lot of guys, when they were young and had trauma from something else, and they start to debate their sexuality and say, oh, I tried this, I tried that. God forbid, and they hook up with a guy who is a pervert and do something to them that they're going to stuck in that trauma. They're going to think they gay forever. Because a lot of gays not born like that. They go off on their train of trauma. So I don't agree with that at all.
I agree.
I don't know.
I think
I
if someone
agree a lot
loves
of it
you
depends
and
on
you
my
accept them for
trauma.
who they
Yeah.
are, and you know very specifically your role in their life, why does it matter what they feel attracted to? Just
I tell you
I
exactly.
would say
Visually.
the reason why
I
it
tell you
matters
exactly.
because like when guys are intimate with each other, the way that they have sex, like that's whatever you're doing with him, I don't want that in me. Like,
Yeah.
and that's just the way that I'm
Oh,
picturing
got it.
it.
Yes,
Not
no,
just-
because
not
no
just
one at the
this.
table is saying that they don't like gay people. They're just saying that
They don't
some
like
women
the
here don't want to be with a man who's
Yeah, like,
sleeping
it's
with
it's
another
not-
man.
it's
which
not
is
even
quite
that.
reasonable.
And then it's easier to catch like HIV
That
and
is
stuff like that
true.
through
That is
the
true.
anal.
But I think
Yeah.
sexual
People who
preference
take
But
is
it's
enough.
not, it's not
So
even that.
it's
You ask
very
a very
low.
important question. I want to answer this. When you're in your 20s and you ask that question, it's okay. But when you be married with someone over 10 years and you have kids and you have this a male, I don't even say man, it's a male that he's not sure and debating with his sexuality, and he needs to be a father and a provider and a protector, and he's debating, and his sexuality and urge more important than the big picture, which is the kids, the house, and everything. He's not going to be a leader to your family. He's not going to be the protector for your kids. And to you as a woman, when you get older, and when you have to run your, the whole picture of the family, you're gonna suffer if you're gonna have this mentality. Oh, it's okay. He can just experiment. It's his sexuality. You're not marrying a man. You're marrying a boy who's not sure, and in the end, you're the one that's gonna get affected because you're not gonna stay young forever.
Yeah, but like I said, he already figured it out. This was way before we met. Okay, and then also you're assuming that I want kids, which I feel like.
But
and then
you don't
you're
know.
also assuming there's this like power dynamic, right?
But
like,
you don't know if you figured it out.
House.
Let me tell you something. One of my best friends.
No, listen, I've heard it all. Like honestly,
No.
I could change my mind, but however, like who says I'm not providing or
But I'm not telling you to change your mind. I'm trying to tell you that I know personally a few people. One of them is my best friend. That he was in a debating area, right? And he got married because he wanted to have kids with a woman, with a family. And he said, worst case scenario, we get divorced after 5 or 10 years.
Yeah.
She's going to raise the kids.
I have a lot of friends like that too.
Wait,
honestly.
wait a second. I make good money and she's going to stay at home with the kids. And the second thing that you said, it's okay, I'm making the money. You're not a man. A woman, it's not a man. It's completely different between men and a woman. What you're doing, it's not really matter. It's matter what he does because he's the one that's gonna give a role model to your man, to your kids, to your sons if you have kids. Exactly.
If I have kids.
I just feel like it's really up to you. It's your life. Like if you love this guy, that's who you want to be with, and that's the way you accept him.
How old
that's
are
up to
you?
you.
I'm 26. Same as
That's
you.
the problem. Everybody think, oh, it's my life. I do what I want. It's up to you.
Wait,
if you
so
want,
I'm
but it's not right.
confused
It's not
on-
correct
I'm
to think
confused
like
on what
that.
your issue
But
is.
what is correct?
My issue?
No,
Yeah.
like let me
But
clarify.
what
Very
is
subjective.
correct?
Guys, stop. There's been way too many people talking at one time. One person needs to speak at one time. Go ahead.
So when you're talking about someone who's questioning their sexuality, are you talking about gay men dating straight women? Are you talking about men who are in relationships experimenting? Or like, what are you talking about?
I'll explain exactly. First of all, for me, the word experimenting in that sense, it's show that the person a little bit off. It's not normal. And I'll explain why. I know you all laughing because you grew up in this, sorry to say, but pervert, prostitute, gay mentality. This is all over the world now, in Europe, in Australia, in England, in America. All the women do what they want. Only fan porn, it's all legitimate to do. You can expose yourself and it's normal. Even the parents don't say nothing, right? But that specific subject, when you say experiment into a guy, you cannot experiment on her behalf or her behalf or her behalf, because when he experimenting, he can infect her with a disease, he can damage her emotionally, he can bring her to a situation, sexual situation, when she's gonna carry them to her 30s and her 40s, and she's gonna think that it's normal. He's gonna normalize certain situation, and it's completely wrong when you say, no, we just experimented, or she said, oh, anybody can do whatever they want, it's their life. No, it's not your life, and it's not your body to do what you want. Because if you have, sorry to say that, but I'm saying it to you, if you did porn, even if you like smart and you woke up with it and you don't want to do it anymore, if you have kids, this thing gonna come back and haunt you.
Yeah, I agree.
And put you in a really bad place. So you can be a stripper, a porn, you can do whatever crazy thing you want, but in the end of the day, if you decide and you sorry.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200.01.
Yeah, thank you.
See, ladies, the way it works is you turn gay men straight, not the other way around.
Exactly.
Stop being masculinity destroying feminist and use more lip and tongue, less teeth. Abdul, you know what to do.
I agree with what you're
You
saying.
kiss your mother
and
with
I
that
think
mouth?
Get the rock.
the big issue
Grid
is-
One, thank you very much
Okay,
for the
wait,
UTTS.
I don't
modern
want that.
feminism.
Hold on. She's going to finish her point. Then you can go. Go ahead.
So I'm not coming at you, not at all. I see that you're very intelligent, and I'm so happy and proud of you for waking up. I think after what you did and what you've been, I think you can really teach other women. So I think it's good what you're at. But with that being said, even to you, I'm gonna answer your question. You seem like a beautiful and intelligent human being, and a good human being. Okay, classical music, like everything you said about yourself, and I can see that you're in experiment or transition, and you know, like how you put your earrings, and I'm not judging, right?
Yeah.
But I can see that you're in this position that you're experimenting.
Yeah.
I think if you really had somebody in your close surrounding that reassured this point of this specific side in you, like the music, the classical music, the intelligence you have, the real beauty that you have inside, you wouldn't need to be in this experiment. You would just go to the place you're supposed to be. You understand? Because all of this transition in gay, prostitution, all these earrings, all these things, everything come from a place that nobody give you guidings for who you are and what's your potential to be in this life. That's it.
Okay, your response, and then you wanted to go.
So I agree with sort of like the core of what you're saying, and I think, you know, the issue with sort of women being very misguided at the moment and being, oh, that's cool, everyone experiment, and I don't want kids, and I can make all the money, and I can do this. I think it's, you know, it's a result of modern feminism that's gone way, way, way too far.
Exactly.
And I think the point that you were trying to make, which maybe not everyone maybe understood at the table, was that you do need a strong man to lead a family. And it's the result of not having strong father figures that we have.
Exactly.
Everyone running around doing OnlyFans, everyone running around not having kids, everyone dressing like ridiculous and acting like the worst men is now a feminist thing, is to be like, oh, well, I'm going to pick the worst parts of male culture and I'm going to act like that and I'm going to sleep with 20 people. And
you actually answering what she said before. She said, oh, it's okay if he's not gay and everything. When you pick the right man, that he's a leader and strong and a masculine man, you're gonna have a peace of mind in your life, in your future.
Yes, I do think that is why, sorry, I'm agreeing with you. I think that is why earlier I misunderstood, because that is what I have now. But when I thought about, okay, if someone is kind of like, you know, thinking of having, you know, unprotected anal with another guy, then I would be very concerned. But I feel, you know, secure. He's a leader. He's a, you know, masculine figure, whatever, in the house. Like, we are a team, but I am the feminine, he is the masculine. So I honestly don't feel stressed.
And then you had something, go ahead.
Oh yeah, so I think your main issue is experimentation in relationship and like how dangerous that can be, right? You know, if anyone's having unprotected intercourse while in a relationship with you, that's so unsafe. I'm not saying that that's okay. I'm just saying, like, if someone is wanting to experiment in a consensual way and they're single and then later on you're in a monogamous relationship, like, I think that's okay. Like, I don't think that's like unsafe. And also I dress like this because I'm emo and I'm an artist, and not because there's something wrong with me.
And her favorite band is My Chemical Romance.
It's actually Pierce the Veil.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Quick thing. You have final word. Quick thing, and then I'm gonna move it on. Go ahead.
I just wanted to kind of ask you a little bit, like, do you not believe in self-expression? Because I don't think everyone who dresses like that, or like how I dress, or how anybody dresses, means that we're confused. Sometimes that might just be who we are. No, it's just an example. Like,
okay, quick response on that, and then final thing, and then I got.
I'll answer. First of all, I'm the first. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I wasn't done with my point.
Sorry.
So, and then also too, like, do you not believe that maybe you are stuck in like old time ways, because now it's a new society, it's a new world. So it's like they preach to be yourself, do what you want to do, put it out there, have fun, you know?
Yeah.
And yes, you might have to look back on that.
This is not new. These are not new
exactly. That's what I wanted to say.
Themes. And not only that, some of these themes are timeless. Do you think in the 1970s, when there was a bunch of bra-burning lunatic feminists
porn than today,
all over
exactly.
the lawn of these different universities, preaching free sex, love, and drugs. That this wasn't like all out, let's have fun. Exactly. It's all about whatever you want, girl, you go. I mean, all that shit. 90s, you go, girl. Into the 80s, which was a different form of girl power. No, these are timeless themes. There's nothing new under the sun.
Exactly.
This is very old.
Can I answer her?
Themes.
Go ahead.
Andrew. So first of all, I'm going to refer to what Andrew say. When I grew up, okay, you saw Madonna doing crazy things, right? You saw like the biggest porn star. What's her name? The one, Linda Lovelace. You had like crazy porn, more than now, and women got exploded more than now. It was fashionable to dress half naked.
I heard that, by the way, that David Allan Coe made Linda Lovelace gag.
What? Yeah, and also he made her sleep with a dog.
Oh, yeah.
I
But
don't know if
anyway,
you
go
saw
ahead.
it. Yeah. So, listen, it's got nothing to do with age, because you can age in your ID, right? But your inside is always stay the same, especially somebody like me who's super evolved and in the beauty industry and in the mental health industry, like when I, do a lot of public speaking, it's got nothing to do with age. This is something that young girls said, oh, I know what I'm talking about. Because when you're in your 20s and 30s, you think you know it all and you know better than older people. And it's the exact opposite. I've been in your age. You haven't been in my age. Second thing, it's okay to experiment. I did experiment. I was actually doing a lot of things. I was an actress for 20 years. I was singing. I did 3 soundtracks for movies in my country. I did a lot of things. And you see how I dress. I'm not super conservative. I like to be a little bit sexy and flirty, but it always has to be a limit, right? When you sell yourself out there, I give example with that girl, sorry, without being offended. She's gorgeous. Look at her face. She's gorgeous, right? And she loves classical music and everything. But what does she do? She represents herself in a certain way that she doesn't know what's going on in the world. You girls don't understand that out there in the world, it's so many predators. They just wait for women that look vulnerable mentally and physically. And if you don't have the capacity in your brain, and she would know exactly what I'm talking about, when they see that you expose yourself and put yourself out there, they're going to do things to you that you don't even understand. Today, it's not just for organs. They can kidnap you for sexual exploitation, for prostitution, for so many things. When you look vulnerable and over-sexual, immediately they figure out that you had a daddy problems, or in the house you had problems with your mother or dominated mother. They, just from looking everyone in each of you, I can tell you where you come from and probably where you're going to go without sounding pretentious, right? And she probably I can see that you understand it because what you did, where have you been?
Had that full cycle and then come
exactly.
back. Yeah.
You don't know where the rest of us has been, though. I'm like, what? Respectfully, I don't know if you're the wisest person in this room.
I don't think I'm the wisest person in this room.
So
I'm
think
not
what
a wise
you're
person
preaching
in
is an
any room.
opinion, but you're presenting
I'm
it
the
as
wisest
a fact.
person.
Exactly. He's the wisest person.
Yes, it's like you're taking subjective statements, but then actually grammatically making them objective.
Tell you what I meant?
Yeah.
Can I tell you what I
Don't
meant?
love
Because
the
I think,
vibe.
first of all, I think you're taking it way too personally. Second of all, what I meant exactly, I'll try to explain it with my English better. I think that any person who is sort of my age, any person who is in my age, right, 40 and up, right, can see people that they're younger and already kind of figure out what's going on.
Of course.
You understand? It's
Like
your
the
body
moms
language,
be preaching.
it's the way you speak, it's how you carry yourself. It's a lot of little things that you cannot pick up, obviously, because you haven't been my age and I already have been in your age without sounding pretentious.
But I do have one quick question to follow up that. Have you ever considered that maybe this is all a brand?
A what? Sorry.
A brand. The way that you present yourself, especially I see a lot of
course.
female entrepreneurs.
Of course.
There's
And
a benefit to
Of
present
course,
ourselves a certain
but that's
way.
that's exactly what you're saying. Listen to this because it's important. What you're saying right now,
Yes.
this is the biggest exploitation for women in this country, in America specifically, and I'll tell you why. Because a lot of these artists, the wannabe, okay, I have a lot of friends that are super big producers in the rap industry. I know a lot of people,
Me
right?
too. I know a lot of
okay,
rappers
no,
too.
I'm just
Big
telling
rappers.
you. A lot of them looking for women like this, so they know they're inspiring actors or singers, and they want to do things, and they're over-sexual. And you know what? 80% of these girls who want to be rappers and are a little bit good looking and have a talent or a good voice end up being the mattress for all the industry, and maybe one of them have lucky to become famous, and even then she's becoming in the same circle. When she gets to her 40s, she's not relevant anymore because she did so many tattoos, become like exploited with her clothes and everything. When she's in her 40s and 50s, when people want to see you serious, you already expired. That's my point.
Hopefully at that point you're already financially free, though.
It doesn't
Like, I
matter.
do think it is a choice.
Money doesn't replace values. That's the problem with your mentality, with American
No,
mentality.
I think those people, they're doing it because their values are in agreement.
Money doesn't replace values. You can have all the money in your
I
world.
agree.
Listen, you can be a multimillionaire when you're 50 years
agree.
old, sitting in your mansion when you slept with hundreds of guys, exploited your body all over the place, full of tattoos, looking like a wrecked, already used and abused, but you have all the money, but nobody would want to be with you because you're not relevant.
But I honestly feel like that's why social media is kind of like a good thing in a way, because it's like now you have the platform where it doesn't matter your age, it doesn't matter how you dress, it just matters like what you bring to the table.
But how
and
is it
many
relevant to what I
people-
said?
I think what she means is that like
It's because you're saying that like, okay, well, just tell me what you said again. and I'll-
Hold on. I mean,
So
I'm going to move things on a little bit here. Red Green says, by far the wildest persistent double standard on the show are by women like Pink Shirt in the middle who say it's okay for they themselves to be bi and experiment but won't date bi men. Oh wait, you're bi?
I experimented. I don't really like girls. Like I would never marry a woman. But I don't really experiment either. Like I love men, but I'm saying I have tried.
Okay.
But me personally, I do not like. I wouldn't date a guy that just likes guys. Like I just wouldn't do it. I'm sorry, it's a turn off for me. But I don't mind when girls do it.
But here's the
so
other
it kind of
thing
is double
too,
standard. But
to the chatter's point, lesbians
Sorry.
aren't real. So they're not real. It's not a real thing. Like it's totally a fake thing. Like let's be real. It's not real.
trees
That
aren't
might
real,
be a
guys.
little we might be getting a little
Real?
TOS there. Just
I don't think so. I mean,
I think it's
this is a phenomenon
elbows aren't
discussed
real.
quite a bit, but okay,
Is
that's
this like
fair
what
enough.
I think, therefore I am? I've actually been super. This is maybe a tangent, but I've actually been super curious the whole time. Like Andrew, what are your thoughts on, like I think, therefore I am?
what the
Wait,
Because
I'm
a few previous ones episodes, I have seen people say like, you know, I feel this, I believe this is real to me. But then like you're saying lesbians are not real, so I'm like, I'm just curious.
No, I get what
Does
you're
it
saying. I
change?
do get what
Okay,
you're
well,
saying.
hey, hey, that's
I'm
fair,
like, does it
right?
just change depending on your opinion and the topic?
What do I think
or
of I think, therefore I am? I think if you don't, does that mean that if you don't think you are not?
wait,
that's actually my question to you, just from seeing different episodes and then also
wait, we
today
have
getting
we
to
have
this.
a little. What do you say? Poo poo time.
Bro, don't. If a chat comes up, I will read it. Disregard the chat. Go ahead.
I lost my train of thought. I think it was like the previous episodes, there were a few where it was like it sounded like you didn't agree with someone essentially saying, I think, therefore I am. And then today you're saying lesbians are not real. So are we supposed to just take
Yeah, no,
that?
what I mean by that, so let me just explain what I mean by that so that you understand, is that I think that the preference when women end up with women, I seem to see a lot more women who are in that situation go back to men than I see it the other way.
I see. Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
Like an overwhelming amount who seem to end up going the other way. Whereas men, there's many of them who seem to stay with men their entire lives, and that's all they ever prefer. But women who end up in kind of these long-term same-sex relationships, I see them mostly going back to men. And so that's what I mean by that. It's by the way, this is something which is discussed in these LGBTQ communities nonstop. They talk about it nonstop. It's a real phenomenon. And there's all sorts of theories as to why, but yeah, it's discussed quite often.
That is true.
Yeah, it's true.
All right. Here, I'll pull up the chat here. Got pooped. How come when it's poo-poo time, it's also pee-pee time, but when it's pee-pee time, it isn't always poo-poo time? A question for the philosophers. Thank you, Booped. Appreciate it. That was beautiful. Going back to the notes here, Tanya, you said, I believe a man should have the ability to financially support and provide for their partner before entering a committed relationship.
Yeah, and emphasis on committed because a lot of men like to date, but they might not have, like financial means to be in a position to be in a committed relationship. And that's okay. Not everybody has it, you know?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, to be in a committed relationship, like there's a lot of requirements on both ends. Like as a woman, you have to bring a lot to the table, and a man, you have to bring a lot to the table emotionally.
Okay, well,
yeah, there's different requirements.
There's a lot to explore there. So you said as a woman, you got to bring a lot to the table. As a man, you got to bring a lot to the table. Let's first explore what a man has to bring to the table. So what does a man have to bring to the table?
That's a different question for everybody because every girl has a different standard.
Well, let's talk about yours then.
So I like a traditional relationship. So maybe not super strictly traditional because things have changed as of the times, right? But I was raised by a dad and a mom, so traditional household, which means I do expect my I see my father. He takes care of my mother in every financial way because I come from a Mexican household, and that's kind of typical, right? Yeah, and I honestly aspire, like, I look up to them. You know, I want my husband to be in a lot of ways like my father. So when I date, I look for a man where I'm like, hey, look, I eventually want to settle down and have kids and be a mother. And if you feel like it's a burden to take care of your wife, I'm not the woman for you.
Exactly. So men need to be providers, protectors, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so just very traditional, old school, like if you take it back to like the 80s, like around then.
And you said you bring a lot to the table. What do you bring to the table?
That's a very like nuanced question. Like, what do you mean by that? Because
as a woman, you were able
to. No, it's okay. Like,
give us the nuanced answer.
Yeah. So, okay, I'll give you an answer. I think that women do bring the vulnerability. They bring the nurturing. So they're mothers.
And what do you bring?
If you desire a wife, that's what you're gonna get from your partner.
Hang on. Because I think you misinterpreted the question. What do you bring?
That's what I will bring, because that's the type of relationship I want. I want to be a wife.
So now that established that we're talking about you, not women, because you said what women bring is A, B, C, and D. We're just asking about you specifically. So what you specifically, what do you bring to the table? Can you just start from there again?
Okay. So I bring loyalty, and that's one given. I bring femininity. I bring aspects of being an anchor to my partner. So when they need something emotionally, because a lot of the times, like, you might not realize it, but when you're in a committed relationship with your partner, like, men rely a lot on their partner. And as a woman, like, we have those traits inherently, almost naturally in us. And I would say, like, that's what I've noticed. I've been such a great, like, emotional support to my partners.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I feel like a real man who has traits of masculinity will honor that, in my opinion.
Good girl.
But hold on.
Don't you think, well, I'm sorry, Brian, I didn't mean to get in your inquiry.
Go ahead. I'll go after you.
Don't you think that things like loyalty and femininity are just things that every woman you're supposed to bring to a table no matter what?
Not all women have that trait. Some women are not nurture, like,
well,
very
no, hang on.
naturally
I'm not saying that some women don't bring that. In fact, I would say a lot of women do not bring that. But I'm just saying, as a baseline, isn't that just a standard? Like, this is just a reasonable, normal, across the board expectation that somebody would have, that their woman is feminine and loyal?
Not with modern feminism.
Maybe I can clarify.
Don't get a feminist. That's the point.
Please, if I'm talking, allow me to talk. I can't. You guys keep interrupting. Okay, so you said men should be providers and protectors. I'm assuming you also want them to be loyal and masculine. And what was the other one that you said you were bringing to the table? You said loyalty, femininity, and what was the other one?
Nurturing.
You got to speak into the mic kindly.
Nurturing.
Okay. So I'm assuming you want your man to be loyal?
Yes.
And I'm assuming you want your man to be masculine?
Yes.
Okay, so you listed two really big things in terms of your expectations of men, which is providing and protecting. What is the female gendered thing that you're going to be bringing to the table? Because he's bringing masculinity, you bring femininity.
So
you both
I would
bring
say
loyalty.
It's
what
like
do you bring to the table?
Yeah, like a yin yang. You want the opposites of what your partner doesn't carry, right? So I'll bring what they lack, and I'll get in the receiving end what I lack as a woman. So I don't have physical strength, right? But I have emotional strength. He might not have emotional strength, but I have that. So it's like, I will bring the traits.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't seem very masculine to not have emotional strength. That seems like the opposite of masculinity, right? To not have emotional strength.
I think you're like skewing.
Oh my God. Guys, we need really good discipline here with the interruptions and talking at the same time. Go ahead.
But like, basically encompassing what I was just trying to say is, we want a balance within our relationships, at least if you're somebody who likes more traditional relationships. So wherever I'm lacking, I want my partner to be to encompass that, and vice versa. Like, that's what I want to do for my partner.
Well, to explain kind of the context of the question, why it's being asked, is I agree that there's going to be unique things that women can bring to the table that men can't. For instance, women are going to be able to have babies. Men aren't going to be able to have babies, right? So we could say that that's a unique characteristic that a woman's going to bring to the table. But when women give it the expectation that, well, I'm looking for a guy who is masculine, provides resources, this and that, and protection being a big one, we're looking for what the counter trait is that he can expect from you that he doesn't just already have as a standard, right? So like if you name a trait like loyalty, the expectation of loyalty on both ends, that's just standard, right? Love, that's going to be just standard across the board. Protection is not, though. That's something that's unique to him, not generally going to be unique to you.
Okay.
So what is like kind of the offset to that? What are these unique principles which offset that you would bring?
I think that the big one is, like I said, like being feminine. I feel like let's say like a real masculine man, there's no femininity in there. There might be small traits of being like a provider, like a protector. That's like, this shows like a sense of nurturing in their way. But
yeah, what would the offset for something like protection be?
That's what I mean, nurturing. Like that would be the
well, if you
offset.
say femininity, the offset that he's already bringing is masculinity, right?
Yeah, that's
Could
right.
I ask a question?
Yeah.
So you're married, right?
Yeah.
What trait did you look for in your wife? Like, why did you decide to pick her?
Well, that's a kind of complex, but I can give you the major reason.
Okay.
The major reason is that I knew for sure that she would be a wonderful mother to my children. More than anything else, I knew that she was going to be a wonderful mother to my children and that she was going to obey. So those were two big... Yeah, I don't know why that's funny to you.
Because I was like,
do you think that men want disobedient, willful women? Because they don't. They don't want that. They don't like that shit.
I thought it was sounding very sweet, and then the obey thing was like, whoa.
What's not sweet about the obey thing?
I don't know. So you said it.
It's the word choice.
It's the word choice.
Wait, don't you
I
like
actually laughed.
traditional? Don't you like traditional relationships?
I said it's the word choice. So he might have meant like somebody who's more submissive. There's nothing wrong with that. Like
No, I meant
said.
somebody who will obey my commands.
Yeah, I know you're
Jesus.
exaggerating, but
like
there's
that.
no
No,
way.
I'm not exaggerating.
Well,
Darth Vader
I don't
up
believe
in
it. I don't believe it. There's no way.
I don't know. I don't know why people think that this is so unrealistic. Yes, what I literally mean in actuality is I give command, you obey command.
So you're
in
like-
actuality.
I want to say
Yes.
something. I want to say something regarding this. I grew up in the Middle East, and what Andrew say, even the women in Israel where I come from, they all like dress sexy and look good and go to the army. All of them, when they go into a relationship, except the radical feminists, of course, but the majority of women, okay, they have like a excitement to obey their man, to cook for him, to love him, to do his errands, to take care of the kids. I think for me personally, like if I have a man that I love in my life, to obey to him and to even worship him. For me, my man is my king, right? So for me, it's exciting, it's arousing, it's everything mentally. So here in America, like she said, like when a guy said, I want my woman to obey me, they're like, what the hell? Because you're so used to being independent and feminist mentality, like, oh my God, no, he's not gonna tell me what to do. I'm gonna do what I want. Like for the woman, everything, what you call feminism, to us, it's like literally disrespecting men, hating men. You guys treating men like they're only an ATM machine. What you can get out of them, how you can play them, how you can manipulate them. For American women, unfortunately, that's the mentality. You guys trained to have this prostitute mentality since an early age. You see girls like, oh, buy me this, take me there, pay me this. But
Well, hang on. Let us briefly finish the exchange because we were tangling on the exchange. And I thought that it was a fair question to ask, right? Like, what are the traits that you wanted in your wife? So let me explain so that you understand why it was that I valued what I did.
Yeah.
When I was in my early 20s, I knew a woman who had a baby. And I remember visiting with her with another friend of mine because I knew her from school. And I remember her changing the baby, and the baby had a horrible diaper rash, awful diaper rash. Didn't look like it was very well taken care of. It looked like a pretty bad situation ultimately. And I remember thinking in my head right then and there, there's no way, right? The one thing that I would value above anything else when I have children, I want my kids always clean. always clean, always dressed. I want them always well fed. And I want to never have to worry about that. I never want to have to ever worry that mom is so fucking lazy, right? Or so into herself that she's valuing herself over my child, right? Exactly. That was a big thing for me, right? Having seen what I would only consider child neglect firsthand, I was not ever going to deal with that. So that was the big thing that I valued more than anything else. But I also wanted what you would call submission, which would be an obedient wife, meaning that there was a threshold breaker in the relationship if we could not come to an agreement on a pinnacle situation or a pinnacle, crossing of the hill, as it were, that I was going to be the threshold breaker. Essentially, when I said, okay, we can't agree, but we're going to have to do this anyway, that I was going to be the one who made that decision. And that's what obedience is. And so, yes, I think that these are traits that men select for and that we care an awful lot about. And so in order to do that, we have to select for women who are going to self-sacrifice for their husband and their family more than themselves. And so there's all sorts of like micro traits, which is what we're asking these questions about. What do you bring to the table? Basically, what's great about you? The idea here is to make the determination of, is there so many of these kind of tangential traits that if a man were to have children with you, are you going to fuck his kids up? Right? Are you going to mess his kids up? Are you not going to take care of them well? Are you going to be so narcissistically into yourself that you don't even pay attention to them? Right? This is what men are looking for. So that's why the questions are asked.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so I just wanted to say, how do you figure out if someone's obedient? Like, did you earn the obedience, or were you like, are you obedient? Like, how did you figure that out? Because I'd like to share my situation.
I talked to her on the first date.
Yeah, you're like,
said, these are the qualities that I'm looking for, right? If there's something that I think ought be done, and you're resistant to that thing, I don't want to have a long-term relationship with you. I was just as blunt with my wife as I am with everybody I meet in life. Very clear, crystal clear about the things that I want and the expectations that I have. And you know what? In comparison to modernity, the expectations that I had were super high. Very, very high expectations. And she came with some problems of her own, but I felt like the trade-off was fine considering my expectations were so high, and she was willing to meet those expectations.
Yeah, I think. Oh,
I want to add something to.
I just wanted to share my story.
Okay,
like,
sure.
with that.
Sorry.
Because you're talking about how like Americans like don't like doing whatever.
The interruptions.
Anyways, yeah. So basically, my 2-year relationship. We took on more traditional roles. I would make dinner for him, and like I'd wake up early and make him coffee and stuff, and I learned to like trust him and listen to him, but it wasn't because he was like, obey me, go do this for me, like I'm telling you what to do. It was more like he would give me a suggestion and I'd be like, actually I don't think I'm gonna do that, I think I'm gonna do my own thing. But sometimes I would end up messing up and I'd be like, maybe I should have listened. And then that would keep happening until I learned to trust his opinion. And so I was just like, you know what? Oh, like, yeah, you're kind of usually right. Like, so I think I'll just listen to it. And obviously, like.
Oh, perfect. He had to trick you into submission.
No, it's
great, right? Well,
no,
okay.
It's not
maybe
sad,
some women like to be tricked into submission.
Manipulated.
Right?
It's not a trick,
I'm
though.
secretly submitting, but in reality, I'm going, no, I'm not going to submit. F off, even though I'm telling you that I'm going to.
Well,
and then when I just fail over and over and over, well, then I learned that I'm incompetent and so therefore should listen to you. That does not sound awesome to me. That sounds fucking awful to me, and I would rather pull my teeth out with a pair of pliers than deal with a woman that I had to trick into submission. That sounds terrible.
Wait, so you think that it's not okay to make mistakes?
No, I didn't say it's not okay to make mistakes.
Well, that's what you're
But
implying,
you, no,
right?
I think that you said that you had an agreement with this guy that you were going to do the things that he said.
No. There was no agreement.
Yes,
There's
hang
no
on,
agreement.
hang on. Then you can correct. You said he'd tell you to do something and you'd say, okay, but then you secretly wouldn't really do it.
No.
You would secretly resist it.
You're
and then you do it
misunderstanding
your
the
own way. And then when you
situation.
fucked it up, he'd come in and be like, oh, you fucked that up. And he went, yeah. And so over time, you started to listen to him. What did I get wrong there?
You get wrong that we had an agreement and that I was.
And what was the agreement, that you were going to listen to him?
No, there's no agreement. It was more just like consulting me on like
There
I
was
would come to him
agreement.
for advice.
What? How do you say there was an agreement, and then in the next there was no
I don't
agreement?
recall saying there's an agreement. I just said we took on traditional roles like slowly, and it's not because
Well,
he
what was
told
the-
me to. There's no agreement. We were just dating. It's just nice. I like taking care of him.
Well, you just said there was an agreement.
I know
No,
what you're
no.
trying to say, that you learned during the relationship
Yeah,
that it
yeah,
was
I mean,
rewarding to listen to him.
right,
But I
like-
think what Andrew is saying is like a lot of men don't want like a woman that is going to be like a small child that needs to be taught to listen and trust a partner. That can
Yeah,
be
I don't want to
quite-
have to roll up a newspaper and smack you on the nose, right? And be like, no.
Well-
I don't want to have to roll up a newspaper and be like, no.
But I
Bad
have
girl.
sympathy
Don't
for
do
you
that.
because
right. That sounds awful.
if you've never, maybe I'm not going to make any assumptions, but from my own, experience, if you've not had like a fantastic father figure that puts that trust
That's
into
what I wanna-
you,
that's
it
what I
can be
wanted to say.
difficult when you go into a relationship to go, well, why should I listen to this person? But you also want a man who's going to be, this gladiator that's going to protect you. But if you were, with a soldier and he said, do this, you would obey. But if you're with a man, you want him to protect you and provide for you, but you also don't want to obey him.
Yeah.
It's just...
So I have a question for you. If a man tells you to go just like jump off a bridge and you're like, I'm an
Oh my
obedient
God, this
wife,
is out of
like-
context.
Like, would you
Yeah,
listen
no,
to
But
this?
this is like the
Can I-
bad thing.
can I
This is like
answer
a-
you?
Hang
I know-
on,
I
hang
know
on.
this is
Order,
like-
order
I wanted
on
to
the
say
panel.
something.
Order
I think
on
that's
the
a
panel.
jump, like a big
Order.
jump to go
Hang
from
on.
this topic to
Wait.
the next thing.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. Arlena. No, I'm sorry. Is it Kydra? Is that your name? Kydra?
Kybra.
Kybra?
Yeah, it's like Kai and bra. Kybra.
Y'all have these fucking goofy names. But anyway, Kybra, go ahead and finish your point. Your point was to say that what if a guy asked you to jump off a bridge, right?
Well, the point I was trying to make is that these weren't things that were like he was asking me to do for him. It was me coming to him, or like I would let's say like it's like, oh, should I get this orange or should I get this like cara orange or this orange? He says get the cara or like, I don't know. It's something very like small, but I just learned to trust him, and I don't know where the father figure thing comes up. Like if someone gives you bad advice, then you're not gonna want to learn to like follow that advice. But if someone consistently gives you good advice, then you're gonna be like, yeah, this guy has good advice. I'll listen to this advice.
Well, yeah, to answer your question, if my
wanna-
boyfriend told me to jump off a cliff, I would trust him and do it because it would probably be like the right thing. Like there's a bear behind us and there's a trampoline below us.
Oh my God. Can I say
So
something,
no,
please?
but what your question was.
Not even my
guys
dog would
jump
do
off
that.
Okay, I want to say
If I told you to
something.
jump off a cliff, I would, because it would probably be the right advice.
This is every man's fantasy.
Because I know what you mean when you ask that question. You're not trying to. It's not a stupid question. It's like, well, would you trust him blindly? Is what you're asking.
I know,
and
but let's say
I
this
would
wasn't a
trust
safe
him blindly.
Can I answer you, please?
Yeah.
Well, it's not black and white, okay?
Yeah.
If you're a real woman and you are passionate about the relationship and about having kids and get married and be with your man with everything, and it's rock solid, strong.
Yeah.
So even if you have the little obstacle or a problem, you're not gonna say, "Oh, I don't want to be with him. I'm getting divorced," and you're not gonna think about the kids first. Okay? If you have a real relationship, right? And no matter what's gonna comes in your way, the relationship and the kids and the family is gonna come first.
Well,
now,
no, it's actually easier. So it's like, here's my answer to this.
but wait, let me finish my point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Andrew.
Go ahead. Make your points a little briefer if you can.
Okay. And she said, no, are you gonna jump off the cliff? No, of course not. If you're with a man that protects you and loves you, he's not gonna let you do crazy things, not jump off the cliff, and he's not gonna put you out there.
That's what I'm saying. Once
But-
you know and trust them, yes, listen
But
to them.
it's
But
not
when you're
even- wait,
first
let me finish
starting
my
the
point.
relationship,
It's
But
not
this is
e-
the problem.
it's not
this
even-
is the problem with the secular perspective.
Let me finish
This
my-
is the
Sorry,
like,
sorry.
and even her perspective here, I disagree with, right? So.
No,
this
but
is
my
the
point
issue.
is that you
Look,
don't-
I'm sorry that I cut in and I'm cutting you off. I'm sorry that I interrupted your interruption. I'm sorry about that. But I would like to just briefly cut in here and answer your question. You're talking about a value structure. So as we were tangling on this, me and let me see. I think I got the I didn't get your name. British chick. What's your name?
Ruby.
On the right. What is it?
Ruby.
Ruby. Okay. So the reason I was laughing when you said the bridge jumping thing is because commands or things like this or obeyance has to comport with reason, which is why the value structure of the two people being compatible is what's necessary. So I don't even know how I would navigate a relationship with a secular atheist, for instance, but from a Christian paradigm, the value set is the same. Meaning they're going to know what comports with reason, because if you give them some type of command, which is to sin or something like this, they're not obligated to obey such a command because it no longer comports with reason, right?
Okay.
So that's how you can associate the value sets with the commands, and how you know whether or not it's okay for someone to ask you to jump off a bridge into jagged rocks, right? I don't think it's any more complex than that.
Okay.
Now, I'm sorry that I cut in, Sheena. Go ahead, Sheena.
Okay.
Go ahead. The floor
You
is
know,
yours.
I agree with you most of the time, 99%. No, I wanted to say that it's naturally. Things happen naturally. It's not like black and white. You're not going to come and make a plan. Oh, if he's doing this, I'm doing this. It's not a transactional way of thinking. Things happen naturally. You love someone, you want to do for them, even if sometimes you don't like to do the things. And that's it. It's not like you do this, I do that. You're not calculating. You're not in a relationship to calculate 24/7. You literally just go with the flow and give. The whole point in life, when you're in a relationship, it's first to give and not to take. When you're in this paradigm, everything is easier. But unfortunately here I see a lot of people who just want to take. That's why they lose their values.
All right, we have got booped. For men, life is a burden, something women don't seem to understand. Thank you, got booped. Appreciate the message. I did have a follow-up for this girl over here, but it seems like she's gone to the bathroom. So we'll come back to that in just a moment. But going over here to Desi. Desi, you said you wanted to talk about dating a bad boy who had an ankle monitor.
Oh my God. I think that was last summer. Before this relationship, I was dating a guy on an ankle monitor.
Okay.
But I didn't know. We had met like on a dating app. But he was so cute. He was like a model guy. He didn't even look like that.
What was he? Do you know what crime he was convicted of? Or?
Well, he had actually went in like literally right after he graduated, so like 18. And then I think he got out when he was like 24.
Do you know for what? Was it
I think it was like
dealing?
no, like a robbery thing. But I didn't even know why, because when I went over to like his family's house, they were like super rich. So it was like, why are you doing stuff like that?
Okay, you also had a story about something about a hand job in the back of an Uber.
OMG. Oh my gosh. Bro, that was with my first boyfriend. I think we were like 19.
Did they charge you a cleanup fee?
No. They didn't even know, no.
How did they not know?
They didn't know, but like when he, it like went on the rearview mirror. And we were laughing so hard, but no, they didn't see.
How did they not see the rearview?
We were like in the middle of the back seat. Oh my God.
And wait,
so long ago.
Were you dating the guy who had the ankle monitor? Were you dating him when he was in prison?
No, I met him like after he got out of jail, and we're like, how have we never met? Because we're in the same city and we're like the same age. And then he's like, oh, I've been in jail this whole time. So
wait, are you still dating him?
I dated him after I met him for a little while, for like 4 months.
Are you still dating him though?
No. That was like 2022 to 2023.
And have you ever had a relationship with somebody like who, like while they were in prison?
No.
Oh, okay. They were out, but they had an ankle monitor. Okay. Let's see here. Chalice, did I say it right?
Chalice.
Chalice. You were married at 19. Oh, we didn't. I don't know if we got that during the relationship stats, but you were married at 19 and you got divorced at 22.
Yes.
All right. Only marriage, though, correct? No kids.
I have a kid, but not with him.
Oh, you have a kid, but not with him. Okay. You moved across the U.S. for the marriage. Who initiated the divorce?
I did.
Okay. It was a pretty short marriage, so 3-4 years. Was there, did he have to pay any alimony or?
No, it was pretty like amicable. Like we just separated. We really didn't have like a lot of property together or anything like that. So like
Mm-hmm.
when we divorced, it was like really quick and easy. It wasn't crazy.
It was pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Okay. And then going back to Tanya, you said, I believe a man should have the ability to financially support and provide for their partner before entering a committed relationship.
Mm-hmm.
You're 22. You're currently in university. You have another 3 years. Is that correct?
2.
Well, you're in your sophomore year, right?
I'm a transfer student, so if I graduate on time, I should only be there for 2 years.
2 more years.
Mhm.
Okay. So it does stand to reason, probably. I mean, unless you're, well, I suppose you could date someone out of college, certainly, but most of the men who are
Most
in
people,
your...
yeah, in college don't really, at least here, don't serious.
Can you speak closer to the mic, please? Okay, so you're 22. How long have you had the standard of men should have the ability to financially support?
Since my dad told me. So since I was little, yeah.
And when did you start? At what age did you start dating?
Well, he'd always talk about like dating and relationships, so it's kind of just always been instilled in me. But I started dating at 15.
When you get a chance, keep your right.
Is something going on?
Just you can, I don't want to say it.
Okay.
I have a question for you. Do you want to be a stay-at-home mom?
Eventually, yeah.
Okay. So how do you feel about caretaking, homemaking, cooking, cleaning?
I like that. Like, I like to do that, and especially like at home. I mean, obviously, like I'm still young, so it's like if I don't have the need to do it, I'll just get takeout and stuff like that. But when I know like the time comes, like I like to cook. Like I like to be a hostess. So I feel like things like that already are great qualities for somebody who wants to be a mom, because that comes like with
It looks
the
like you grew up in a good home.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, not perfect. Nobody's perfect.
Doesn't
but
matter.
It was
Nobody's
good.
perfect.
I mean, I had a good.
Like parents that protect you and guide you.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with money. It's got to do with values.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's good.
So what my question is, going back, when they asked you what you bring to the table is, eventually, do you want the traditional role of you're going to be the homemaker, you're going to be cooking and cleaning and taking care of the kids, while your husband is going to be going to work and providing for you?
Yeah, I kind of already have that mentality. Like once I no longer want to work, and I want that choice to be like up to me. If I don't want to work, I don't have to.
Okay, so I'll get back to my question. So when did you start dating?
15.
15. And was the expectation at 15 when you were dating guys in high school who probably didn't have a job that they should be financially supporting you and providing?
In whatever way that they can.
So how would that look even at 15?
So at 15, I mean, we both still had the same values. Like he knew that that's what the expectation is. But at 15, like it would just be like him courting me, taking me on dates.
Courting you, taking you on dates?
Treating me like a gentleman, would. Being respectful of me and
yeah. Okay. So just as far as the being able to financially support and provide, is that like just paying for dates, or was there expectations that he like pay your car bill, pay for, trying to think, I don't know, your nails done, stuff like that, or no?
I wouldn't require, like, for example, like nail stuff. Like those, I think, are things that I could take care of myself. But it's obviously like a nice gesture if they can and appreciated. I would say more so like those things fall into like once I'm living with somebody. That's like I would expect them to be able to sustain like household amenities, the rent, all of that.
And what's the age range that you want to date?
That I want to date? I'm dating.
Okay, how old's he?
The person that I'm dating? He's 25.
Okay. So, and before that, have you dated anybody older, or?
Yeah, I have. I've obviously dated before, like, and I've only dated older.
Okay. All right. Because I was going to say, I mean, you're 22, you're still in college.
Yeah.
The expectation that a man who's in college to financially support and provide, could be difficult, but it sounds like you do have a tendency to date older men. One question for you, going back to some of this conversation around submission, you said a man should have the ability to financially support and provide for their partner. I want to get a show of hands from the table here. Should men financially support and provide and protect for their partner? Show of hands. And then now, do you agree with the following statement? Women should be virgins. They should be submissive. They should cook. They should clean. And what else? What else should they be? I think that's those 4 things. They should be virgins. They should be submissive. Then they should cook and they should clean.
How about just those 2? How about just we start with those 2?
Just virgin and submissive? Yeah. We can, okay, we'll keep it to those 2. Any objections from any of the 5th one that they should not be involved in sex work. Any objections to any of the following?
By submissive, you mean like roles? Sorry, not to.
Well, but it's like y'all women love to say men should do X, Y, Z, but if men say women should do X, Y, Z, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, that's kind of sexist that you think women should have to clean or should have to cook or should have to take care of the household.
I think you're describing a perfect woman, and then a lot of women are describing a perfect man. They want a man who's strong and going to protect me, and he's loyal, and he's got these Christian values, and he's got lots of money, and he's going to pay for me to get my nails done, and all that kind of stuff. And I think what you're describing would be, a very perfect woman. And we obviously live in a real world where a lot of people aren't perfect, but I don't think the idea of that's what a perfect woman is wrong. I'm
going to have to give a little pushback here. I think that the amount of men which you could shake a tree and would fall out that have some kind of Christian values and are willing to provide for their men their women is pretty overwhelming, honestly. I think that the amount, if there was a tree of men that you could shake, I think that you would, when you shook it, most of the men that popped out would be those kinds of men who could provide for you and have some kind of Christian values, right?
I mean, everybody could have their preference. There's nothing wrong if they want that, but not everybody's going to be in that category.
Hang on. We'll get right back to this. I'd like to finish the exchange though, real quick. So, assuming that that's true, right? That they would be willing to provide, and they had some sort of moral values. I don't think we're talking about the perfect man here, right? We're not saying that they have to be 6'3". We're not saying that they have to make $1 million a year. We're not saying that they have to have perfectly chiseled abs. It's actually a pretty low standard that you're saying here, that they just provide some kind of living for the woman and have some sort of Christian values. That's an awful lot of men. Yeah. Do you think it's an awful lot of women who are virgins and would be submissive, though?
I'd like to really
hang on, let her answer.
Who?
No, I don't think there are, and I think that was one of the things I wanted to was a talking point that I was happy to get into on this show, was that I think society and just modern feminism is kind of telling everyone you don't need to be this, you don't need to be that, but men do want women like that, and nobody wants to admit it, or women don't want to admit it and say men want women like that. So I do.
Yeah, but going back to your earlier point, you were kind of trying to make the argument that, this is the perfect rendition, right? If men have these values, they're the perfect man. If women have these values, they're perfect. And so what I think was happening there was a great conflation, right? Is that you were basically trying to say, well, we're on par with each other because there's very few men who would actually do this, just like there's very few women who are available to have these traits. But that's just clearly not true. Right?
No, I didn't say that. So I do agree with you that there would be more men who would be happy to provide, and everything you've said. Yeah. And I think women are much fussier when it comes to dating. So that's why it may seem.
Well, then why did you say it's the perfect man?
I would after what you said, I would rephrase it to say that would be ideal, and then ideal woman. But I do agree that there are very likely more men who would have those traits than
Like
there would be women.
overwhelmingly more men.
I feel like because you kind of described the perfect woman, and we know most women aren't virgins. So it's like
That's
she's
true.
looking at it like, okay, you're describing a perfect woman, so maybe you're trying to say that it's the perfect
Well,
woman.
I don't think. hang
I
on.
wanna add
So,
something
here's-
to that.
here's the
Equivalent of
thing.
a virgin.
Perfect meaning
Would
without
love to
flaw.
Protect her.
Yeah.
Right?
The only
Which
thing
is
that's
just
perfect
because,
is-
hang on, just because something is rare doesn't mean it's perfect.
Exactly.
So I don't think that just because a woman is submissive and a virgin, she's a perfect woman.
Yeah.
She can still be an annoying bitch, right? She could still cause all kinds of problems for people. She could be terrible, right? In all
Yeah.
sorts of
Her
ways.
personality.
I wouldn't say that makes her perfect. I wouldn't say that just because it's rare, that makes it perfect. So no, I think
No, I would
that
rephrase
this was
it to
kind
say
of-
ideal.
Yeah, well, I don't even think it's ideal. I think it's just what there would be a normal expectation of, okay, if you want to be provided for, I want you to not have taken 50 dicks, right? Like, that's just, doesn't that seem totally reasonable? Doesn't that seem totally reasonable?
Can I
it
add
does,
something?
right? It seems totally reasonable.
Andrew, I want to add something to this. I want to say that to the ladies. The problem with the women today, especially in your generation, right? That it's so normal. All these things are so normalized to even not OnlyFans, even just you go to a club, the women dress like prostitutes, hooking up after 20 minutes for a drink, right? A lot of single moms, like they have a lot of men providers coming and going, like, oh, this guy pay this guy pay electricity, this guy gave me this money, this guy give me this money. Put the virginity aside, okay, to find a virgin woman. Put the OnlyFans aside. Just women that consider the norm are even, and I met a lot, and even in this show, women that study like psychology or whatever, right? When you look at the personality and how they live their life, for me, it's like terrible. Like, it's like they have no guidance whatsoever. Nobody guide them how to speak, what to do. A lot of the singles mom here put their kids last and they first. It's more important to them to get a guy that buy them a Chanel bag or put them up in a place that they, a celebrity or something that they want, than actually to take care of the kids. And I'm telling you from experience, because for so many years I wanted to date, I wanted to do things, but for almost 20 years I had to put my life aside, take 3 jobs, and literally do it to my son. Everybody tell me, how come your son is such a good boy? It's not a miracle. He could easily be a thug. But I had to put my life aside in my best years when I was still sexual and feeling great and wanted to date and wanted to go out and have fun. I had to put my life aside, and a lot of people, women especially, don't want to sacrifice their life. They want to have fun, and then they wake up in their 30s or their 40s and then, oh my God, I don't have kids. Or they do have kids, but the kids see multiple men coming into the mother's life. Or women like you that had no guidance and they did what they did, and when you wake up, it's a little bit too late, And regarding to what Andrew said, it's so many good men out there, but not in these places that the women hanging out. If you go to LA and you go to the clubs and you go to all the places when the men come and they're looking for this vulnerable young women or single mom that dress, open and everything. It's specific men, all right? The majority is good men, but if you're not hanging out where the good men are, you're always gonna meet these users and abusers, mentally and physically. The most important thing, like, I can go out to so many places, but I know I'm not gonna find there a man. If I want to meet a man, it's completely different equation for me, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying with the, if you don't want a guy who clubs, don't meet a guy at the club. But just to bring the conversation back to the whole virgin thing, I think something that we aren't really taught to think about when we're figuring out what we want is we should think about values and goals, right? So this is why being a virgin doesn't equate to a man being a provider. It's because if your goal is to have a loving family, to settle down, to have a wife who can really have a family and take care of things and be a strong rock for your family, a good mother, but you're saying she has to be a virgin, and you know that she'd be a good mom, but you're not with her just because it's a virgin, then that means that your value isn't helping your goal, right? So if you're looking to have a family, then you want a providing man because that will help you with your goal of having a family.
You're confusing me because you said...
Actually, no, I understand your argument. So you're saying if you have the goal and your top priority is to have a good mom for the family, she can clearly be a good mother even if she's not a virgin, right? I don't disagree that that's true, right? There's many women who end up being good mothers or good wives who aren't virgins. But that really sidesteps the point. And while cleverly done, unfortunately, I'm just not going to quite let you evade what the point was,
So
which
what
is
was the point?
the ideal here was talking about what men and women are valuing in each other for what it is that they want. And it seems that women, at least by the show of hands at this table, when they were asked if they would prefer a masculine man who provided, they all raised their hands, right? Am I wrong? Am I crazy,
Well,
or did they do that?
That wasn't what the question was. The question
What
was
was it?
should a man be a provider?
Okay, so then I'm sorry.
different.
If
It's the same thing.
if
I
all
think
of
it's
you
very
raise your
different.
hand that a man, hang on. If all of you raise your hand that a man should provide, are you saying that men should provide, but you would just prefer a man who didn't provide?
Well, should implies like a moral obligation.
Ought, that implies ought.
Yeah.
So they
right,
ought to provide. So I'm guessing, I'm
so
assuming
with
that they
the-
ought to provide
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
you.
But
right?
the question was so non-specific for me. I am looking for a family, so when I'm looking for like, can this guy provide for the family? Then sure. But I'm not
Yeah,
looking for a family now.
So then I didn't
like,
get any of this wrong.
Yeah,
Men
but I'm
ought
just
to
saying that-
provide, and
yeah,
you
yeah.
want a man who provides.
Yes, but
Okay, got it. So I didn't
I'm
get any
just
of this
saying-
wrong. So,
I'm saying
hang on. So your
that-
false equivalency here of the value structure makes absolutely no sense. It's a sidestep.
So you don't
if that is
understand
the
or what?
case, that is your goal, if men also value, I will provide,
Yeah.
but I want a woman who has a very low body count, hasn't been in sex work, right, doesn't have a lot of baggage, that seems like it's a reasonably fair trade-off, right?
Yeah.
I'm just asking if you had like the perfect, and I know there's no perfection in humanity, whatever, but for the hypothetical, if you had the perfect woman, you knew guaranteed that she would be a good mother forever, but she wasn't a virgin, would you marry her?
Yeah, I think that many men would say yes, but the thing is that even if many men would say yes, in fact, even if most of them said yes, even if 99.9% of them said yes, it would actually have nothing at all to do with
Well,
it.
okay, let me get to the actual point.
Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
Hanging
Right,
on.
I just let you go through the whole
I'm
thing.
hanging on,
right?
guys.
It would have nothing at all to do with this question. And the question is, if men have these expectations for what they would want or desire in women,
Yeah.
and one of the women's desires is that they provide, and men's desire is that women have a very low body count and aren't promiscuous and sleeping around, then is the expectation equal? You saying, well, maybe not, but those fuckers will still settle for a blown out chick doesn't mean anything. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not the point I'm making. I can help you understand though. So, so what I'm trying to say is, let's say you answered no to that question, then you need to ask yourself, is this value supporting my goal, right? And if you're saying no, then maybe that value is not supporting your goal.
Yeah, the problem is that you're equivocating because you're trying to pretend that you can't have multiple values which have the same equality to your goal. So you could have a value which is, I want a woman with a low body count, which is equally as important to me as her being a good mother, right? So you can have these values, you stating that because you're willing to settle or something like this, that doesn't mean that the priority and value shifts. It may not mean that at all. It may just mean, oh, I can't find anybody else, so I have to settle. But I still would have a preference to the opposition.
I think that
Right?
I think you could definitely have your own values. I was just saying, like,
Can I say that? Can I say tell you something?
Well, hang on. Let us finish the exchange. Hang on. Let us just finish the exchange. We're almost done. So what I'm saying is as we're looking at this, you would agree with me that men can, and women both, can have values which are equal to each other, right?
what do you mean by values that are equal to each other?
So, like, I think that not murdering and not SAing are equal in weight to me, right? Both of those values are equal in weight. So I have no preference for one over the other because they're both really fucking bad. Right?
Sure, yeah.
They're both really bad.
Yeah.
So I have no like preference for one over the other because they're both really bad. So I value them as being equally bad. Okay, but let's say you had something which is equally good now, right? Like, I don't know, virtue in a woman and child rearing in a woman or something, whatever combination you want are equally good, right? You could value both of those things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is why I think you're equivocating a little bit when you say, well, when you have a goal, right? You have a goal that you're moving towards. Like, well, that's nice, but I think that people have values which can be equal to other values.
I think I remember why I'm bringing this up. So the reason why I brought this up was this all started because I feel like you were making the comparison that a woman wanting a man who provides is the same as a man wanting a woman who's a virgin. And I was saying that a man providing helps with the goal of a family, and a woman being a virgin is not helping with the goal of the family.
Yeah, no, well, okay.
Yeah,
Tell me
that's
why
just
it
what I
isn't.
was trying to say.
Hang on, tell me why it isn't helping with the goal of the family if that's what a man's preference for their women is.
Oh, you can have the preference.
Hang on. So if men overwhelmingly wanted women with really low body counts or virgins, right? How would it not help with the goal of having a family for the women to stay as virgins or having a low body count if that led to having a man?
It's more about her ability as a mother, not the courting.
Well, I assume that one of those things in order to be a mother is that she has to have a man who has sex with her and they have a baby, right?
Yeah, I don't see the correlation.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then the man has to select for her based on X quality. In this case, the quality he values is a low body count, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know how you get to the stage of her being. So I don't know how you get to the stage of her being a mother with a family if the man isn't selecting for her.
Well, let's say that like he does select her. It has really no impact once you get past the selection stage.
Okay, well, first of all, I would dispute that that's true, but second of all, we're not to the selection stage yet, because what you said was it has no value to being a mother. I would just give you the easy refutation of if a thing leads to you getting better quality men and the man getting better quality women, then yes, it does affect the quality of being a good mother. Absolutely.
This
Otherwise,
is just for the
how do you select for the
hypothetical
right
situation.
person?
It's not hypothetical.
What?
I mean, this is just for a hypothetical situation. We can't
Yeah,
account
and
for all
I'm
the
engaging with the hypothetical
variables.
situation.
Can I
What?
present a question?
Oh yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I don't want to.
I don't want to
Because
hog the time.
in China, actually, it's so common. They have hymen reconstruction surgery because the top 1%, of wealthy guys, whatever, guys with background, status, family, like a famous family, they don't want virgins. They only want virgins. So if someone were to go, if a woman wasn't a virgin and then she got the surgery and then lied, which this is happening every day.
Is this actually true?
It's happening every day.
I have heard of it.
Yes, ask anyone living in China.
Hold on.
Like most of my friends.
Hold on. Getting a surgery does not
cheating.
make you a
Exactly.
virgin.
It's cheating.
You think a 1% man is stupid enough to think because this bitch gets stitched up that she's a
Exactly.
virgin?
Thank you.
So she's lying to her husband? That's going to make for a wonderful relationship.
That's exactly
God damn. Let me fucking
I'm saying
finish.
this is byproduct of this common. I do think it is a byproduct. Like, why are these women doing this? It's because everyone's saying, okay, men want virgins.
Yeah, actually, well, that
That's
makes
what I
sense.
said.
So-
Women are mastering cheating.
Yeah,
I
so you're
wasn't
saying
going. I wasn't
that
saying
in
lying
order
is
for them-
okay.
Yeah, you're saying that in order for them to select for this man that they want,
Yes.
they have to maintain some type of chastity, and that's so important that they'll actually have it reconstructed if necessary.
Yes. And
Okay, well then if that's the case,
It's not
would actually
worrying
make. Yeah,
to
but this
society?
actually makes my point. This would actually make my point, which is that okay, well then any woman in China then who valued having a family and wanted men to be attracted to her would keep her chastity intact, right?
But sometimes, you get
I'm not talking about the
engaged.
outliers. I'm just saying that if I'm not saying it's even a prerequisite to having a family. I'm just saying that if it is true that that's what men are selecting for, and you want to have a family, then doesn't it follow that doing those things is going to greatly increase your likelihood of having a family?
Exactly.
Yes, but a lot of these girls, they are
She's talking about this courting for like the 0.05%.
But you're proving his
billionaires.
point. What he say, you just prove it.
I think
Look,
more
it's
women
only
would.
because, honestly, it's only because these women who have been dumped by someone who has a lot of money can even go save up for these surgeries. I'm
can I-
not saying this is isolated in a bubble. It's because it's so traditional.
Can I
in
say
China,
something?
the gender roles
It's
are
not just in
completely
China.
traditional.
It's also in the Middle East, in Jordan, in Lebanon, in whatever you want. Any Arab country, it happens. But you proven his point, and my point that it's similar to his also. That's proved my point. What I said earlier, that women are master of manipulation. Unfortunately, we are a
Yes, I
species
do
that
think
know how
most
to
women,
lie
yes.
and to cheat and to manipulate men into. A lot of women trap men with
Well,
babies.
why do you think? Yeah, why do you think that is?
Yeah, because women are a lot more insecure than men.
Really?
Women, yes, women need a lot of reassurance. They need support.
I don't think so in my
I'll prove it to you. Wait,
experience.
let me tell you. If you come to a guy and say, "Hey, you're so gorgeous" and everything, say, "Okay, thank you." They not make a big deal out of it. You can go to
Stop.
an insecure.
That's not true.
You can go to an insecure woman and say, "You're so gorgeous. I want to be with you." And a lot of the women, they never heard it before.
Not me.
They would give in. Maybe not you, but a lot of women, a lot of
I've
weak
never-
women are. A lot of weak women are.
Okay.
And what you're talking about is the small proportion. And what we talked about here, it's prove his point. You're not gonna go and cheat a man and lie to him that you're a virgin just so you want to get married.
But doesn't this kind of go back to the plastic surgery topic where we know men like certain features?
Yes.
Let's say big boobs, big butt.
Yes.
I don't
That's
know if
what I'm
that's
saying. We're
censored.
listen.
Is that lying? Because
Of course
everyone
it's a
can see
lie.
it.
Of course. Listen.
Well,
everyone can
whether
see it.
hang
Of
on,
course it's a lie.
whether it's lying or it's not lying, just kind of sticking with the point. If the idea is I want family, so you're a woman, you say, okay, I want a family. And I assume that you're going to want your mate to provide for your family so you can stay at home with your kids. Not every woman, of course, but I would say that that's probably optimal for most women. They probably want to stay at home with their kids, at least for a while, right? So they're going to have a man who provides. Would anybody disagree with that?
No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Okay, so.
Yes, I actually do.
Oh,
this.
you would?
Yes.
Okay,
sorry,
you
sorry.
would.
Yes,
I do,
okay,
because
yeah, yeah.
Andrew.
the reason why, so I actually do want,
Right.
I would say I would want kids more than my fiance. However, we do have a common, I guess, value or goal. We have an ideal where we
Yeah,
get to a
but
certain
hang on,
point
hang on.
financially
Exempting-
before
Yeah, I
having
get.
the kid.
Hang on. I understand, but exempting your personal situation for just a second, right? Just to kind of bring it back to
But
the
how
topic,
come
and then we'll
people
we'll get to your personal
Okay.
situation too. If it is assumed that you think that most women want to stay at home with their kids, have a man who is a provider, then if most men are attracted to X thing or they value X thing, whatever it is, in this case we're just saying low body count or virginity, then wouldn't it then necessarily follow that if women kept X feature intact or had that X trait, that more men would select that woman who had the ability to take care of that woman, right?
For the sake
Doesn't,
of
doesn't that follow?
Yes.
so
it
for
does.
the sake
Definitely.
of procreating and increasing the population, yes, I do. That would be the case.
Yeah.
I want to tell you something. Remember what you said earlier? Oh, if my man won't make enough money, I can make enough money. The problem is that thinking that you don't understand that it's the most important thing that a man have this mentality of the provider.
Okay, I'm sorry
Right?
because I've only attracted and dated millionaires and billionaires, honestly.
Okay.
So I'm okay. So
It's
sorry,
not
maybe
obvious.
I'm a little detached. Maybe I'm a little detached, and I apologize for that. But when we were talking about should a man provide, I'm thinking societally, yes, because women value this, and if we want to grow the population, if we don't want to go extinct as humans, then yes,
A
they
lot
should.
of the men don't want to provide today because the option of women they have out there, it's not a woman that they want to provide them because, see, even if it was not true, it was not so many new shows like in YouTube, he's catching his girlfriend cheating or the gold digger thing, because majority of women today literally see men like an option to go to the next level. They would date someone that they don't really like,
I know what
but
you
they know
mean.
that he's a provider when he gives them the bag, the car, whatever, and then they go to the next level when they find a guy that they're more attracted to. That's what I'm saying. It's no option there for men today.
Got it.
That's why most men turn and don't want to even be in a relationship because they say they don't trust, because for let's say 20 women who are bad, one woman is good and she's gonna be judged because men are afraid to get into it because they know majority of women today line more than men.
By the way, I just caught this. I was writing down in my notes, but Kami, did you say that you only date millionaires and billionaires?
Basically, I just want to clarify on that because I've been, dating, whatever. I've been on dating apps. I've had people set me up, whatever. They're pretty much all like Harvard Law School, Ivy League, like lawyers, tech leads, including like my fiance. And actually I would just disclaim that he is actually the lowest earning and lowest net worth guy that I have dated. Money is not the thing I am going for. And I would also like to say that I've actually talked to, like, even if not met, but seriously talked to and considered a total of, I approximated 10,000 guys, 10,000 men, before finding
How old
one
are you?
person, 10,000.
No, how old are you?
Oh, 26.
She knows it.
I've talked to. Yes. So play whatever you want, I mean, you don't know me as a person, but
Don't
I'm
take it
just saying,
personally.
yeah, exactly. It's not personal. I'm just saying, like, seriously talk to, hey, what are your values? Like when I was looking for basically a partner, like a life partner
did
to be in marriage.
these millionaires who you were talking
Billionaires.
to, and of course you don't value, of course.
A lot of them
millionaires. The
annoyed
billionaires-
me.
The millionaires and billionaire thing had nothing to do with it. They were just swell fellas. But
That's
that
what I'm
aside,
saying.
They're not men,
did
they're
any
billionaires.
of those did any of those millionaires maybe fly you around the world a little bit, or fly you out to really cool places?
So actually, no. I know it may be hard to believe, but we only went on, serious planned vacations. There was none of the crazy, hey, fly here to see me in a club, or like, whatever, I'll get you backstage. Like, it was actually not
Well, what
like
was the shortest amount of time at 26 years old that you dated one of these millionaires and went out for one of these planned vacations, and then you stopped seeing him shortly after that? What was the shortest time from beginning to end? I met him, we went on a planned vacation, and now we're not seeing each other anymore. What was the shortest amount of time?
So a lot of these guys that I talked to seriously that were billionaires, like in Atherton, Mellow Park, I did not want to go travel with them. I felt like it was too fast. But the one that was the shortest, it was in 2021 during COVID, and it was around half a year, like summer to, like early summer, and I remember it was to like November. So that's around half a year, I think.
That was and how fast did you go on a vacation with him?
He invited me to a few, but then we actually only went for July 4th. And we went to Laguna Nigel Beach.
Did you have sex with him?
So at this point, yes. It was not on the vacation. It was actually before the vacation, because I felt that he gave me a lot of feeling of like reliability and honesty. He would talk to me about a lot of stuff that was troubling him that I think...
Felt like you owe him something?
No. Like purely I just felt safe, chill, just really feeling the vibes, feeling like attracted to this guy.
Well, we can get into that later, but I do want to finish up kind of what I was originally trying to get at here. So I was asking the table if men should be doing XYZ, should women have some sort of corresponding should. So should women not be involved in sex work? Should women be virgins? Should women be submissive? And I don't know, do you have a thought on this? Do you agree? How about just should women be submissive to their man?
If he's being like 100% loyal, then yes.
Okay.
I think women should be submissive to their men.
That's what I like in my relationship.
To be submissive. Okay, what about you?
The same goes for me.
So, yes, the woman should be submissive?
I think this is the most attractive thing.
Okay, and then let me see where...
You missed Kydra and Cammy with the question.
Kybra.
I think they answered
bro, I
it.
was yapping already.
Should women be submissive?
I don't like making absolute blanket statements.
Well, remind me, what's your position when it comes to men providing? Should men provide?
I honestly didn't like that blanket statement either.
That's fair. Should men provide?
So to that question, I think I'm starting to now realize that I've only really come across men who already have this capacity to provide. However, a lot of the reasons why I didn't want to marry the previous guys, obviously, it was because emotionally and mentally I feel like they were not at the the threshold.
And
that,
should women be submissive?
Yeah, so I think it's not that clear because I would say that a couple is like a team. So if one person is strong in every single way, financially, emotionally, mentally, they're leading in every single way, like why, like, you know, why would they choose you? Just being totally honest, because I know these people do exist out there, but why would they choose you? You know, what are you offering? So I feel like actually it's kind of not as clear as dominant and submissive, but like maybe, you know, let's say financially, family, like my man is leading, but then emotionally, mentally, and our like kind of like mental health goals or, you know, lifestyle goals, I actually lead. And I do enjoy that because it's pretty rewarding, and we all know that, you know, some things, let's say lifestyle, I make better decisions for the team, and financially, my man makes better financial decisions for the team.
Ruby, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a great thing to bring to the table, but it's not an absolute deal breaker for me.
Okay. I mean, just I guess my final thoughts on this, and society and men have long since deemed that expecting a woman to fit the housewife role.
Harold Conversay donated $200. I'm so glad I found a girl to marry that has a single-digit body count and a head that could fit through a standard door frame. She also makes a great sandwich.
Harold, thank you very much for the TTS, man. I appreciate it. So, society, it's long since deemed that expecting a woman to fit the housewife role in a relationship is unacceptable and sexist. Women can fit into that role, but should they be expected to? It seems like society is saying this expectation of women to fall into the submissive housewife role is wrong and sexist. But for some reason, women still hold men to their sort of own sexist expectations of what a man should be, which is to be a provider and a protector, which is a traditional gender role. So there's this expectation men must adhere even to feminist women. Well, we have the most degenerate women who come on the show who are hyper feminist, liberal, woke, progressive, sex workers, prostitutes. Oh, but I still want a man to be traditional and be masculine and all these things. So it's just interesting to me.
Double standard.
Here, we're going to get into some other stuff here. So let's see. We have Carly Davenport. Let's bring in Rachel to put these women straight, please. Hey, Carly, thank you very much for the super chat. Much appreciated. I think a Rachel cameo would be very cool tonight, but I'll leave that to Rachel and Andrew. Frank the Tank coming in here in just a sec, and then we're going to pull up Twitch here in just a sec too, okay? Frank the Tank, Andrew, if you can bring out the wife to bring some perspective, if not to the girls, excuse me, we want a woman who will take care of our children and not fuck them up. It's quite simple. Frank the Tank, thank you very much for your message, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And then let's see.
She says give her a few and she'll come on for a bit.
Okay, well, I'll get her in on kind of a good moment here. Can we get Twitch pulled up, guys? Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one, guys. It's been a minute since we last got the Prime, so it's probably been bugged, since then. And then you can also join our Discord. That's discord.gg/whatever. Discord.gg/whatever. You can join us over there. Yeah. So check it out, guys. We post behind the scenes, hate mail, all this kind of stuff. So be sure to check that out. Okay. Let's see here. We have Gorlock. I'll read this from Jeff. Brian, your brand of humor has me in stitches every time. I love it so much. Don't ever change. Yo, Jeff, thank you very much for the kind words, man. Really appreciate your message, and thank you for the donation. Thank you. Gorlock the Destroyer, ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7, starting with you. Go ahead.
I'm a 10.
All right. What about you?
I'm going to go with 8.
Okay.
7.5.
All right.
I'll do 7.5.
Mm-hmm.
10.
I'll say 6.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say 8.
I think 5.
I give myself a 5. Andrew, what about you?
I'm a 10.
Okay, so we have 2 10s at the table. Interesting.
Wait, what's so funny? You don't think so?
No, I was saying there should be more 10s at the table.
Right? Where's this?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I said I was a 10, and suddenly you guys thought that was really funny.
No. I'm happy that you're 10. I'm like, yes.
It's almost like you don't believe me. It's almost like you don't believe that I'm a 10.
No, I laughed
fuck?
because he said there's only 2 10s at the table. I think there's more. You are a 10. You should be a 10. You know, I'm glad you think you're a 10. I'm not laughing at you.
I wasn't laughing at you. I was saying I think you rated yourself too low.
No, I feel like you guys don't even
looking
believe
at the
me.
age.
Is it because I'm an old man? Is that why? Is it because I'm old?
You're
Are
not
you
old.
ageist?
You're
Is that-
really
is that
good
the
looking for
problem?
your age.
This is like when that lady was like, "Oh, is it because I'm fat?" Like, no one's saying this. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
I think you're a 10 by the way.
No, you're loved. It's all vibes.
All right, so we have a couple 10s here. That's always interesting.
And a 5.
I do find it interesting that people come on here and say 10 if you've seen the podcast and you know what's going to happen to you if you call yourself a 10.
I don't have the balls to say that. It's ridiculous.
Would you lay down your morals for fear of repercussion? Would you lay down?
It's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with morals.
Are you so weak-willed and lacking of character that you would come on here and
It's a moral
betray?
position that you're a 10? What? That's a moral ought that you're a 10?
I'm
That's
being
a moral
dramatic.
position?
I'm rallying the troops. I'm being dramatic, okay?
Listen, it's got nothing to do with morals. You know what?
You will not compromise your morality. We are 10s at this table.
Sorry.
When a woman doesn't have an outside perspective and she thinks she's a 10 when nobody sees her as a 10, it means she doesn't have a sincere conversation with herself. So even if you're a 10, you not say that. You're not going to say you're an 8 and you're not going to say you're a 10.
What do you say?
You give the lowest number because you let people say it about you. You're not going to say it about yourself. Usually women that say that they're a 10, they have a very low self-esteem and nobody give it to them, so they have to give it to themselves.
I feel like that's an opinion, for
Yeah,
sure.
you think 8 is low? That's an opinion, I think.
It's not low. It's high.
I mean, sorry. You think 8 is high? I think that's an opinion.
Most women are not high.
I think 9 and 10 is like for sure high. But 8 could be like...
It's like,
I can back you up on this.
I'm like, I know
10, it's Cindy Crawford when she was young. 10, it's Stephanie Seymour.
Can I say something?
Wait, let me
We
just
can all
finish.
pick 7.
10, it's Stephanie
Yeah,
Seymour,
she's an 07.
young. 10, it's Linda Evangelista, young. 10, it's Christy Turlington when she was young. None of the girls here, with all due respect, she's gorgeous, but she's still, compared to the girls here, she's 10. But nobody here is a 10.
Well, here's my question. Here's my question. What does an average woman look like?
Like
An
this.
average woman.
So average would be 5.
I feel
What
like
does an
golden
average woman? So if every woman who comes on this podcast is a 7, 8, 9, or 10,
Exactly.
right? What the hell does an average woman look like?
All of us are
I
average.
feel like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So whatever you think is beautiful, that's what you think. You rate
Well,
yourself
then
based
whatever
on
that standard
So-
is for what you consider
That's
to be
the problem.
beautiful, somebody's going to fall in with the threshold of what average is, right?
I feel like even if you're bad looking, if you're confident and you look good to yourself, you're going to come across more beautiful. Now, if you're
Sure,
like, oh, I'm really
I'm gonna
pretty,
concede
but
all of
let
the-
me tell everybody I'm not that cute, you're going to look like you have low self-esteem.
I'm going to
You're gonna look like you're
concede
not
all
sure
these
about
points,
yourself.
right?
I
You're
have-
Like, that
absolutely
doesn't
right.
make
You
you
can do
glow. That makes
confidence.
you diminished.
No,
I have
think
one
it's
important point.
unattractive to men
Yeah.
if you go around saying, and I've done it in the past, you know, been like, oh, I look great, and then my partner's just like, oh, okay, well, I guess I won't compliment you then. And you know, I don't think it's a very attractive thing to men for women to parade that. I think if they are just, you don't have to say you're ugly, but if you're just slightly more modest
Thank you,
with
Raph.
it.
Well, just be humble, but don't like not cherish yourself. Just
Yeah, but
because
back
you
to
But I
you.
want to give you guys. I want to give you guys
Gotta
an
jump in for
example.
just a
Don't be
second.
afraid of
Hang on, hang
yourself.
on.
Yeah, like
I'm
what?
just going to jump in for a second. It'll get right back to you, I promise. I have not been interrupting you. Shalice, is that your name, Shalice?
Yes.
Or Shet? Okay, I got it right. So I'm sorry. I write everybody's name down, and sometimes I mess them up. I agree with you that beauty is subjective, or in the eye of the beholder, right? There's going to be some people who find some traits more beautiful than others, and et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
But from your subjective standard, that would still lead to some people are really beautiful and some aren't, right? Even from your standard? Or is just everybody beautiful from your standard?
I feel like everybody has beauty within them, but no, everybody's not beautiful. Like beautiful physically.
Then what does an
you know?
average person,
Wait.
an average woman from your standard
Wait,
look like?
Austin, hold on. I have the perfect photo to tackle this like beauty is subjective bullshit. Can we get the photo pulled up?
Yeah.
It's that, you know, the girl we've been meaning to pull it up. Can we get it quick, please?
I
One sec, guys. Make it like.
oh my God.
So okay, beauty is subjective. Beauty is subjective. Now, like, I'm just curious. The entire male population of the world, which woman, the woman on the left or the woman on the right, which one do you think pretty much all men in the world, if they had to pick one, just do you have a guess? So let's go around the table. Guess. Is it the woman on the left or the woman on the right?
This is right.
The blonde woman or the brunette woman?
I don't.
The skinny
Hold on.
white one.
Okay, so woman on the left, the blonde. Which one?
I knew coming on here that there'd be some questions that I wouldn't be able to participate in because I would be going against like my values, and so
What values? What values?
my number one value is of acceptance, and so for me to come on here and compare these
Yeah,
two
you can
women,
accept one woman is less attractive than the other.
I don't know.
That is acceptance. You can accept that one woman is more
It's more
attractive than
beautiful.
the other.
But I want to give an example.
Nah, I'd rather finish my point.
Sorry.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
yeah.
I'm all about kindness, and I think that if that girl was watching this and she heard me say that wouldn't be very kind. So I'm not gonna participate in this question.
She's dead.
She's dead?
What?
I don't know.
So
but
what you're
just,
saying is
she's
it wouldn't
dead,
be
bro. It doesn't
kind.
fucking
We're
matter.
going to say
It doesn't.
she's
She's
dishonoring
whatever.
her
bro.
memory.
Really messed up, right? Sorry.
Yeah, but she's. I'm trying to just, bro. It doesn't matter. She's not gonna hear the shit.
But you've answered the question by saying
even
you
if she
think her
does,
answer would be the answer would
You
be
don't have to be
unkind.
politically correct.
Wait, you got to stay for this question. Hold on. I'm going around the table. Just stay. Okay.
Thank you for understanding.
You got to answer this question. Come on.
I will not compromise.
Yeah, I don't. So I think that that's fair. If somebody asks you to compromise your morals in some way, I think it's totally fair to say that you won't. Can you tell me what moral you'd be compromising here?
My moral of acceptance. I want to be an artist who makes people feel seen. I want to make people feel accepted. I don't want.
Do you accept neo-Nazis?
Well, that's the thing with free speech, right? It's like there's free speech.
I just asked you a question. Do you accept neo-Nazis?
I accept that they exist.
No. Do you accept their ideology?
She probably doesn't know what Nazi
No. You
Guys,
don't?
I'm not PR trained for this.
It sure seems like a paradox of values then. This is called the paradox of acceptance. No, it's not that you accept everybody or everything. Just like right now when I asked you if you accept this, you say, no, of course not. And why would you? Right? It's heinous, right? It's absolutely heinous.
It is very heinous.
So the thing is like, it's a complete paradox. To say, well, wait, I want to accept everybody, but then when I ask, will you accept this heinous group? You say no. It's like nobody's
I just
asking you to
don't wanna
compromise a single
promote-
value here.
Thanks for first of all saying it's okay to like not want to compromise on values. I just don't want to promote like comparison and like this idea of like one thing is better than another.
She's not
Yes, you
comfortable.
do. I literally just demonstrated that you do because by you saying, okay, well then let me just ask you, right? The Stalinist regime of communists, do you think that they are better than the Western capitalist regime of America?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, so do you think that the Nazi Party is better than the American capitalist regime?
I mean, this is sort of out of the scope of the question. We're just
I don't
talking
think so.
about-
I think I'd like an answer because you're making a moral claim, and so I can make a hypothetical to test the moral claim. And I'm testing it right now by saying, okay, if I point to you, this genocidal, I can't even say the word on YouTube, right? But if I point out this group over here, are you really going to say that you accept them as much as the other group? Really?
No, that's not what I'm gonna say. But
No.
But as a human living in an imperfect world, I accept there's imperfections because there's only one perfect thing, and it's God. And so like I understand that to have free will, sometimes bad things are part of this world, and I don't have control over them.
I guarantee you this girl jokes with her like girlfriends, and if they see like a dusty looking dude, they're like talking mad fucking shit about him, bro.
Well, not only that, it's
I
worse
don't.
though because you
It's-
didn't really give me an answer. Yes, I get it. Yes, it's sad. The world is sad, and there's lots of bad things in the world.
Well,
That's
the thing
terrible.
is,
But when asked
Yeah.
between two groups and one that you find to be hideous, you say, "No, I won't accept that group." Right? Okay, that's fair. And you know what? I wouldn't either. Right? Hideous, heinous
Yeah.
group. Right? Whatever.
It's Andrew, right?
Yeah.
It's Andrew, right? Okay, so 2 things. Okay, you caught me, right? There's certain things. It's like what you said with obedience, right? You don't obey if a man is like, if your husband's telling you to like go jump to your death, right? Like you wouldn't ask someone to sin. Like there's limits to everything, right? And so like.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to determine the actual value that's limited. So let me just ask you this instead. I'll ask you a completely different question related to this one.
Yes.
Subjectively.
Okay.
Oh, well, actually, you know what? Let me just ask you this one first. Do you usually tell the truth?
Honesty is another one of my values. I do my best.
And so you don't like to lie, right?
Correct.
Because that would go against your values, correct?
Correct.
Subjectively in your own brain, do you make a value judgment between the beauty of these two people? Go ahead and lie to me.
Subjectively in my brain, yes, I do make a.
Okay, great. Then tell us which one from the subjectivity in your brain you give that value to.
Well, see, that's the thing is, I know that I'm not perfect, and so that's why I.
By the way,
abstain.
now it's a lie of omission because you've told us that you do make a judgment.
Of course
between
I
the
do.
two. You just won't tell us what it is.
Listen, guys, I'm not Mother Teresa, right? I'm not perfect. I'm just. I admit, yes, there's certain. I do judge things, certain things, and I wish I
So,
didn't.
Bella,
I wish I was perfect. I wish I was
I'm just asking from that
pious.
subjective standpoint of which one you do judge as being better looking than the other one. Which one is it? That's all I'm asking you.
I understand that's what you're asking me. I'm not saying I'm not making a judgment. I'm saying that I will not share that judgment.
Wait, I have a question. Okay, we will go around the table, but have you ever seen a beautiful girl with a mid guy?
There's a lot of Adam Sandler movies. You guys ever seen an Adam Sandler movie? I love
No,
Adam
I mean
Sandler.
like, sure, there's movies or whatever. I just mean in real life.
Is this to trick me?
No, just asking you a question. Have you ever seen a beautiful girl with a mid guy?
I mean, I know I said I don't like to make judgments, so I don't really know how to answer this.
It's unfortunate I did not ask this question prior to having shown the photo or asked the rating the 10 question.
Wait,
because
hang
hold on.
You're lying. So she's lying, right? You're lying through omission because you just said you want to answer the question as yes, but you just caught yourself and said, but if I do answer the question as yes, then that would previously contradict my previous statement that I don't make these value judgments. So you just said I just won't answer even though I know the answer.
Look, I didn't say I don't make these judgments. I just don't try to make judgments and like share them, you know? I don't like that I make these judgments.
How does that compromise the value of honesty though? That's a lie of omission when you're asked.
She's politically correct. That's the problem.
Guys, I'm not politically correct.
Do you know do you know what a lie of omission is? It's where you know the answer to the thing.
No,
right?
there's a reason why you can like plead the fifth, right? So not answering is a valid thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah, to the government. This isn't a court of law. What are you talking? There's no Fifth Amendment here.
You don't hurt
can't
anyone.
invoke the Fifth. What are you talking about? There's no, Brian, get your gavel and your rope, Brian, so that he could rule whether or not you can plead the Fifth. Like what?
So look, all I was just trying to say there before was that if I had asked this question to the whole panel, if you've seen a beautiful woman with a mid guy, all of you would have giggled and said yes, which would indicate to me that you are perfectly prepared to make comparisons when it comes to men. But you don't like this distinction, you don't like making this comparison. In any case, I'm rather bored by your reluctance to answer this question, so I'm just going to move it on.
Thank you.
I'm going to have the rest of the panel answer the question, though. Which one's more attractive?
Wait, can I see it again? That went on for so long. I
We'll
actually
pull it back
forgot.
up.
Okay.
Okay, left or right?
My personal aesthetic fits more with the left, so I'm gonna say left.
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 Come on.
You're too far from the.
Left.
Left. I'm not answering.
Damn,
this.
you're far as fuck from the mic too. Can you
I'm
kindly get close to the mic?
I'm next to the mic, but I don't care to answer this question because I just don't want to. I literally just don't want to. So
Really?
let's skip. I just don't care to.
Okay. Can I say and also say something else? Is that because I'm waiting for a long time?
Answer the question first.
I think the right girl is ugly and the left girl is gorgeous.
Wait,
I mean, anybody can see she's ugly. Come on, why are you so politically correct? Why? Like, it's so weird.
What does this have to do with
Because she's
dolphins?
ugly as hell.
Yeah, she's not a 10.
Because she's so ugly and you guys don't hesitating not to say the truth. One
I
ugly and one
hesitate.
pretty. That's it.
Well,
Why to
This isn't political.
Yeah.
politically correct, not political?
I mean,
Why not to say the truth? Why to lie in the politically correct
Hold
game?
on. I mean, even I kind of disagree with you, Shina. We don't even need to be rude to the one on the right by saying
not
she's
rude.
ugly. Right, but I don't even feel that that's even necessary. We can simply, the most tactful way of going about saying this is the one on the left is more attractive. That was the question.
Sorry, I'm not politically
Well,
correct.
that's fine, but
You're
Can
rude.
I please say something that I'm waiting
I'm
for
giving
10
you
minutes?
30 seconds. Please make it quick.
Okay. If you look at commercials from the 70s and the 80s, you see the most gorgeous people on the commercials and the media. Today, because of the name of being politically correct and trying to walk on eggshells by giving everybody equality with a look, and everybody can be a star, everybody beautiful, everybody this and everybody that, we on TV we see only ugly people in the commercials and in the media, and the gorgeous girl get pushed aside because sorry, but every overweight girl or ugly girl that they want to be politically correct to her, they put her on TV. And to me, it's repulsive. Not everybody a star, not everybody beautiful, not everybody smart. People are different from one another. And I'm sorry, just accept it. Stop being so hypocrite and double standard and politically correct. I don't like it. Sorry.
I truly think this is coming from a place of privilege in a sense, because I agreed with the first part actually. Like, yes, not everyone is a star.
I'm not privileged.
However, if you've lived in Western countries as a person of color, it is so
what
important.
What are you talking about? My
to
grandfather
have-
is black. My whole left hand is injured because I damaged it in a terror attack. If I go with short sleeve, people look at me like I'm a cripple. What are you talking about? People been judging me before all my life for being short, but it's okay. This is who I am. I don't care when people, even if people tell me you look like plastic surgery, which I hear it all the day in the media. Oh, look at you, fake boobs, fake clips, this and that. I don't care.
Yeah.
People can say whatever they want, and it's their opinion. I don't get offended.
I'm not saying you should care. I'm just saying it's a bit
It is what it
ignorant for
is.
you to dismiss the
I'm not-
representation
I'm
of people of color
I'm
in
not-
commercials now because they
What?
do not have
Did I
that-
say color?
That was
Did I say
inclusive.
people in color?
You said in the 70s
Did
and
I
the
say people
80s,
of
the
color?
commercials had beautiful people. They only had white people.
I never said the word color. You said
I'm
that.
like, is that not true?
I come from a family that half of my family is really black. My grandfather is
Okay.
Ethiopian. I never
why do you
mentioned.
feel this way towards
I
the
never.
commercials? I
feel like
Did I
you're
say the
delivering-
word?
just generally better,
Wait. Did I say the
right?
word black? Be political. Be correct. Did I say the word black?
I'm just saying
I
we're
feel like
in-
your
I
delivery
never
is
said the
very
word black.
harsh.
This is
We're
in your
showing
head. This
less.
is what
There
you're
were less.
thinking.
There
You're
were
thinking
less
that.
color people.
I didn't talk about
in
color
commercials
people.
before.
They show people that they're
Okay,
dark.
well, can I say this because I am a
Let me
black
fi-
woman?
Let me
I just
finish
wanna
my
say that
sentence,
I don't
though.
think she was saying that black
I
women,
never said black.
Like something about black women not being in commercials and stuff. More days it's like, it's more beautiful. Like
I meant
back then.
overweight.
There wasn't black
Okay.
women. I think
Yes.
she's just saying in general. Like now,
Okay.
it's all different types of body shapes, different
Exactly.
types of people.
Yes.
like that's what she means. But I do think your delivery is a little harsh sometimes.
Okay,
like,
I'm
you
So
sorry.
kinda,
actually,
like-
yeah,
This is
just
how I
to
am.
kind of go into I actually was not thinking of specifically black people. I was
Yes, you
actually,
did, because
no,
that's what you
listen,
said.
listen.
No, I'm
woman,
not
you don't
gonna
know me
listen.
at
This
all.
is what you
I
said
was
and it's
thinking of Asian
recorded.
people because
It's
do you know
recorded.
do you know the level of how much Hollywood has impacted racial discrimination against
Of
Asian
course.
people in America. Now, okay, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh my God.
Now the Asian people who are going to Hollywood, yes, maybe they're not, like the Victoria's Secret models.
I'm
Like
not talking
commercials.
about Asian people or black people.
However,
I'm talking
lowering
people of
this
all-
bar
Wait. You're
provides
taking
opportunity.
The whole show from the beginning, you're taking everything personally. I'm not talking personally.
I'm not taking it
I'm mixed.
personally.
My grandmother is Russian. My grandfather is Ethiopian. My mom African from Morocco, and I born in Israel. I'm Muslim and I'm Jewish. So I'm the last one to be racist. I'm talking in general. I don't care where the person come from. They can be black, white, short, or tall. For me, I care that you see the most ugly girls that don't take hair out of their armpits or their legs or their eyebrows, and they're in a commercial presenting as a beautiful or a makeup model. Why not taking beautiful girl like her or beautiful girl like her and put them in
brand?
commercial? I don't care the racism. You push it to the racist.
Which brand? I mean, and maybe
All
that is their
brands.
brand. No, okay,
All
honestly,
brands.
I think that might be their brand value. That's their target market.
It's not
They're targeting
value.
the liberal people.
It's not value. It's the liberalism, the radical liberalism and radical feminism brought that agenda to the media because they scared that people are gonna say, "Oh my God, this fat girl get offended. Oh my God, this guy get offended." Why to be scared that they get offended and let to put all the most ugly people out there?
If I'm selling something to a target audience, I would want to make it appealing to that audience.
But it's not like that. I'm telling you, if you don't believe me, go to YouTube, look at the commercial from the 70s, 80s, 60s. It was people from all colors. Okay, maybe less black than today.
Maybe less Asian.
Maybe less
Maybe
Asian.
no
Okay,
Asian.
maybe less Asian and black, but still, that you had. I want to be in a world when the star is a star, the smart is a smart. Not everybody.
I mean, that's
mishmash.
your fantasy,
All the
I get
men.
it.
No, it's not a fantasy. That's reality because
No, not
every
the
man.
current-
That
you
every
just
man.
said it's not current
Every man that
reality.
want to dress like a woman can go to the bathroom and pretend to be a woman and lie to himself and force us to call a man with a penis that he's a woman. I refuse to live in a world like that. If it's a man, go to a man bathroom. If the girl
It's
is
a choice
overweight,
to live in this world, though.
excuse me, I live in
It's
this
a
world
choose
way.
to live in this
No,
world.
I live in this world way
You can
before
move
you.
to a traditional country.
No, there's
Like,
no
I'm not being
traditional country.
sarcastic.
There's no traditional country.
Really? I heard Saudi Arabia is like pretty conservative and traditional.
Yeah, they're conservative, but if you go to the nightlife in 2 o'clock in the morning to private
I'm
parties,
being totally serious.
honey,
Yeah.
have you been in Saudi Arabia?
I actually have not.
Exactly, I've been. When you go to
Oh.
Saudi Arabia in 2 o'clock in the morning, behind closed doors, they do things that here they don't even dream. So spare me the bullshit. From all over the world, people can be hypocrite, and in the bedroom they do
Jess
crazy things.
Gerald donated $200. Okay. I think it's been 30 seconds.
Okay. Thank you, Gerald. Good to see you in the chat. I appreciate it. I'm going to move things on here. We have a lot to get through, so for the sake of trying to not be here forever, I want to try to get through everything. Let's see. Okay.
By the way, hello, Brian.
Welcome, Rachel. Good to have you. Thank
Hi,
you for the
Rachel.
cameo. Thank you. Good to see you.
I was summoned, so.
Do we have a seat? Are you able to raise the seat up a little bit?
Andrew raised it as high as it goes. I'll just
okay.
try to sit tall.
There we
I'll just
go.
try
Perfect.
To pretend I'm taller.
Perfect. Thank you, Rachel. You know what, Rachel? Actually, I want us to get into one of the girls here. Well, as she gets up. You want to? Okay. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Let me just see if there's anything while we're doing that. Okay. Well, let's see. One sec. I'll get into more of the notes then. One moment here. How do you say your name? Kabra?
Kybra. It's like the
Kybra.
word Kai.
Are you in a cult?
No, I'm Catholic.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh, because I saw you were like on your Instagram. You had a photo with a girl who's been on the show before, and she's in a cult.
Oh my god, dude.
So I was like,
No.
are you in the cult?
She just made that up.
Oh. Okay. All right. Whatever. A witch cult or some shit.
She's just doing it to be funny, I guess. I don't know.
What the fuck is going on? Okay. You said one time your boyfriend told you that he probably wouldn't love you if you were a worm, and it ends up being a very honest relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about this worm thing. Can you just explain it for the viewers?
So there's this thing going around where you ask your boyfriend, your significant other, like, would you love me as a worm? And So I was like, oh, would you love me as a worm? And they're like, I don't know, like, you'd be a worm. I would like you as a worm. And there's this even deeper one where it's like, if a wizard came in one day and turned you into a cat, and your partner knew that eventually you would turn back into a human, but it could be like 10 years, you know, you just don't know when. Like, would they stick around with you? And he said, I would take care of you, like I'd have you as a pet, but I'd probably date other people. And I was like, what? But honestly, it ended up being a really good relationship. Like, he was very honest. And there's
Austin, can you take it? Sorry, go ahead. Go
Oh
ahead.
yeah, thank you. And it wasn't that like, oh, because he told me he wouldn't love me as a worm, like he's like this honest person and like never lies and better than all these people. Like, you know, we lie to protect ourselves. Like, he still lied a little bit, but it set realistic expectations. Like, I felt like I could really trust him.
Okay, I don't know if the worm thing is. I'll maybe we can come back to it, time permitting. Austin, can you? We're gonna get into some of the tweets. I didn't get to show you this before the show, but there's a ton of tweets. Yeah. We have one from Sherry here, who, and it has to do with Rachel, actually.
Ooh. Wait, Rachel?
Sherry. Russia.
You mean from Kami? Yes. No, I mean, Brian, did you mean a tweet from Kami?
What?
What, you meant me, like Kami?
Yeah.
Twitter.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, yes.
Kami.
Interesting. There was a tweet about.
I got my names mixed up.
It's about Rachel, you said?
Yeah. There's a lot, so you might have to shift through them.
Yeah.
Really?
I think.
Are you sure you're thinking about me?
Yeah.
Because maybe one.
Make sure there's just nothing offensive on the page, like no porn or anything.
Maybe.
Yeah. Good?
Maybe. If using that.
Ooh. You can make
oh my
it bigger.
god, this is.
I just see
know.
the same ugly woman rage for patriarchy commenting 3+ times on this post for attention. Maybe. Are you able to wait? Did you scroll up and see what it was?
Yeah, scroll up. I didn't know this was like
Can you
Andrew's
scroll
wife,
up?
Rachel. Oh my goodness. I mean, I actually take nothing back. I'm a transparent, honest woman, but I had no idea. What a small world.
Oh, yeah, we don't have to show that. But,
I don't understand the context.
What was way more entertaining than I thought.
Was it one of Andrew's posts?
I actually don't remember can they scroll up to the OP?
no, we're not gonna scroll up.
If it's TOS.
Is it the one that Andrew just tweeted that has like 31 million impressions on it?
It's that one.
It's from Andrew.
Can anyone give context verbally?
What was it about?
It's probably better.
Was it political?
It's like a very G-rated version of it.
Okay.
Andrew tweeted that it was pretty incredible that women who are at an aesthetic disadvantage seem to disproportionately be terrified that men are going to SA them.
Oh, geez.
Something to that effect, right? And it was, Andrew's a master at these tweets where he'll say something that's just like an is statement, and then the women will reliably go, so what you're saying is, and then they'll like extrapolate all sorts of meaning from it that he didn't intend, so. Yeah.
And then
And then what were my tweets again? I actually forgot.
Oh,
I do vaguely remember this.
Well, there's more, but we're not going to pull those up quite yet. I forgot to go around for the rating yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. Do you think you will be better looking in 10 years' time? Hide this.
I love this question. So what are we using? You said 10 years' time, like, are we rating it physically? Like what?
Yeah, physical looks.
So what about it physically?
What do you mean?
Well, like, for example, I could be comparing two things, and I'm like, what do I find physically beautiful? 6 fingers, 7 feet tall, 3 arms. You know, what about it physically? Because from what I understand, I've heard this question before.
Wait, I think he meant like you.
What? Yeah.
By your standards.
Guys,
I think that's what Brian.
stick with me.
What
stick
is
with
this?
me.
Fingers? Are you going to grow a finger when you're 30?
Stick with me. All right, so let's say you're asking me, am I going to be better looking at 20 or 30? So let's say we're measuring this, like what's our unit of measure? It's the physical beauty. What about physical beauty? Okay, so let's say youth.
Overall attractiveness. It's very simple. Let's not overcomplicate it. Just overall attractiveness.
No,
Are
I'm
you gonna
really
be hotter?
simplifying it. I'm really
Go
simplifying it.
ahead, simplify it for us.
All right. So I think from what I understand, what the unit of measure is youth. And so then the question breaks down to, am I younger as a 20-year-old woman or as a 30-year-old woman? And going off of numbers, yes, I am younger at 20 than I am at 30.
Well, that's not the question.
But it is.
No, it's not the question.
It's simply, are you going to be hotter?
Yeah,
Are you
hotter
gonna be
based
more
on
attractive
what?
to,
Right.
to
Based on
people
what?
in general.
Based
Any
on what?
measure that you rate someone attractive. So you rated yourself. Weren't you a 10? Were you one of the 10s?
Oh yeah, I never got to explain why I said 10. I thought we were going to be able to explain it.
Okay, why don't you do that, and then we'll go back to this. Why are you a 10?
There was a time in my life where I felt so invisible and so unloved, and like if I didn't love myself, that no one else would, just as a kid growing up. So like I made a commitment to myself that like I would show up to myself. No, it's serious. Yeah, so I don't know. But anyways, going off of that.
Wait, what does that have to do with your assessment of your looks?
Because she said, oh, you're one of the people that said you're a 10, and I
Okay.
was just explaining why I thought I was a 10.
Right. Okay, so do you want to just answer the question so we don't get bogged down forever?
I mean, you can move on, but I said my answer.
No, you,
Did you?
didn't say your answer. You were asking for clarification, and it was provided.
Right. So what's the unit of measurement?
It's, are you going to be more attractive than
Hot.
a 10? You're a
More
10 now.
hot.
Are you still going to be a 10 in 10 years?
Yes.
But it does change the question a little bit. So, will you be more physically attractive in 10 years' time?
Physically, based on what?
On your physical appearance.
Face, body.
So
Very
you're going to
simple.
look
Everything,
different
total
in 10
package.
years. And if you're a 10 now, are you going to be a 15 or are you going to be like a 5? Like, are you going to get more attractive or
God,
less attractive?
hold on.
I think it's.
You guys
We
are
know.
you're adding complication to it. Just let me get this through.
I mean, it's really like, what are we valuing when it comes to physical attractiveness?
Oh, for Pete's sake, just answer the question. If you
I
were
am
my
answering the
child, I'd be
question.
like, do you want dinner? Do you want dinner right now? Because if you do,
No,
you better
let's-
answer the damn question.
Let's really
Just
peel
answer the
back. Let's
question.
really peel back. Let's break this down. What are we considering beautiful? Is it youth? If the answer is yes, then it follows that yes, I will be 20. Like when I'm 20, I'll be younger than when I'm 30. So yeah.
I have no idea why young men don't want to get married. I can't figure it out. It's a mystery.
I don't
Wait,
know
let's
why you
go-
don't understand.
Because who would want to deal with this? This
Exactly.
Oh
You
no,
just
I
answer-
meant like
you know what
Thank
we're
you.
talking about. Just answer the question. We're not all smoking weed and being like, yeah, bro, like, what do you like when we say attractive?
Exactly. Thank you.
I mean, do you understand like what a question is? There's like a premise and then like what follows logically. Like you can break it down. It's like
You're
I've
talking
never,
on and
I've
on.
never
Here.
done a debate. I have no idea what a question
Private
is.
chat
I'm
incoming.
clueless.
What if you
Yeah.
really need me to break down beauty for you and looks? We'll do it right now.
okay.
We're getting something pulled up. Okay, make it big so I can read it, please. Big. No, you gotta click on it, then zoom it out. Make it a little bigger, please. Okay, so there's various factors when it comes to your face: facial harmony, mid-face ratio, eye area, skin, features, bones, the rest. Facial harmony is how well a person's facial features fit well together with the rest of the face. Scroll down. Keep going. Mid-face ratio. Mid-face ratio is a major component in determining the objective rating. Ideally, a female face should have 36% of her mid-face. Scroll down. Eyes. Desired traits for the female eye area: large almond-shaped eyes, arched-shaped eyebrows, feline innocent. Okay, I would scroll down. Skin. Healthy, smooth skin is commonly a sign of youth. Next. Facial shape, face shape, nose, lips, next, bones. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Is that it? And then
Yeah, that
there's
makes
and then
sense.
there's your body. You know, there's
okay,
there's
cool.
the skin. And
So this is
all-
great. So right, for the example, I'm comparing myself as 20 to myself as 30. So let's just assume that I have all the same features, right?
Mhm.
What's the difference? The difference is age. So if the value is youth, then yes. I mean, let's take, for example, this water bottle and this glass cup.
No, it's not. Okay, no. Here, let me make this really simple. Let me make this really simple.
I'm trying to make this simple too.
It's not necessarily, I mean, age comes with things, but it's not necessarily your age. It's how you look, right?
Yeah.
So if you were 50, but you somehow magically looked exactly the same,
Yeah.
the assessment of your physical appearance would not matter if you were 20 or 50. Now, as it currently stands, there's no way for a woman at 20 to end up looking the exact same way at 50. But do you agree, typically, when you're 20, you're going to look different than when you're 30, 40, 50?
Yes.
You'll look different.
Yeah.
What are some of those changes that might occur?
Well, you might get older, and with age comes wrinkles. And so if the value is that you like no wrinkles, aka like you like younger people, then yes. Then that means that your unit of measure is youth. If I say, for example, water bottles or water containers that are metal are more beautiful than containers that are glass, or I don't know, you know, and we're comparing these, it's like, which one's more beautiful? Well, this one's metal, so this one is more beautiful, right? Like, the unit of measure is that it's metal.
You're making this unnecessarily complicated.
It's really simple.
I think she's stalling on purpose.
It's not.
Huh?
I think she's stalling on purpose.
I'm not
Just like her friend made up a story about a cult.
Okay, so here, let me ask you a different question.
Yeah.
Do you think that the average 35-year-old woman is more attractive than the average 25-year-old woman?
Based on youth? Like, based
What
on
is the?
what?
But let me ask you a question. You seem to be making the case that there are differing measures and differing units of attractiveness.
Yes.
One of which you think is youth.
Yeah.
What are the other ones?
Well, for me, I don't measure myself purely based off my physical looks. My value comes from all sorts of things.
Okay, so cool. You play the violin. That has zero to do with your outward physical appearance.
Yeah, and so since we're talking about physical appearance, that's
what
why
we're
I haven't
talking
brought
about.
that up. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So
Okay.
you could be the most amazing person.
Yeah.
And there could be, you know, if you tend to have a more positive disposition, you smile a lot.
Totally.
This will shift your perceived physical appearance slightly.
Yeah, sure.
Like if you're smiling and have a brightness to you versus constant scowling and resting bitch face, whatever it is. I'll grant this, but a beautiful 10 out of 10 woman who's got a sourpuss on her face versus an objectively ugly woman, even if the ugly woman is smiling, is not going to be appraised or assessed as more attractive than the 10 out of 10 model woman.
We're not talking about two different people. We're talking about me at 20 and me at 30.
That's right.
So how's that relevant?
Because you literally brought it up. You're like, well, I think I'm more attractive because of my insides. And I said that's irrelevant.
I told you where my value comes from, because the second question you posed was like, do you think the average 35-year-old person is more attractive than the average 25?
Yeah, more physically attractive. It's within the context of the looks conversation.
Now that I'm sorry, I just didn't have that clarification. I wasn't sure.
It was
if
within
we
the
were broad.
context of the looks.
Guys don't see your personality. They see the outside.
I'm just being a little silly, guys.
Nobody see your personality until they get to know you. That's the whole point.
Right, but I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, what are we using to measure physical attractiveness?
Okay, so here, let me ask you this.
It's actually a math what he showed you.
Stop. Is it your position that oh my God, God damn, you guys gotta let me fucking talk. Holy fuck. Totally lost what I was gonna say. Totally lost my train of thought. Do you think that in your own viewpoint that women are more attractive when they're younger, at 20 versus 30?
Based on physical
looks, yes.
Based on what about the physicalness? Oh my God. Based on youth, yeah, they're younger.
Respectfully, can we move on?
Yeah, I'm not trying to
Please.
hog the conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, scientists, they need to agree on a unit of measurement before they talk. I don't see why
The
this
unit
is...
of measurement is beauty.
That's not specific enough. You can't say the unit of measurement
Aesthetics are
is length.
objective,
You need to
sweetie.
say inches, millimeters, you know?
Aesthetics are objective. We know what's beautiful and we know what's not beautiful.
Yeah,
Now,
so what's the
you can
measurement?
keep-
You
are
literally
you
pulled up a
pretending
chart
to be
and it
dumb?
was showing me
'Cause I hope-
measurements. It
I
was
hope
showing
you're
the mid-face
pretending.
ratio.
I hope you're pretending to be dumb. Are you pretending
Are you
to
calling
be
me-
dumb?
do you
'Cause
think
could
I'm
just
being
drop
dumb?
It. You could just drop the act and stop pretending to be stupid and just answer the
I
question.
feel like I'm explaining this in a really easy to understand way.
Actually,
I think you're being obstinate and ridiculous.
Do you
And
guys
if we look
see-
at a
do you guys
picture of you at
understand
20
what
and a
I'm trying to
picture of
make?
you
I think
at
you're
30,
trolling.
which is going to look better?
Yeah, I think
You're going on and on,
It's-
and
We're not making any
I think at one
progress.
point it turned into trolling.
people get really
Oh,
bored.
I'm sorry you guys feel that way. We can move on. I'm not trolling.
I mean, just don't be upset when the show goes super late because you've continuously just waste 10 minutes every time we get to
Well,
you having to...
You can move on. You're the
Or
host.
you could just,
control the flow of the conversation.
Or you could just operate in good faith and just answer the question. Zero accountability. Okay, I'll ask it again. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time?
Oh my god.
Based on what?
You're actually retarded. You're actually retarded. Okay.
No, she's playing innocent. She's just being a brat.
I'm
She's
not
Okay.
being a brat.
You're being a brat.
I just feel like
I'm
you
a
can't
mother of
defend.
five.
I will
feel
ask
like
a different
I have
question.
4
You
daughters
don't-
and I know when
I
girls
feel
are
like-
playing dumb and being a brat.
Okay,
You're
I feel like
playing
you
dumb and
can't
being
you
a
can't
brat.
defend your point, so you're just resorting to calling me
I haven't
names.
had a chance to make a point.
That's what
because
kids
you're
do.
just
They call each other names
pretending.
when they don't get their way and they don't understand.
Okay, I'll ask you a different question. Do you think most men will find you more attractive now at 20, or excuse me, 22, or you when you'll be 42?
If their value is youth, then yes.
If their value is looks.
Yeah, looks based on youth, then yes.
Okay, so
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, you said the girl on the right was less attractive than the girl on the left, right? For that
I
image?
said the girl on the left is more attractive. Well, I didn't even say it, but yes, sure.
Okay, sure. So, do you think that the girl that you said is more attractive at 42 is more or less attractive than the other one at 20?
Wait, but that's different people.
Hold on. So I can even grant you. It's not a monolith here. There are 32-year-old women who are going to be more attractive than 22-year-old women.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's based on what? What's the unit? Like, is it youth or
Yeah, but
what?
that would be a comparison between two people. The comparison here is between you and you.
Yeah.
You don't even have any semblance of your position on this. Like,
What do you?
okay, do you think as people age, they tend to become less or more physically attractive?
They tend to get wrinkled and
Which,
get older.
by society's standard,
By society's
is-
standard of valuing youth, then yeah.
okay, all right. Okay, let me make, okay, do you think you'll be better looking in 20 years' time?
Me.
Yeah, you.
Better looking.
Mm.
I don't know.
30 years' time?
I don't know. I'll look older for sure. I value youth, so yeah, I mean, I think if that is what I value, then maybe I'll look more younger at 20, like, I don't know.
Do you think you'll have an easier time getting a modeling contract now at 22 versus you at 102?
Yes, because modeling agencies value youth.
Oh my God. Okay. I'm just moving this on. You're 26. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time?
Good question. I think looking at my mom and the genetics in my family, I think yes. But then if you were to say after that, I don't know, because typically women in my family, they age better until like menopause, like perimenopause. Like
Okay, so you're
Asian
20
dough raisin.
So you're 26.
Yeah.
You'll be better looking at 36?
Yeah, I want to work more on my
What the
fitness
fuck, bro?
goals. So yes.
Unbelievable.
Huh?
Well, I have a question because is it kami?
Yes.
What, like communist? That's pretty funny.
No, like kami, like God in Japanese.
Okay, sure. Anyways, you called me ugly, and so I'm 44. So I want to know, do you think you're going to be hot when you're 44?
I wouldn't say hot. No, I never said hot. I never even said I'm hot now. And
So
I actually
didn't you call yourself
want to.
a 10? Didn't you call yourself a 10?
No, I didn't. I never said that.
What did you say you were?
I said probably an 8 because we can all say
Okay.
7.
Well, I
It
think
didn't
an
occur to
8
me
would
to
be
use
considered
decimal.
hot.
For me personally, I think 9 and 10 are hot. 8 is average because we cannot say 7. And then 6 is, sorry, not average, average attractive. Because I don't think I'm average out of all the women in the world, but I think out of women that men want to date or society likes, I think I am average amongst them.
Wait, really quick on this. Can we get this pulled up really quick?
Yeah.
Just for clarification. Now, I actually disagree with the faces that they show, but this is going to explain the rating scale. You can disregard the actual faces here. I need the right where it okay, so there's no 10s. God tier. Basically, no one meets the standard. 9.5, that's the top 0.002%. I disagree with some of these faces, whatever, doesn't matter. A 9 or 9.5, extremely rare. This range will consist of the best looking women of all time, with virtually every facial feature being top tier. These women have great bone structure, strong projected jaw, high set prominent zygomatic processes, excellent facial symmetry and harmony, large almond eyes, full lips, fine eyebrows. Skin will show intact collagen and be clear, both signs of youthfulness. The face will be almost perfectly harmonious, with a majority of facial features being feminine and cohesive. Supermodels and some actresses can be found in this category. Scroll down. 8, uncommonly seen, these women are attractive with and without makeup and have high facial aesthetics. Face consists of attractive and feminine features, rounder, large eyes with the little upper eyelid exposure, high cheekbones, feminine, small chin, and overall soft and harmonious traits. Face may not be perfect, including 1 or 2 less attractive or more masculine features. However, this is negligible overall. Models and actresses can be found in this category. Scroll down. 7, somewhat uncommon and the most attractive women seen on a day-to-day basis. These women stand out from the crowd and may be able to model or be successful as an Instagram model or influencer. A majority of facial features will be feminine and attractive, but they may possess a few flaws. Bulbous nasal tip, slight asymmetry, long mid-face. The overall face is attractive and has good harmony. 6, these women will be good looking with mostly positive facial features and some negative features. Hair and skin will be healthy. Face will be attractive to a majority of people, but may be polarizing to some. Overall, face will be harmonious, and these women will be considered better looking than average. 5.5, these women will be above average and somewhat good looking, with some positive facial features and some negative features. Hair and skin will be healthy. Face will be somewhat attractive to some people, but only be slightly above average to others. Overall, face will be fairly harmonious, and these women will be considered better looking than average. 5, the majority of women fall in this range. Face is not head turning, but makeup can be used to accentuate facial features to the point of being considered slightly attractive to a decent amount of people. Facial flaws may be noticeable: recessed maxilla, narrow palate, asymmetry, excess upper eyelid exposure, excess buccal fat, and imperfect skin. 4, a decent amount of women fall into this range, and they will not be considered particularly attractive, but also are not ugly. Possible flaws are noticeable masculine features: bushy eyebrows, large nose, strong chin. Face lacks harmony, and flaws detract from overall attractiveness. These women may possess a niche or unconventional face or style. 3, these women are considered unattractive by a majority of people. Many facial flaws will be noticeable. Overall, these women lack an appealing face, but are not repulsive. 2, every facial feature will be below average and unattractive. These women are considered ugly by almost all of the population. Potential flaws: extreme asymmetry and little facial harmony. 1, every facial feature will be well below average and very unattractive. These women are considered very ugly by all of the population. Is there more? Scroll down. No appeal whatsoever. Okay, there. My bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to go there. Does that help at all?
Yeah, it actually does. So did you show this because I said in 10 years I think I'll have better features than today?
No, you were
Or
going
you showed
back,
this because of the Rachel? Like, I just want to clarify.
You were going back to the conversation about rating on a 1 to 10 scale.
Oh, okay. Actually, after viewing that, I would say that I'm 7, but specifically they said don't say 7. They said you cannot choose 7, so that's
Okay.
actually exactly what I said.
Here, why don't we just try to get through this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I answer?
And also,
Nope.
sorry, Rachel, I called you ugly because after reading that, actually, I would say what they defined, the category that I personally feel like was close to the description, they actually said is not considered ugly. So,
Okay.
sorry about that, but you're,
What a sweet
I mean,
piece.
I don't want to, obviously, I don't want to like point
No,
out,
I've been on
but if you
the
really
show
are
before.
wondering why I said that, I can explain. And I think it would actually pretty much
That's
match.
cool. So anyways, back to
that doc.
this. So anyways, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time?
10 years, yes.
Okay, so you're 26, you'll be better looking at 36. What about 20 years' time? 46?
No.
Okay.
I still
and then,
stand by that, no.
Were you better looking at 18 or are you better looking now at 26?
Now,
Okay.
yeah. That's why.
You're 26. Are you going to be better looking in 10 years' time?
No.
And are you better looking now at 26 than you were at 18?
I would say yes.
Okay. You're 24, better looking in 10 years' time?
Yes.
At 34, okay, better looking in 20 years' time at 44?
No.
Okay. You're 28, better looking in 10 years' time at 38?
Yes.
Better looking in 20 years' time at 48?
No.
And then were you better looking at 18 as compared to now at 28?
No.
So better looking now?
Yes.
Okay.
I hope I look better in 10 years.
Okay, so you're 23, better looking at 33?
Yeah,
Better looking at 43?
probably not.
Okay. Going to you, you're 22, better looking in 10 years' time at 32?
I think yes.
Better looking at 42?
No.
Okay. Sheena, you're 50, better looking in 10 years' time?
I think I'm not gonna look as good. No.
Okay. And I think, yeah, okay, that's fine. So, that's crazy. You know what, for those of you, you know what, here, chat, this is what I want you guys to do, or the Discord. Discord, if you recall from Sunday's show, we're going to do a comparison here. So you guys can do the AI age thing on, did anybody say here better looking in 20 years?
No,
I don't think anybody.
anyone said that. Yeah.
Okay. To who?
Did you say it?
They did it to everybody on the panel. No shit. I love it. Perfect. And did they do the comparison? I hope that's lovely. Let's go through it.
Oh my god, I'm excited.
All right. All right. So you guys all think you're going to be better looking when you're older. Here we go. All right.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Why do you got to start with me though?
You look like Santa.
Oh my god.
That's 10 years?
And that's 20 years or 10?
Or 10 or 20.
No,
That's like 50.
That's me in 1 year probably. Okay. Thank you guys. Appreciated that one.
Oh my
That was me
god.
yesterday.
Whoa.
That was me yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, you're kind of pretty.
Yikes.
10
Kinda
years?
look pretty.
Actually,
You want to see my grandma who's 88? That's what she looks like, but with no hair. Oh my gosh.
I look like an old English woman. I wonder how I'm gonna look
Oh
like.
my gosh.
No, they're bumping
The
it up.
bumpies?
Yeah. They're bumping up like
I change my hair color.
Bro, they made you George Washington.
Yeah, I was going to say that. You look like a president.
Wow.
Wow, you
Actually,
aged
that's
well.
pretty good.
yeah. When I'm gonna be 60, maybe, yeah.
Oh, you got beautiful.
scared.
I want to take advice.
It's really 10 years.
Almost the same.
Not bad.
Are you seeing this AI?
Oh my
Let's
god.
go.
This is all of us when we get out of
They
here.
probably recognize it. Did I like Botox?
Wait, Austin, can you pull the Discord back up? Pull it back up really quick. Windows tab. Can you just scroll on the tab on the left there? Can you scroll it up? Yeah, all the way up. Yeah, thank you. That's good. Damn, that's crazy. Wait, there's screenshots of the girl from the video you were just talking about. What? I don't know what that is, but okay.
The Colt?
I wanna say
Oh,
something too.
Is it that one?
Should I have Andrew jump back in, or?
No, you should have. I think you should have a bit of a back and forth.
Okay, what do you have in mind? Anything in particular?
I mean, did you have anything you wanted to?
Well, I noticed that when Andrew said what he was looking for in a wife was a good mom and someone who's going to obey, that got quite a reaction from the panel. So I don't know if any of the girls want to ask about that, because they seemed like they thought that was a bad, naughty word, the obey word.
I mean, I'm not looking for a dictator. Like, I don't want someone who's going to tell me what to do and I got to follow it, like, with my tail between my legs, you know? But I think obey was too strong to say. I would say someone who's just submissive. Like, I still want my opinion and my voice to be heard in the relationship, but I would do what my man tells me to do for the most part.
Okay, so how is that? Okay, we got to figure out where the line is. When you say submissive, but you're like, well, I'll submit when I'm in the mood. Like, how is that submission?
Well, because it's kind of like, well, yeah, you're right then, because I'm not fully submissive then, I would say. Like, if my man tells me, like, come here, or do this, or do that, I'll do that. But if it's going against my own personal, like, beliefs and thoughts, like, I'm not going to do it. Like, I'm just not.
Well, here's where this comes into play. It's not like, so I don't know if people think that Andrew's just telling me, like, stand up, sit down, eat this much, don't eat that. He's not doing that. But it's like, so if there comes a point where we disagree on something, like let's say we need to buy a new house, Andrew gets a job offer somewhere and he's like, okay, I got a job offer, but part of that is we got to move to Mexico, right? And I don't really want to move to Mexico. What do you think, as a married couple, what do you think the right move is there?
Well, if he's the financial provider for the family, then I feel like the right move is for you to go with him and figure it out.
But what if I don't want to?
Yeah.
Well, then that's on you. That's your.
Well, what would you do? What would you do if your husband's like, listen, I'm taking this job, we're moving to Mexico, and you're like, but I want to be close to my mom, and I like my friends here, and I don't want to go to Mexico. I want to stay here. Like,
no, I'm like, let's go. Like, I'll call my mom. I'll talk to her on the phone. That's okay. Like, I did it already. I got married.
But what if it's somewhere you really don't want to go? Okay, what if it's like Pakistan?
Pakistan's insane. Okay. Whoa. Honestly, I think I would kind of like visit first to see if this is the right fit for me as well, and see if we can do the long distance thing. But I'm all about like family too. So like my husband is my family member now. So, and I like priorities within that household, not my mom and sisters and stuff like that. So honestly, if I have to move to Pakistan, I will, but I would just go back home a lot, or vice versa. I'll stay home and visit him a lot. I don't know.
Okay, what if your husband gives you a spending limit? Like, what if he says, look, babe, we have financial goals, and you can only spend this much per month on, your personal spending. And you're like, well, I can't get my hair done, my nails done, my makeup that I like to buy. That's not enough. I need like double that. Like, what if you guys have an issue about finances like that? Are you going to submit to what he says there or no?
No, he's going to have to let me work.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so then why? Let me just ask then, if that's the way it works, if that's the deal for the man, why would he want to marry you?
Well, he ain't got to.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, why would a man want to have children and make a lifelong commitment to somebody who's like, well, I'm going to do what I want though?
Well, I just feel like choose your partner wisely. Like, we all come with our own flaws. So it's like, if you don't like that, I like to get my hair done and my nails done, and I think it's a priority for me to look good, which is what attracted you. I just feel like, well then, I don't know. I just literally forgot my whole point. But
so I just feel like you're married. You have 2 kids with your husband, and he gets in an accident at work, and now you do have to work, and all he gets is like disability pay, and your budget, like your income is half what it used to be. So now you truly can't afford to get your hair done, get your nails done, get the like brand name makeup. You gotta just like you still have a roof over your head, you still have food, you still have heat. The basics are there, but you don't get any of the luxuries anymore. Are you gonna like stick it out with him, or are you out at that point?
No, I'm holding it down. Like, honestly, like, I'm really self-sufficient. So luckily for me, if we're talking about me personally, I know how to do my own hair. I know how to do my own makeup. I do.
Forrest Gump donated $200. Chair number 1, I'm not as thought as you drunk I am, officer.
What?
Who's chair number one?
Well, I guess I'm asking, like, why is it two different answers that you gave me? Like, if you're willing to go without stuff if things go wrong, why would you not be willing to go without stuff if your husband says we have financial goals, you know, for now we got to pare down the budget? Why are you instantly like, well, I'm going to go to work? What if he doesn't want to put his kids in a daycare? What if he's like, I don't want my kids raised in a daycare. I want my wife to raise my kids. You're going to prioritize hair?
No, it's not that I would prioritize hair. I just kind of feel like if that's our goals for our family and I'm so capable to work, yeah, you want me to stay home and take care of the children. I don't know. It's kind of like I would do it and I wouldn't at the same time. It's just like I want what I want. If I can't have it at that moment because I know there's a bigger goal in mind, then I'll for sure sacrifice that. But if I don't have to, I'm not going to. Like, if you kind of get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it's like you might lose some battles to win the war.
Yeah.
But like you love this person, you can kind of see the vision long term.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
But if you guys expect a provider, why would a provider have to why would you have to agree to everything he decides? If he says, this is what the finances are, I'm the provider, you've got everything you need and most of what you want, but look, I'm going to say no to some things. What makes you feel like you have this, well, I should still be able to just have whatever I want? Like, I'm asking, how can you ask for both? How can you say provide for me, but also I'm going to make the decisions, I'm going to do what I want, I'm going to be willful, and it's all about me and what I want. And if you say, this is how I want things to be, if I agree, I'll go along, but if I disagree, I'm just going to do what I want anyway. You would never sign up for that. You would never marry somebody or sign up for a job where somebody was going to be like that to you. If you were the boss and you're interviewing an employee and they're like, well, I'll listen to you when I agree, but when I don't agree with you, I'm just going to do what I want. You would not hire that person as an employee.
Did you say that?
No, honestly, I feel
Right?
like that's one of the biggest issues I have in relationships is that because that's how I am. It's kind of like you tell me and I'm like, okay, I'm cool with that. And the minute I'm not cool with something, I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. So that's kind of
Right.
like one of the
No.
biggest issues I do have in a relationship, which is you're kind of like.
Also, you're not an employee.
Yeah.
Well, but if
I think not everyone is like that. That's like double standard.
Being a submissive wife, then yes, you are. To be submissive is to be subordinate. It means that you are not in charge. It means that there is somebody above you who has authority over you. And this is my little old lady wisdom for you girls. I remember the specific moment when I was very young in my early 20s and I realized this. If you want a man who is about business and he can handle his shit and he's a good leader and he's competent, he's independent, he's one of these top tier guys that you want that's confident and knows what he's doing, that type of man is not going to put up with strong independent woman bullshit. He's not going to put up with you stepping on his dick all the time and going, well, but I think we should be doing it this way and I really don't agree with you. If you want a guy who's going to put up with that, he's going to be a little bit of a softer, beta kind of guy who's going to let you walk all over him, and you're probably not going to be attracted, and you're probably not going to respect him. So you kind of have to pick one. If you want
I don't know about the respect.
No, it's true.
No,
You're not
because
gonna-
listen.
Forrest Gump donated $200. Chair number 3, you are a 9.5. God bless the United Kingdom, and I hope we are not cousins. Long live Andrew and Rachel.
I told you she's gorgeous.
But that's very kind.
I think people respect different things. So I actually did agree with, most of that statement from Rachel, where it probably won't be a guy who's so demanding all the time. And my two exes were exactly like what you kind of described, the confident alpha male, so many successful businesses, everyone wants to be him, the guys are trying to be his mentee and whatever. And then, I actually didn't really respect how he would kind of project that into our relationship and be controlling me. By the way, I didn't say that I am extreme. I didn't say that I want to be submissive in a relationship because of these two experiences. I realized that actually I respect someone who cares about what I think.
But a confident man cares about what you think.
Andrew just doesn't care about what I think. I mean,
I've definitely suspected that, but I feel like it might be a persona. So
No, it's I
mean, because seriously, I don't think you guys would be together if he didn't actually care. But I will say sometimes online it comes off that way.
well, that's because sometimes it is that way. There are times where if he knows something is important and stuff has to get done and there's like a deadline and he doesn't have time for a bunch of quabbling and like
so you're
just
being
how he did with chair
unreasonable
number-
because that's the difference. I would never do that actually because I'm very reasonable. I used to be a tech founder too. I used to be the CPO, and I just wouldn't do things that are not reasonable. If there was a deadline, if there was something urgent, I would do like basically just risk analysis or whatever. Basically, like I'm just doing SWOT analysis all the time when we're making decisions together. We would discuss, and then we would pick something that is reasonable together. And
okay,
sometimes
but
for financial,
you realize that over the course of a whole lifetime, there will be times for every couple where they hit a point with something where they just don't agree.
I agree.
And so the question is, what do you do then?
I actually kind of answered this earlier. So for financial and home, I will go with my man's choice, basically his opinion, if we're really at like an impasse. And then for mental, emotional health, physical health, lifestyle, it would be me actually. So that's kind of how
What do you mean by lifestyle? If you were married, but what do you mean by lifestyle?
Oh, I just mean lifestyle, like how fit are we? What are we eating? What are we putting into our bodies? Like, are we getting walks? Because these really are things that when two people are so busy, just basically workaholics, someone has to think about it.
Frank the Tank donated $200. I'd rather have 1,000 lives with Rachel and what Andrew and her have than be with you 304s. Girls versus the real woman.
What's 304?
It's hoe.
304s, they're calling us whores.
Well, the things you say that you would like to be in charge in are quite feminine things. So, cooking and making sure your husband goes for walks and stuff. Well, you said about what food you eat. So
yeah, we order because I only cook as a hobby because I actually really like.
Hobby?
Yeah. Wait, cooking as a hobby? Yeah.
Yeah.
We usually eat out. But like occasionally I did cook the other day as a hobby, and like I love cooking for my mans when I'm not tired or stressed
even
or
if you're
worried
tired,
about
you're
business.
supposed to cook. You're not. It's not.
I think supposed to is
not an
objective because
option.
I never told. No. Listen, I never said at any point in the relationship of meeting this guy that I cook. All my exes know, like I'm not that I cook, I clean, but I still handle things like emotional, mental, physical health, taking into consideration both people's long-term well-being.
I want to tell you something. From the place I come from, a woman that don't know how to cook and not passionate about it, she's not considered a good catch. Because
I don't cook, I don't clean.
Cooking coming with passion.
I've been proposed to twice by quality. My last multi-millionaire, a lot of people's dream guy, he proposed. I was the one who broke it off.
It's a dream guy only to girls who come from nothing. For girls who know life, she's not dreaming on a billionaire because a billionaire gonna have control over you.
Yes, control. Exactly. That's why I actually respect someone who respects my opinion.
When you have kids with a billionaire, right? If he doesn't like you, you'll be replaceable.
I agree.
No matter what.
I agree. And this is a choice, right? I think that kind of does go back to what Rachel was saying. Let's say that Rachel was talking about like the top 1%, these desirable men or whatever, but like you are still replaceable.
But
they don't really respect you that much.
Listen, it's only desirable to people who come from nothing. People who know life and know how the life of game and how life operates.
Yeah,
they're not looking for the title, like a millionaire, I have this car, I have this job, a lawyer,
That's true. I don't think
they're looking for a real steady man that be grounded and protect them and love them. That's the whole point.
I think that's
because millions you can make together.
What I've been saying. Yes, I've basically been saying that. Look, if we ever have an impasse, that was the original question. This is how I would deal with the conflict resolution as a reasonable person.
A woman can lead her man to be super successful and rich, and a woman can lead her man to destruction.
Okay,
I'm not talking about everything you take personally. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking in general.
Yeah.
I'm saying some women literally can take their man for destruction. And a woman, if you're gonna have kids, you need to know how to cook, how to clean, how to work, how to improvise, how to provide also in a way, because God forbid in your man fall down, you the one that have to handle and do everything. You said, no, I'm not cooking just for hobby. No, I know how to order takeout. But you need to be all these ingredients,
What I'm hearing is you need to bring enough things to the table, right?
I have a question that maybe nobody's thought to ask yet to Shina. So Shina, you seem to have a lot of wisdom to share. You seem to be really jump in there. You said you're 50, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're just only a little bit older than me. You know, I'm 44. You said you're still waiting for your king. So why is it, since you seem to have all this knowledge and you seem to understand how relationship dynamics work, you're willing to give advice, you have a lot of wisdom, why is it that you haven't found your king yet, do you think?
I tell you, I know exactly why. First of all, I live in America, and sorry to say that, but majority of men that I'm surrounded with in Los Angeles are really sissy, gay mentality. They're not masculine enough for me. If I would meet a man that is a real all-American man, maybe been in the army or strong and opinionated and a good man, I would marry him yesterday. I just got out of a relationship of 4 years that we were almost engaged. So
not the divorce.
Unfortunately, no, I was married for 10 years. Unfortunately, I tell you what, I'm not jumping into a relationship. For me, I'm not going to tolerate one-night stands or just hookups. I need a guy to really commit to me. And because of how I look and I take care of myself, a lot of the guys, they get scared because they think another gold digger from Los Angeles. So when they get to know me, of course they like me, but until I meet that guy that would understand my value and that I would be attracted to him emotionally, physically, it's really hard for me. Like it's so hard to, and I'm not on dating apps, by the way. I don't want to be on dating apps because I want it to happen naturally. I don't want to go with a guy that go with 20 girls and start feeling stressed about dinner because he already took last week 5 or 6 girls to dinner. I want to have a real gentleman with values. I'm praying and you know, want it to happen, but I'm not approaching guys. If a guy want to approach me, I'm not going to approach him.
So you're too hot and you're too awesome.
I don't think I'm too hot at all.
That's not what she said.
It's not what I'm saying. Please don't twist my words. And don't twist my words because that's not what I said. I said because how I look, I intimidate guys. I didn't say I look good. I think something about my look make them look, obviously you don't know what I'm doing. I own a business of facial injections. So I do it for 16 years. I do Botox fillers. I do all the Russian techniques of faces, right? So because I work on myself and I like to make myself look good, obviously because of the majority of what you have in America that do injections, you know, they're not going to think that one woman like me that do injections to herself or whatever, she's going to be a little bit different. But I do love old values. I come from Israel. You understand? Most of the women in Israel look like me. They love to take care of themselves. Even if they go to the army, they would never miss their Botox appointment, right? That's just how I am with my mentality.
Okay, so you can't find a man who's not a pussy. So have you thought of like going to the Midwest, to the South?
I actually moved to Texas. I just come back from Texas 4 months ago because I opened a business there. The only problem, my son is 21 now. He's in LA. I don't have like close friends in Texas. I find myself 6 months in Texas all by myself, trying to go out alone, going to dinner alone, hard for me to mingle. I don't have like friends that I grew up with or that I hang out with. So I end up coming to LA and saying, my God, it's miserable. Like LA is difficult for me socially. But when I go to Texas, it's also miserable to me socially because I don't know anybody. I try to go out with some clients, I tried, but I'm going actually to the General of the Marines invited me to a private event. So I'm waiting and excited and participating.
I've just noticed a pattern. That you really, really like to talk. And I do too. I'm a talker as well. But you really like to talk, and you really like to talk about yourself and hear yourself talk. And I'm just wondering if you've considered that maybe those qualities might be off-putting to the type of men that you want to attract.
A good point. I'll tell you, when I actually meet a man, I don't talk at all. They think, what's wrong with you? Are you shy? I only talk when I'm debating or when I'm doing something like that on the media.
God forbid she talks on a podcast where she was invited to talk.
Yeah, but no, I talk in a lot of podcasts. But, I don't know. You don't know my history. I was an actress for 20 years. I did a lot of TV and comedy. I was doing stand-up comedy, actually. And I'm used to being on the spotlight. I came to America. I never tried to be an actress, never tried to be on the media. It happens when I, start to go and post videos of things of how I saw society. But to your question, wait, let me just finish.
No,
to your question, I wish I would meet a man. I miss so many opportunities because when I see an attractive guy, I just close and embarrassed to talk to him because I don't know what to say. What am I gonna say? Hey, I like you. Like if he's not gonna approach me, what am I gonna say? It's
Well, I
hard.
think- wait, this is a little off tangent, but I think when we went around and said like why our previous relationships ended, like I don't know if we got around to you.
I can say. Do you want to know?
Yeah, I'm like
Alright, guys,
genuinely
Andrew's
curious.
back. Thanks for having me on.
Oh
Nice
my
to meet you all.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
So
I'm genuinely
my
curious.
previous relationship
Yeah.
ended. You're not gonna believe for something really stupid.
Oh really?
I'm Moroccan, Black, and Russian descent.
Uh-huh.
My ex-boyfriend, Tunisian descent, which is similar to Moroccan, but his Tunisian mother
Tunisian,
didn't
yes.
like me because I'm Moroccan. It's competitive,
Yes.
and he was like a mama boy.
I get it.
So it was a big, all the time
Oh,
back and
gosh.
forth. And I'm not gonna argue with his mother because this is the first woman in his life. She loved him, and I kind of step back. If this is more important to him and he's not fighting for me, I'm not gonna fight for a man if they doesn't fight for me.
Yeah, generally I avoid
it.
these kind of guys because my ex was a
That's
bit
it.
similar.
It took me literally just 3 months ago to get out of it. It was such
my
a heartbreak
gosh.
for me because I thought we're gonna be together forever.
I'm so sorry. I've been
No,
there.
it's okay. That's
I'm
life.
truly
You
sorry.
have to
yeah.
deal with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like for me, it's so hard to meet men. Like I know all the girls say, "Oh, I'm going on a date." Like why nobody invite me on a date? Maybe because my age. I don't know.
I don't know.
Nobody invite me on dates ever. Yeah, like maybe sometimes,
Well,
but very rare.
Yeah. Maybe it's intimidating. I don't know. But then if you're shy with guys, then maybe it's not intimidating. Maybe it's too shy. I don't know.
No, but
I
I'm
honestly
not gonna,
don't know.
I don't think a woman should approach a man. It's more. I think for the long run, when you approach him, it's always catch you back.
But how long will you wait? If you're waiting on your king and you don't want to approach guys, like I'm genuinely curious, is there a timeline? Like what's
I tell
the
you what, I
thinking?
was planning to go to Israel 4 times because of the war. I didn't go because I lost like 30 friends in October 7. And I'm like, if I'm going now and they shooting people on the streets, I'm not gonna go. I already got injured twice. So I'm literally waiting for the war to
Yeah,
end.
but hang on, we're gonna move past the Israel talk here, though.
Oh, yeah,
because
No, what I'm trying to say is that I'm waiting for the war to end so I can go there and maybe find a husband.
I think that I know a lot of people will sort of scoff at it when you say if you're attractive, you get approached less by men. But I do think that is true. There is like a small amount of truth in that just in general. But I think that, a lot of us have ideals about a man should always approach me and things like that. I think sometimes, like what we were saying earlier, I want a woman who's a virgin, but if she was an amazing mother, this, that, and the other, that I would accept a woman who wasn't a virgin. I think us as women have to also have that flexibility of, oh, it would be ideal, but I haven't had a date in 6 weeks. Maybe I do need to approach a few men and just see how that goes. And have some flexibility with your standards, or be willing to change some things.
Talking about me?
Yeah, well, everyone in general, but I also agree that you will have fewer men approach you when you're more attractive as well.
I tell you what, I think I was married for 10 years. It was really, to get out of a marriage and to become single again, especially when you're a single mom, it's so difficult because, when I tried to date men when I was a single mom, like young single mom with a little kid, I realized the majority of men, what they want is just sex because if you're a single mom, maybe you need help with money. And when I realized that, I kind of shut down and focused on raising my baby, and I said, if it's not a serious relationship, and who's going to be in a serious relationship unless it's a man that already have kids himself? And I also immigrated here. I've been alone as an immigrant. I had to learn what's going on in America, how to live here. It was really a long time for me, but it is what it is. It's in the hands of God. Whatever needs to happen. I'm not stressing.
It's so wholesome when it's just the girlies talking, the woman.
What do you say? What's so
I said it's so
hostile?
It's so peaceful when it's just the woman talking.
You mean boring?
I wonder why.
Not boring. Trust me.
I mean, not good for the brand, but
Is it? Let me actually
help
see.
me out here.
Let me.
Kami.
Well, you see the clips. You see the people
Can
who
you
don't like it.
say the word woman?
woman.
Now say the word women.
Women.
Wait.
Okay.
Oh.
Women. Say
Oh, women
women.
is
Did I say
correct.
women?
He's
Oh,
correcting you.
I've
I didn't
seen,
even
you know,
know.
I've seen a clip where Andrew was correcting. I kept saying woman, 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 but it doesn't come naturally to me. Sorry.
I didn't grow up here, so
I'm
I
actually
don't know the-
trilingual.
Yo,
and
Robert
English is
Tanner.
not my first
Robert
language.
Tanner, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Really appreciate it. We have Pelagic here.
What?
And
Wait,
Tim-
you have a Valley Girl accent.
Yeah, isn't that
I
crazy?
know,
But-
you've been
and I grew up
inundated
in
with
Yes,
English. You
exactly.
have
grew up
But
in Silicon
wait,
Valley.
Andrew, I
Isn't
want to
that so
answer
crazy?
him. Wait, I want to answer him.
We're going to
Yeah.
be here for fucking
I could
till
do
3
I
a.m.
could
if
do
you guys
whatever
keep this
accent
shit
I
up,
like,
dude.
darling.
That's
So
really good.
I could do whatever accent I like. So I'm very good with accents.
That's very good.
But sometimes
I only have one.
I don't know the correct words.
That's really
I'm
good.
literally, I sit down within a
love
minute.
that.
I'm
You guys
already
should talk
interrupted.
into-
Okay. Pelagic, thank you for the super chat, man.
God.
Intimidated by your looks, you're a confrontational loudmouth. That's why. Do you have a response
Maybe,
to
and
that?
I accept it.
All right, Pelagic, thank you for the super chat, man. All right. We have NTPEB, Chair 1. Quit trying to be smart. You're either trolling or r-slurred. Please do us all a favor and do not reproduce. I wish you're... Okay. I'm not going to read that. After last show and tonight, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Brian. Oh, the solipsism, eh? Okay. We have Living Here. 2 hours behind, but Jesus fucking Christ, Brian is on his fat gun of a period. True. Not simping, but I love the British accent. Lost my virginity to a Brit, but of course, it was a fucking Scouser. The
Scouser.
What's a
the only
Scouser?
bad British accent.
It's somebody from Liverpool
Oh.
or Birkenhead area.
All right. Yo, the dude, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much, man. And then we have Alec Lewis coming in here in just a moment. Thank you for the $100 donation. Listen, ladies, I'm a veteran who fought for this country and spilled blood for this country. I can tell you my brothers who died in combat didn't die for women like you. They did for women like Rachel. Alec Lewis. Thank you, man. Appreciate the message there. Thank you, man. All right. I want to get through all the reacts and hold on. What is that? Okay, one sec, guys. Let's start with the first tweet, Austin. We're just going to go through the tweets. We'll get through the rest of the show notes, and we'll try to go as quick as possible here. We're very behind, though. All right. Oh, no, not this. Next. All right, we're going to get to... No, we already did this. Next. We're going to get to Ruby's tweets. Ruby, you said, still fascinates me how men will slut-shame women but still watch porn. Does that still...
Yeah, so I think, is that tweet 2 years old?
And?
I think it's... I wouldn't tweet that now because I just wouldn't say that on my Twitter, but I think it is interesting that men will actively go out and speak about I hate women who do porn but will still consume porn. I do think that is...
Well, so if I enjoy watching professional football, do I have to play professional football?
No, but if you enjoy watching football but you're constantly tweeting, I hate footballers, I do think that's interesting.
I actually don't because, look, I personally, I don't recommend porn consumption, but I actually don't think there's anything wrong with a man who watches porn, and maybe this isn't what you're trying to get at, but a man who watches porn but also would not date a woman who's either promiscuous or involved in porn. Is that the point you're trying to make?
No,
she's not talking
that's
about
not the
dating.
point. No, so the point I made when I tweeted that was just as simple as people being nasty to women who do porn but still enjoying watching porn. So I think there's a very big difference between not agreeing with what someone does or being like, I wouldn't date a sex worker, and then being outright publicly...
I'm not sure if this really tracks so much. So, like, for example, you familiar with the musical artist R. Kelly?
Oh, God.
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, so this man has been accused of, I believe he's not just been accused, but convicted of various sex crimes, right? Yeah. I mean, what's this fucking song? I Believe I Can Fly. Yeah. That's a fucking banger. You could still like the song and be like, damn, this guy's a terrible person.
Yeah.
But he's not. You wouldn't be saying he's a terrible person because he wrote that song. You'd be saying he's a terrible person because of something else he did. So you could be like, "Wow, I love this porn star, but it's a shame she killed her husband. That's really terrible." You know, that's what you're saying. What I'm saying is, I think it's interesting how men will say, "I love this porn star, but she's fucking horrible slag." I think it's a bit.
Well, help me out here. If a person's doing heroin, but they don't like heroin dealers, isn't that the same exact concept here?
Yeah, and porn is an addiction, so I think that is the same.
Yeah, so if the idea here, you think that people who are on heroin shouldn't criticize heroin dealers?
No, absolutely. Absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying. So when I tweeted that 2 years ago, it was when I was a lot more naive about the industry as well. So I was...
Are you going? Oh my God, dude. Okay.
Sorry, what's going on?
I don't know what's going on fucking back here. You guys have been the most fucking disruptive fucking panel we've had in a really fucking long time. Holy shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I said earlier when I came on the show, my views have changed on like the sex work industry and stuff like that, and I do believe that, you know, had my circumstances been different, I wouldn't have gotten into that industry, and that's why, you know, I stopped making content and stuff like that. But when I tweeted that, the point I was making was that I think it is, you know, distasteful for men to actively shame women who do porn when they consume it. Now my stance on it would be that porn is an addiction. I don't think young men should be watching it.
I don't think that.
Yeah, but I don't understand how that relates. What if they're watching it, but they're still criticizing the women who are in it? This would be the exact same concept as the heroin addict.
The heroin addict
criticizing the
concept
dealer.
doesn't even make sense.
Why?
Because in the porn situation, the person is the product, and in the heroin situation, the dealer is not the product. The heroin's the product, so it's not the same.
No, I think it is a similar analogy. I think it does make sense.
Whoa. Let's back up and let's just see if we can make sure if this tracks or it doesn't track.
I mean, I could be wrong, but just...
Yeah, I just want to make sure if this tracks or doesn't track. So your idea here is that you must be the thing. So this is just a basic argument from hypocrisy that she's making. She's saying that if you're, for instance, fat, you can't criticize fat people, right? Things like this. But it has, the reason that an argument from hypocrisy is fallacious is because it doesn't make any sense. If you're a fat person and you tell a fat person that they would be a lot healthier if they weren't fat, you would be correct, right? So you would be correct. So just tangling with it by saying, well, it's hypocritical doesn't mean anything, right?
Well, I didn't say it was hypocritical in the tweet. I said it was interesting, and then I said my stance on it now is that I do believe that it's an addiction.
Well, what makes it interesting?
Well, but back then, when I was active on OnlyFans and stuff, I was more pro-sex work, so I had more of the, oh, well, if you're enjoying watching it and you're paying for it and stuff, why are you coming on here and, you know, slut-shaming?
Yeah, because you would be a hypocrite, right?
Yeah, but I think I would be also, when I say it's interesting,
right.
I'm interested to hear what men have to say about it, not just to say men shouldn't think that. I would just be more interested to hear why men think that way.
No,
but as I've gotten older, I do believe that it's an addiction.
Yep, I get it. I understand your stance. I'm not even objecting to the stance. I'm just saying that when Chair 1 says, Kybra says, well, wait a second, no, it's not. You can't make this comparison because in one, the woman is the product, and the other, there's an external product. It doesn't matter because the intent of the pusher is the same, whether they're the product or not the product. It's totally irrelevant. Both criticisms are just an argument from hypocrisy, both of them. So it's easy enough to just say, okay, but here's why that's faux reasoning. You shouldn't reason that way because it leads to bad conclusions, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So, if there's a demand, why are you criticizing?
I'm sorry, I have to move things on. Next tweet. Why don't I have you read it, Ruby? It's your tweet. Go ahead.
Okay, question for you high-value men. Would you rather have a girl who has a high body count or a very low body count but has an OnlyFans?
Andrew, what's your answer to this?
Who has a low body count but has an OnlyFans?
Yeah,
That's
so
the question.
yeah, would you rather
or has a high body count? I just want to make sure. we're clear.
yeah, so someone with a high body count, so say someone who slept with like, I don't know, 50 people or something, but has never made OnlyFans content, or someone who slept with 2 people but has made OnlyFans content.
Okay, then yeah, I would take the one who has made OnlyFans content with the lower body count if I had to choose between the two.
I think I'd tend to agree if I had to choose between the two. Let's do the next tweet. I think, I'm going to say it, I think men prefer little titties. Okay, next. What the fuck? Okay, I don't know. Okay, next.
You should be findom.
If men hate girls who do porn so much, then stop watching it and put them out of a job. Simple. Okay, next. We already talked about that. If you're one of those people who calls trans girls men boys, then you can go ahead and unfollow me.
Oh my god.
Oh, I should have you read them, but whatever. So you mean like intentionally, what's the term? Misgendering or whatever?
I think it's unreasonable. Say if there was a trans person sat at this table and it was a trans woman and she looked like a woman, I think it would be really socially unreasonable to just say he, him for like no reason. Politically, I think it's different, but socially, I don't.
Yeah, so if we just say that, if we even grant that it would be rude, let's actually just talk about kind of the more core underlying thing here. Is it a male or a female?
So if a
transgender, hold on, the question is for her. Transgender woman, is it a male or female? Or are they a male or a female?
Do you mean like legally? Like in the eyes of the law, then yes.
I don't care what the law has to say.
Yeah, you are what you're born.
So biologically.
Biologically,
do you mean it
yeah.
by like the person or like I got confused by the it.
What do you mean?
Like when you said, is it male or female? Did you mean like, is the trans person male or female? Or are there parts private or male?
I misspoke. I meant,
okay.
I mean, I don't know if
hang on. Actually, he spoke correctly. You wouldn't even correct this. It wouldn't actually even make any sense to correct Brian on this. If you're you don't know what a thing is, it is referenced as it because you don't know what it is. So it's totally correct inside of the language that we speak to reference something if you don't know what it is to say it because you don't know what it is.
But I was
she was trying to cancel me. She was trying to cancel me because
No, I actually still have the clarifying question.
You want me to define it?
No, like when you asked her, is it female or male? Were you asking about the person or
if
body part?
If somebody has a child, you're like, oh, is it a boy or a girl? It is totally acceptable.
Exactly.
It is totally acceptable.
I didn't say you can't say it. I just said, what did you mean by
No, you're trying
it?
to like get me like, oh,
no,
that's
I'm
what he
really
means.
not.
He means exactly that.
Are
He
you talking
means
about, is
if
this
you're
person male or female, or are their body parts male or female? Like, which one was your question?
Now you're shifting the goalposts.
That's literally what I said. Just play it back.
Your original grievance was about the use of the word it.
Because I needed clarification because that confused me. Are you saying, is this person a male or female?
Is it a boy or a girl in reference to a baby?
You just said in reference to a baby. So in reference to what? When you asked her that, in reference to what? That's exactly my question. Okay, a person. Okay, that's it. Thank you. That was so easy.
You don't know.
He didn't talk about dogs. He talks about human being, of course.
I wasn't sure if he was maybe referring to like body parts or what.
What? Okay.
Because why would you ask that?
Okay, so transgender woman, male or female?
Are you asking me now?
Yep.
Biologically, male. When I'm thinking, I'm not thinking because I don't know the answer. I'm thinking because I'm confused because we're saying man when we mean woman and woman when we mean man, and I think so. I think you are biologically what you are, but I also do believe socially that it's unnecessary to, if someone fits into, if someone just comes in here looking like a girl, I'm not going to say, well, are you really a girl? Like, it's unnecessary in my opinion.
Yeah, perhaps, but if having like a conversation about what's intellectually true,
that's
another conversation.
I agree, that's totally different.
Okay. Well, I actually want to talk about dating related to this. So, would you object to a man who would you object if a man refused to date a transgender woman?
Would I object?
Yeah, do you think that's objectionable or?
I think you should be able to date whoever you want.
Okay. So if I would not date a trans woman, no quarrel, no objections?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Specifically for the reason that they're a trans woman is what
Is the audio
question's
low?
asking.
Is the audio full? Okay. What about you?
Same. I wouldn't object. They can just do whatever they like and want. Date whoever they love.
Sure. So you're fine with it?
Yeah, that's their choice.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, really, truly.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just a sexual preference.
Yeah.
I would object.
You would object?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because that's kind of like them being like bisexual and right, like if they like you're saying like if my boyfriend wanted to date a transgender person.
No.
Or
like a random man, I think.
Oh, a random man?
Yeah.
Oh,
right?
I still wouldn't date them if they wanted to date
You
someone
definitely did not listen to the question at all. Let me repeat it. Would you object if a man did not want to date a trans woman?
No, I wouldn't object.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't object.
No, I think people are allowed to have preferences.
I agree, no.
Well, it's not that I object. I just think it's a man dressed up like a woman. It's not a woman. It's not a woman. If a regular man, call himself straight and date them, I think he's just as delusional and off a little bit, just like the other person who think he's a different gender.
All right, let me ask a follow-up question then. Is it straight for a man to date a trans woman?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I actually would call that pansexual.
Okay, so not straight.
No, it's not straight, but it's not gay either because gay men wouldn't go for trans women. I think it's its own sexuality, something niche.
Okay.
Not straight.
He's gay.
Not straight.
Not straight.
Not straight.
Wait, so you said yes, straight.
Yeah.
Okay. So, question for you really quick, and then we can't linger on this for too long.
Yeah.
So homosexual means same sex, right?
Yeah.
So when we say homosexual, it means same sex relationship.
Yeah.
And you would agree that trans women have not changed their sex, correct?
I don't know enough about the topic.
They changed they changed their gender, right? Not their sex though. They're still male.
Sure. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe are you trying to get me to say it's not straight?
Well, so straight is short form slang for heterosexual.
Oh, okay.
So if you have a male dating a male, would you agree that that's a homosexual relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. It couldn't be ever a heterosexual relationship because they're both male, right?
I'm not married to the concept that it's straight. I don't even actually know enough about this. It's kind of just whatever
that's
you
fine.
want it to be.
Let's do the next tweet. Can you just read these, please?
Why is it that so many men share the same irrational fear of being used for money that they don't have?
It's an interesting. I've heard this before. Like, they're scared of being gold dug, but they don't.
They don't got no
Well,
gold.
it's simple. It's just based around potentiality.
Whoa! Wait! What happened to the audio? Did you?
Because it's scuffed.
I posted it in Discord.
No. Okay. I think.
I do feel like that's in a very similar
Can you
realm
just
to
put it back to
Andrew's
where it was?
tweet about that we referred to earlier.
Yeah, the
It's still
answer
bad.
to this is pretty.
It's still bad. No, sorry. Go ahead. Keep talking, Andrew.
Well, the answer to this is pretty simple. It's the idea is that most people get married young, right? Or at least they used to. Now the average age is 30. But if you're with a person, especially in your 20s, it's going to be assumed that the man doesn't have very much in the way of resources, and they're generally married on resource potentiality. And so the idea here is that, okay, they accumulate a ton of resources and then they get taken to the divorce court ringer. So they're still afraid that even if they don't currently have any resources, that marrying a gold digger they would still look at the potential of outcome of resources and take them to the cleaner for it, right?
That's very insightful.
Okay, next, I guess.
No objections.
All right. Can you read these, please?
Oh, okay. Controversial opinion, but men need to work on themselves instead of expecting women to lower their expectations. I can bet you almost anything that the majority of these men do not have a lot of the following: fit body from regular gym, eating healthy, having a job where he works hard, having good manners, and having good social skills. I'm talking specifically about, the kind of men that will, be on Reddit, like really hating women, like incels and stuff. I'm not talking about general, nice men that are just nice.
Can you pull it back up really quick? Men need to work on themselves instead of expecting women to... Okay, so you're talking about incels.
I'm talking about men who complain about women's standards being too high.
Are they wrong?
Well, it depends if the woman's standard is too high.
Austin, you know that photo with the list that we've been meaning to pull up? It's like that woman in the restaurant, and she's got like a list.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just curious. You tell me this is what this woman wants. 5'11 plus, responds to text in under 2 hours, pays for dinner, makes a plan, liberal, but can lift heavy things, so physically fit. Also, she, just to be clear, pays for dinner, so she wants a provider, but she also wants a progressive liberal man, aka she's a feminist, aka she's not traditional, but she's demanding traditional treatment, has a passport, pretends to listen when I talk about Taylor Swift. Guys don't want to do that shit. And also 6-figure salary. I think it's, 15% of men, or I don't know the exact numbers, what the breakdown is in terms of salary, but she wants a guy who makes over $100,000 a year. And Austin, can you zoom in a little bit? Like make it big, zoom in, and then scroll down to her. Note she wanted a physically fit man, but scroll in on the arm. Funny in it.
Maybe she wants a guy to lead her to a healthy lifestyle.
I mean, are her expectations too high? She's an average-looking, overweight woman.
Yeah, I would say so, and I would say the list that she has there is different from the list in the other tweet, which was like, "Do you have a job? Are you nice?"
There was a, you were responding to a tweet?
No, I wasn't responding to her tweet. No.
No, you were responding to a tweet.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay. It just seems to me like a lot of women want a 6-foot guy, $100,000 a year.
But it doesn't say any. I didn't say that. I've never said that. Okay,
but those are the complaints that men are having when it comes to their perception of women having high expectations. You want a guy who's 6 foot, makes this much money, funny, charismatic, nice, all these million traits. Just like, okay, you want a guy who's 6 foot. That's only 15% of men. You've just excluded 85% of men.
My boyfriend's
just based
not
on
6
height.
foot.
I'm not talking about you. I'm saying in general. A lot of women want a tall guy.
I think those are pretty bad values, in my opinion.
Sure. Okay.
Just like listing them out like that. That's not like what I look for.
I think it's actually, it is.
Wait, it's not what you look for, like height and all that stuff?
No.
Okay. How tall was your last boyfriend?
I think he was like 6'2".
6'2"?
Yeah.
Oh, so like, that's the one that you broke up with 3 months ago.
He broke up with me.
But you dated him as recently as 3 months ago.
Yeah.
But he was 6'2", which is 4 inches taller than the average male height, and also is like 2 or 3% of men. But okay, your 2.5-year relationship, how tall was he?
I think he was maybe around that height.
6'2".
Like 6'1", 6 foot.
Well, women say they don't care about these things, but conveniently, how tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
Okay, conveniently, the 2 relationships that you've disclosed on this panel,
yeah,
they happen to be tall. I mean, so
The guy
Interesting how
before
that
that was
works.
the same height as me.
No, okay, sure,
But
that's fine.
I was just saying, like, those don't seem like very good values. I feel like when you're looking for a partner, your number one thing, or like, I'll just speak for myself. It's like, do I like who I am around this person? Do they inspire me to be a better person? It's like that kind of thing.
That's fair.
Well, I don't know how you get around attraction, though.
Oh yeah, no,
So-
attraction is real too, but it's attraction.
Yeah,
and
but
it's
I
always
mean, so
and.
women are going to be attracted to taller men, right? So it's like, it's not really a detriment in value for women to say, I'm attracted to tall men. I don't know that anybody would really object to that, because attraction is a thing which all relationships start with, right? There has to be some kind of attraction there. There might be some outlier relationships where, you know, all they care about is emotions, but physical attraction seems to be a key pinnacle foundation for most relationships between men and women.
Okay.
Let's do the next tweet. Would you ever suspect that I ruin men's arseholes for a living? Oh, I should have had you say that. Oh, well.
Did you want a comment on the tweet?
No, I just saw your tweet and thought that was interesting. When was that tweeted, by the way? When was that tweeted?
August 14, 2021.
Oh, okay, a while ago. All
Very
right,
long time
next.
ago. And I, for just the record, you know, have been quite honest and open that my
Next.
views have changed in the last, you know, like 2, 3, 4 years and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
do you want to read this
Wait,
one?
2014 was 16 years old?
Yeah, okay, moving on. Go ahead, read this one, please.
I don't know the answer, but it doesn't matter. It still validates my point that women are scared of men. Is that in a response to something?
It looks like it is, but Austin, can you see what it is before we pull it up?
Oh, yeah, it's TOS.
Is it TOS?
It's talking about unloving men.
It's talking about unliving men?
Yeah, women are afraid of men will. Well, no,
Oh,
unloving women, sorry. Is that TOS?
I don't. Is it just words?
Well, it's death. It's death. It's killed. Yeah.
I think it's fine. I think I know what it is. You can pull it up. Men are afraid women will laugh at them. Women are afraid men will kill them. Okay. Andrew, I feel like you might have thoughts on this one. This is a common sort of feminist talking point. Do you have any?
Well, I mean, it depends on what we're talking about. I wasn't able to read the second part of the tweet there, but I believe that you're referencing the Office of National Statistics. And this is an office which is in the UK, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the Office of National Statistics in the UK is talking about violent assaults, or is it talking about unaliving, or what's it talking about?
Can we pull it back up? Because I didn't get a chance to read it either, sorry.
I mean, I was more just interested in the first tweet. The secondary tweet is not particularly interesting.
Okay.
I mean, so there's...
Yeah, I don't know the answer, but it doesn't, yeah, it still validates my points that women are scared of men. So yeah, the kind of talking point here from the feminist side is that, well, wait, women are terrified of men because they could get physically assaulted. And we can kind of quibble over, when it comes to DV and things like that, who's really assaulting who. But I don't think that would invalidate any type of fear when you say that, well, men are afraid of getting laughed at by women. No, they have other legitimate fears of women, like being falsely accused of certain things, or being Me Too'd, or any number of various things which they run into with women, and those seem like they're just as legitimate a fear as women when they talk about these other things, such as DV and things like this. So.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think that tweet is like 2 years old, but I have since learned that, you know, a lot of men commit murders, but also a lot of men are also victims of murders, and a lot of violence is men on men as well. So
thank you, Robert.
My
also woman on man, and
yeah,
this
no,
this is often overlooked. That when we're looking at the national statistic rates on domestic violence now, you can make even a good argument that women are participating in DV towards men even more than men are towards women. And I can, if we got into, you know, SA stats, I could give you some good ones on that as well. But no, it's not really very cut and dry when it comes to the stats of who's really doing what to who.
Yeah, no, definitely, I would agree. And my opinion on that kind of stuff has changed as I've gotten a bit older, as I've been in like the relationship that I'm in now as well, and learned a lot more.
So it sounds like a man came in and just like
fixed me.
counter brainwashed your bullshit. That's what it sounds like. Is that what happened?
Yeah,
like some Jad came in and was like, listen, all this stuff that you're talking is bullshit, and we need to fix it. Is that what happened?
I used to be incredibly wokey, but it was, you know, I was uneducated in that sense. I didn't know much about politics and stuff, but I had what I thought was a good heart, and I thought I was, you know, doing the right thing and fighting the good fight and all that kind of stuff. But no, it's pretty accurate. You know, when I met my partner, he definitely taught me a lot, and you know, I started to see the world how it really is.
He didn't teach you to not call him your partner. Right?
Pardon?
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Robert.
You should fix that. You should fix ever calling him your partner.
Wait, what should?
Nobody ever wants to hear my partner. It's awful.
Maybe it's a British thing.
I feel you.
Wait, go back to the tweet really quick. Just go pull it up to the top.
So I caught on.
Yeah, the top of it. Men are afraid. So this is really the more interesting one, though. Men are afraid women will laugh at them. This is the one, the sort of feminist trope. Women are afraid men will kill them. I mean, it sort of downplays the amount of catastrophe women can inflict on men, and sort of tends to paint all men as these predators or violent or this sort of thing. I mean, typical feminist trope that women are wonderful and men are predators and this sort of thing. But it'd kind of be like if a man said, pull it back up really quick just so I can think of like a sort of counter. So women are afraid men will
well, sort of
fucking chuck them, and then pull it back up, please. Pull it back up. Women are afraid women are afraid that men will fucking chuck them, and men are afraid that women will falsely accuse them of rape, and then they'll spend 10 years in prison. It's just kind of like, okay, bro.
Yeah, and one of the ways, just a very quick analogy before he moves on that I often will use here is if you think about when you're walking down the street at night, if a group of men is approaching you, you very well may cross the street, and I don't think anybody would blame you. But women seem to get very upset that men won't hire women, even though it's the same exact concept. The same exact concept is this could really lead to a really bad outcome for me if I stay on the street where these men are approaching me. Is the same exact concept of this could lead to a really bad outcome for me if I hire females in my office place.
I guess like both are scared from one another for certain things. It's just human.
In a whole office though, like only men, or like certain positions the woman is not qualifying, because I get that.
Well, like any listen, anytime a man hires a woman, he's taking a risk that he would not be taking with a man. That's the truth.
That's true.
And
with
so
the pregnancy,
because that is true,
that's true.
I understand why men guard themselves from this, because of the reputational damage which can occur, or the financial damage, or even the prison which could occur from even an allegation which could cost him his entire company a livelihood that he would not have to deal with men. So I understand why they would select for men over women when it came to any job. And I think that this is the same kind of logic that women have, where they don't think that the men who are walking towards them necessarily are going to do anything to them, but why not be on the safe side? It's the same thing when men are hiring women, right? I'm not necessarily saying that she's going to do anything, but why take the risk, right?
Yeah. But if you're a business owner, like you genuinely wouldn't take the risk at all, you know, just knowing that there are media outlets that are PC or whatever, like you just
would you
wouldn't
take the risk of the men at night?
No.
So, I mean, I am a business owner.
No, you wouldn't.
I'm going to be honest, like I'm a business owner. I have taken a risk hiring a woman who actually ended up not being.
But he's not talking about you. Everything.
He actually asked me.
But
okay. Well, would you
speaking in general?
Okay, wait. If
Let's
it's
finish
a street,
let's finish our exchange.
Yeah. If it was a street that I knew to be dangerous and it was dark, then no.
Yeah. Then no. Right. Exactly.
Logically, no. Same with the hiring.
This is the same kind of mindset that men have
that
when
you
it comes
use
to
for
hiring women.
hiring. I see.
They're thinking the same thing. They're not thinking that every woman's going to do this, or even most, right? But just the fact that they're a woman adds to this potential, so it's a risk. Most men are not going to assault you at night. They're not going to.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm only even commenting because I'm surprised men.
So what you're doing is you're leaning on the side of caution, right?
Yes, I agree.
Wait, so are you saying
insightful.
that you don't think women should get hired?
No, he's saying the risk for him is just not worth it if you're a business owner.
Hang on. Since I understand that you know a little bit about basic logic, can you tell me the distinction between an is statement and an ought statement? What is the difference between a descriptor and a prescriptor? Can you tell me the difference real quick?
Wait, how is this relevant?
Yeah, what's the difference between a descriptor and a prescriptor?
What are you like?
A description versus prescription, because you just made an ought claim. So what you're saying is we ought do.
No,
X?
honestly, I did kind of grossly. I did kind of grossly.
Hang on. I gave two descriptive claims. I gave two descriptors.
Yeah.
I did not give a prescription. So why did you assume an ought? Why did you assume that I think X needs to happen when all I did was give a descriptor for two things which exist?
So
Yo,
wait,
Robert
what,
Tanner,
so
thank you for the
what were
gift
you
at 50.
saying? You're just saying that it's like risky or what?
Yeah, I'm saying that men who hire women are taking more of a risk than if they hire men. And I think that women, if they're being approached by men at night, are taking more of a risk than men.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're descriptors. So
do you think it's like okay to?
Where did you get the ought claim of? So what you're really saying is this. Where did that even come into your brain? Can you tell me the exact moment that so what you're really saying is actually came into your brain?
I was being a little confrontational. I'm sorry.
But you were about to say, do you think it's okay? What?
I was just trying to figure out like, because there's anti-discrimination laws about that sort of thing. Like, how do you feel about those?
Wait, but you were no. You were about to say, do you think it's okay if what?
Oh, I lost my train of thought.
If men don't hire women, do I think that's okay?
Yeah, just for the reason that they're women.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Like, if every single male CEO didn't hire women,
Yeah,
like,
I'm fine with it.
would you like it? Would you say that you like it? I'm curious.
I think that if
What do you think is positive for society?
Yeah, so I think if it could be demonstrated that the risk is highly mitigated somehow through some set course of laws or values, and now suddenly women don't pose more of a risk towards men in the workplace who happen to be their superiors, then I would be fine with it. But since that is not the case, I have no problem with men selecting who they want to hire and who they don't want to hire. And by the way, who the hell is anybody to tell anybody who they need to hire for their business anyway? It's none of your damn business. It's literally none of your damn business. If a man says, I don't want to hire any women just because they're women, why the hell is that any of your business?
I can speak from experience. My partner and I own a company, and we now don't hire women because they mess us around so much. So we actually avoid it.
Well, it's the
at all
same thing in the
costs.
content creation world. Here's a dirty secret, right? Many male content creators will not work with female content creators because of how many problems they cause inside of the content creation space when it comes to slander, reputational damage, allegations, all sorts of things for drumming up drama. It's a really bad idea. A lot of women in the female content creator space also prefer to work with men over women because of this type of drama and slander which occurs. So it doesn't surprise me a bit, and this seems to be universalized regardless of the industry. It's a much higher risk, and so no. So my answer very specifically is, if men don't want to hire women, am I for that? Yes, absolutely.
So what is your take on the government's position?
The government position on what?
'Cause don't they
on
have,
affirmative
like-
action on affirmative action for women and hiring status quos?
Not
It's
the
all a bunch of
affirmative
woke
actions.
bullshit that's totally illogical and can't be backed up by any moral stance whatsoever. That's my take on it.
I meant the anti-discrimination laws when it comes to hiring.
Yeah, I just told you. When it comes to anti-discriminatory laws, it's none of the government's business what a private individual does with their business, and who they choose to hire is none of anybody's damn business, and it never has been, ever. And saying that they need to have a quota, like in California, where if you have over 15 employees, now suddenly we have to have a diversity quota. Not only is that unconstitutional, where framers would roll over in their grave, but I think it's immoral. And what's more, I've never heard a good justified argument for it other than, but people were historically discriminated against. It's like they're still discriminated against. It's just that now we have laws that they evade. They still don't want to hire women. They just try to evade the laws so that they don't hire women.
Yeah. I have one question though that came up. Like if you're a woman, let's say you are getting a divorce with your husband, and let's just say you discover this female lawyer that has a lot of cases in representing women in these divorce cases, then I think like we could even debate, like in this case, would it be lower risk to hire this woman versus a man, like a random man divorce lawyer?
I think that there's going to be all sorts of isolated cases.
Okay, because you said like universal across industries, and then that's actually what came up to mind.
Well, hang on, I'm trying to answer the question for you, right? So I think that you can point to all sorts of individual cases where it could be superior to hire a woman over a man, right? There's all sorts of those. But that should be completely and totally up to the employer to make such a decision on behalf of his firm. Should not be up in any way, shape, or form to the government. It's none of their damn business what a person does with their firm. And never has been any of their business what a person does with the firm. It's a bunch of woke, progressive crazies who endlessly demand that such a thing be done, and it's not good for anyone. It's not good for society. It's not good for the workers. It's not good for the business. It's not good for anybody. And it suppresses wages, by the way.
I have a question for Andrew. So if you're a woman, let's put you in a perspective of a woman, and you're super qualified for this job, but this guy doesn't want to hire you because you're a woman, how would you go about that situation? Like, how would you feel personally?
I'd say that's freedom, baby. That's freedom, right? Aren't we all about freedom? Aren't we all about the freedom?
Truly, I would apply
I have a question. So, like, let's say you're a man who's never committed any crime. You would never strike a woman. You would never attack a woman. You'd never do any harm to a woman. And you are walking down the street at night, and a woman's coming, and then you see her, and then she's like, crosses the street in fear, and you are made to feel like you're less than, you're a predator. There's this assumption that you would have victimized her had she not done this. How's the man supposed to?
I would just be like, what the hell is wrong with her? Honestly.
But I don't know. I guess.
I mean, you could say
to
that
Andrew's
to the
point,
like just plain devil's advocate. Like you really just could go apply somewhere else. Just like how that man, maybe he shouldn't feel like his feelings are hurt. Maybe don't take it personal.
But really quick on that thing. Like, it's this interesting thing. It's like, well, just his feelings are hurt. But like, what's worse? A woman doesn't get a specific job, or women paint all men as predator, violent rapists. I kind of feel like one is worse than the other.
I think a woman not getting the job is worse.
Why do they always want to work for a bunch of predators anyway?
Why are we comparing which one's
men are a
worse,
bunch of predators, and they're like, we can't wait to go work for them, though.
Well, that's like saying, why would you want to put food on the table?
Okay, really quick, and then I'm going to move it on.
I want to answer this. First of all, it's not black and white. It's not all men predators and all women want to think that men predators, because I've seen both sides, especially in the Middle East. So we have to take every case specifically. Yes, a lot of women nowadays, especially in America, complaining they use men, but in the other hand, they want to blame them and attack them. But if you have a really high qualified woman and you look at her history, she never complained of anybody. She come to work just to work. I would actually look at that case and yes, hire her. But if somebody who's, sorry to say it, but younger would come and it's one of her first few jobs, right? And she goes really, really by the book and she have this feminist mentality, I would not hire her. But you really need to select the people good, but you cannot classify people black or white in that specific matter, because I think both of us, male and female, in both sides of the equation, a lot of men did rape women, a lot of men did do things, not specifically here, but in other places.
Maybe if you hadn't been on your phone while Austin was giving the pre-show instructions, mind you,
took him to me?
You've been on the show 3 times, you've heard the pre-show instructions 3 times. We ask you not to use this word.
What word?
She doesn't even know. She's been here 3 times.
In
fact, I scolded you on your first time on the show. We try to avoid these words because YouTube and these platforms tend to penalize you if you use these words. Anyways, for that reason, I have to move things on. Go ahead, Austin. Can we do the next tweet? All right, Ruby, can you read it, please?
You want me to read it?
Not that word, just use
Okay.
essay on
Jesus
that word.
Christ. Okay.
And is this
Wait,
in...
so if men stop... Okay, yeah, you can read it. Just say grape, I guess.
Okay. Is this in response? I don't even... Okay, if men stop killing and R-ing women, that would help. Not all men, but not enough men do it. My friend was kidnapped in her taxi, an R-word, and I've been attacked by men on nights out, groped in clubs, friends have been followed home, the list goes on. So I think that's a response to something, and it is a true story. I mean, like I said before, I definitely don't have the same wokey opinion of, oh my God, men are this. Like, I do think that's, you know,
Well,
a
sure,
thing
I
that
would-
changes with age, but I do know...
So I guess we
Yeah.
already kind of delved into the whole thing.
But it's very
just like
sad. The girl
enough
that
men
happened
do
to
it.
is-
But I mean, like to Andrew's point, if like enough women create conflict in the workplace, is it fair for the men to choose to not hire women then?
Well,
To
yeah,
his
and I
point.
know, like I said, plenty of women that won't hire women
Yeah,
as
and
well.
you don't hire women.
No, yeah, because, and it's not even just that they cause conflict, it's that they call in sick more, they
Yes.
can't take any
Yes.
criticism.
Well, that's all conflict. That's all causing
Well,
conflict.
yeah, I mean, instead of social conflict, though, they'll be, oh, you know, I don't feel well, I'm really stressed, I'm
Yeah.
this, whereas men just get on
Let's
with
do
it.
the next tweet. I've had CBT and DBT. I think the issue is men are... You want to read it?
Yes,
If
I've
I pull
had-
these up, can you just read it?
Okay.
So, just,
Yeah, I've had CBT and DBT, and I think the issue is men are trash.
so CBT,
Everyone
cognitive behavioral
Yeah.
therapy. What's DBT?
Dialectical behavioral therapy.
Okay.
So
And so men are trash. Why do you say that?
So I think, yeah, that's just another like 3 or 4 year old tweet from when I was just immature and upset. So I thought it was okay to tweet stuff like that.
Oh, okay. All right.
So you had all that therapy, and all it took was a man to fix your ass. That's crazy.
It is interesting. That's a good point. That's a really good
Yeah,
point.
all that
Andrew.
psychologizing, and all it took was a man, and suddenly you're fixed. Isn't
Well,
that amazing?
this is what the point I was making earlier is I think, you know, women are very vulnerable, and if you don't have like that great father figure when you're growing up, it can lead women into, you know, radical feminism, and you don't even feel that way. You're just
Yeah.
led into it, and all it takes is, you know,
Exactly.
someone to change your perspective, and you can be like, holy crap, what was I doing? You know?
Were your therapists? Were your therapists men or women?
Men, but I was very young, so I didn't
Okay.
really wouldn't have gone
Sure.
in.
All right. Next tweet.
Men, you owe me dollar bills for this education.
Feminism, equality, slut shaming, wife material. Wait, click on the photo.
Yeah, I think we'll need the photos.
And then you'll do the arrow. A guide to the wifey material complex, also known as the okay, next. Ever heard a guy say crap like this? I prefer girls who are naturally beautiful. Nah, not interested. She fucked me up. Wait, what? I don't want a girl who other guys look at. The sex is too good. She's not marriage material. She's sexy, not pretty. I can, okay. All right, next. Telling women not to have sex with him on the first date. Don't text him first. Slut shaming. Okay, men have, okay. Perpetuates our culture. Okay. I don't know. So what is this about? The Madonna whore complex or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I couldn't read it all quickly, but when was that tweet from?
I don't know. All right, next one then.
I mean, I do feel like you're going to get the same answers for every single tweet because all the tweets are from like 2021,
Yeah.
2022.
Well, do you want to just read it?
Okay, listen up. Men or women are superior. I'm so happy he understood so quickly. P.S. A powerful woman has no need to tear other women down. It's disgusting seeing all the doms who are commenting, agreeing. Fellow S workers, you are follow S workers or your colleagues and your equals.
What were the
But what are the
doms
tweets?
A single penis saved it all. See? Just a single guy changed the entire attitude of all this bullshit. You know what I mean?
I think it's
Wild.
also age. I think it's definitely
pull it
an
back
age
up.
thing
Pull it back up.
because
All women are superior.
All
You would
women are
get-
superior.
You would get canceled if you said this shit as a
you know,
man, by the way.
you know
You'd get
what?
canceled.
I would love it if either of you two had Twitter when you were 20 or 19, and I would love to see.
Yeah, I had some pretty cringe libertarian takes when I was younger.
I think
I'll
if you're
admit to
not
that.
if you're not a liberal when you're younger,
I'll admit to that, but I was
judge others.
always the based individual you see before you, minus some cringe libertarian takes that I had.
Wait, so what you said, if you're not a liberal when you're young? Or
Well, there's that saying, isn't there? If you're not a liberal when you're young, you've got no heart. But if you're still a liberal when you're older, you've got no brain.
You're not that old.
But I'm getting there.
That's for like 30, 40, 50-year-old women, not for women in their 20s. What happened was Chad came and fixed you. Right? Chad came and he sawed open your skull and he fixed your brain, right? He was like, well, that doesn't belong there. He threw that shit out. You're like, well, that doesn't belong there either. He threw that shit behind his shoulder, right? And then he stitched it back up, and then and you were fine, right?
Literally.
Yeah, what's up with the like save damsel
damsel in distress?
Yeah,
But
damsel, like maybe it's just life experiences.
No, it's true. It is true, though. It is true. Like I can be the first to say, like, I lacked guidance from a father figure in my life, and I was sort of, guided into the industry that I got into the adult industry, when I, wouldn't have done that if I just had, a father figure, or, it's just better people in my life being like, you sure you want to do that? Because there's some negative consequences to that.
That's what I saw.
But then, meeting another person, it's not just that he says, don't do this, and I'm like, yes, okay. He obviously shows me things, he teaches me things, and enlightens me, and then I can decide for myself that I believe the same things as him, and, adopt them as my own values as well. So it's not just a case of a man telling you what to do and you obey. He teaches, and
So he was kind of like stepping in the figure, like role model, kind of.
Somewhat. I don't think that. Kind of. I guess just kind of saying, have you thought about things this way, and then me going, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I see. Yeah.
Next. Imagine. Okay, do you want to read it or?
Imagine commenting, then blocking so I can't reply. Obviously because she's full of crap. Being a dom is not about being nasty. Everything has to be consensual. I may be new to Twitter, but I'm a dom in real life. This is my kink. I think this was just about some girls being nasty to people, and my point was that being nasty doesn't make you dominant, and talking over people doesn't make you dominant.
Next.
That was actually like one of my first ever tweets. I'm a dom and here to make men suffer to make myself richer. 2020.
So you're like findom or dom? Or?
That was what I started doing, yeah, at the advice
You still do it or no?
No.
At the advice of who?
So it was my ex-partner who was a porn addict, actually, who sort of got me into doing this kind of stuff when I was a lot younger, and then,
Next. Whoa, okay. This is a lot. Can you read it?
I can, but it's just chat GPT, so it's just for views. So it's just a made-up story to get people to read.
Oh, it's not real?
No. Oh. It's just like for content, just for Twitter. So my Twitter's managed.
Wait, scroll down to the date on it? Oh, careful, bro. Okay.
But yeah, so it's
the
just...
moment you see a picture on Twitter, man, you just shouldn't even... Okay, all right. Okay, next. Is it...
Cardi B lyrics.
I don't think men like toxic bitches, just saying. I don't think men like toxic, but okay, next.
Okay, yeah, no, I stand by this one.
Yeah,
Something
like
that gives me the ick is when a grown man uses the word tummy instead of stomach.
I mean...
I don't know if that's a British thing.
I had a man recently use the word tummy. He told another man to lift up his shirt and let him see his tummy, in fact. I just wanted to... So I'm going to agree with you on this. I've seen this firsthand, and yeah, I agree with that take.
All right, let's do the next one. And then we do have more tweets, but really quick. JJ Mad says, feminism is the belief that women's vaginas can never smell bad. What? Okay, women's sports are as good as male sports, or even better, and women can also fight in wars because Wonder Woman is a movie. Hey, yo, JJ, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. If you want to get a message in, $100 to read, $200 for TTS. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Now, going to... you have three different names or whatever. Kami?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, wait, quickly, before we do that, there's some images at the very end. I want to go there first, and then we'll go to the tweets. and then we'll get into other people's pre-show notes. The chair one. The chair. Yes, this is you.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I have before you pull it up, I have a question. So I always do a deep dive on people's Instagrams and socials and so forth before the show. I'm curious what happened. So let's see the first photo.
Oh my god.
Okay, so that's you, the third one over, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's you, I don't know, cheerleader in high school.
Yeah.
And then next, scroll, ooh, too big, scroll it out a bit.
Yeah. I don't even
next.
smoke, I was just thought I looked cool.
Next. Oh wait, that's somebody else. Okay. I mean, and then there's a bunch of other photos, like on your Instagram or whatever.
Yeah.
So what happened from like cheerleader in high school to like I'm now a e-girl, emo goth, whatever? What's the story there?
Did you watch Batman? You watched Batman, didn't you? And you saw Harley
I
Quinn
watched
and you were like,
Batman,
"I love that
and then
character."
my whole life changed. No, I'm just kidding. So even when I was a cheerleader, I was actually also a skater too, and like so I was always kind of like a little whatever, you know. But I don't know. It's just a style that I like, and I know that usually you see people and you're like, oh, this person's just like wearing clothes, but it's not like, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it.
I don't know, that was, it wasn't looking for anything too deep. I was just curious, like, I don't know, did some guy break up with you and you're like, I'm gonna
do
all this
no,
stuff?
I just think the style is super cool.
Okay, and then we have a photo for Kami. I had questions also. Let's get her photo.
Is it her on the street?
No. It's like all the way at the end. It's like that photo with the cake that you had. Yeah.
Wait.
All right, pull it up. Oh wait, you don't want us
the
to.
cake that you just showed.
Wait, click this one.
Oh, that's fine. I'm like,
Yeah,
as long
yeah.
as you don't show the
Yeah.
context.
So
Yes.
So here's this, right?
Yes.
Make it bigger. Okay. Or.
So you believe me now when I say.
And then next one over. And then this is you like shaming like one of your findom subs or whatever with like small dick.
Yeah, this year.
Wow.
And that photo, the one with you and the cake, that's from I think 10 years ago or something. So what happened between then, and then you doing, and we have to pull up your tweets because we'll see those, but and then doing findom and going like this to basically humiliate men online.
Yeah, I wish you showed more photos showing the progress because a lot happened. Like just in general in my life. Like before I was very, believe it or not, I was very anti-adult work. And I actually, like even during COVID when a lot of people had, you know, OFs and stuff, like I was honestly a little judgmental, like I'm not gonna lie. And then I discovered on Twitter, findom, which was this thing that, this is like my origin story, this thing that basically described like my general like life and relationships with guys. My ex, like when he asked me to be his girlfriend, I actually was kind of like let me think about it, like, you know, can we just get to know each other for like 3 more weeks? And then literally the day I told him, like, you know, I thought about it, I really like you, like I want to be your girlfriend if like the offer still stands. And then he gave me like his credit card and just, you know, he wasn't even a fin sub, he just had that like role, I guess, of, you know, provider or whatever, but he did like seeing me have like a more luxury lifestyle or whatever, like, you know, provided by him. And this very similar thing happened with my ex. And then when I discovered findom on Twitter, I felt honestly like it was like I found kind of like my community. And like it's been like a long journey since then. Like I won't bore you guys with the details, but like that's kind of the general vibe.
It's been a journey though.
Wait, what?
It's been a journey. It's been quite a journey.
It's been a journey. It's been a journey because it started off with like findom, you know, like I don't care about your guys' mental health, like, you know, like I didn't even think about those things because I was 22. And then I took a break when I started to think about those things until beginning of last year. And then also like I always liked femdom, and then I, you know, found these kind of like these like OG doms who are more into like mindful practice, like longer term kind of like DS relationships. And I was like, I think that's pretty cool. I want to try it, like try to have these kind of subs and see how it's different. And I'm gonna say it's not as lucrative, but I never did it for the money. I felt like it was like kind of like finding my community and my people, and like it's very heavily stigmatized because it is adult work. Like in the beginning, when I took my hiatus, I was actually kind of in denial about it being sex work because like it was like non-nude and all that stuff. Usually like I wasn't even showing cleavage that year, really. And yeah, I later was like, I do accept that this makes me happy and gives me, fulfillment.
Okay, all right.
That was the long journey.
Let's get into the tweets.
So, okay, the tweets are her site. She has a site, and you had one before the tweet?
Yeah, we can, so there's this, is the site first?
Her worship site.
I think we can we'll pull that up, then we'll get into the tweets.
Yeah.
Oh, F11, okay. We won't linger on this for long, but make it big so I can see it. You're an elite Asian financial dominatrix and pro-dom. It's $45 initial tribute. I'm assuming a tribute, like they have to pay you $45 just for you to respond to an initial message, correct?
Basically, yes.
Okay, then you have a debt contract for $88 or something. Slave contract for $111. Scroll down. Okay, a bunch of other stuff. You do IRL sessions. Wait, stay there. IRL, yeah, right there. IRL sessions under cash meets.
Yes, because usually the terms are used interchangeably, like sessions meets, and then a bunch of subs or potential subs got confused, so I put both words.
So cash meet is just basically meet up in person for money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
so
just hand you cash.
ATM date, shopping date. So ATM date, what is that?
I really want one. It's like basically just when you guys go to an ATM, you don't look at his password or anything. You tell him how much to withdraw. He just withdraws it and gives it to you.
And then, okay, shopping.
Just imagine this prostitute talking shit about my wife ever. Oh shit, was that a hot? I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that definitely, we heard that.
Yeah, and I realized earlier when I said 1,000 dates, I literally just meant lunch and dinner dates. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
I've not slept with that many guys.
Wait, go back up. I don't think I finished the rest of the. Bookings, deposit is $150. Okay, body worship, CBT, what the fuck? Okay, beta training, dom sub, okay. Scroll down. 2 hours, $150. You do IRL cuckolding or double dom. You get cucked by you and your fiance. What the? Have you guys done this?
Yeah.
So they pay you $300. They pay you $300, and then they get.
I love it.
They get to watch. They get to sit in the corner or some shit.
Yeah, sometimes we like
crazy.
tie them up, like blindfold them and tie them up like to a chair, and then like they can't see anything. Or sometimes I'll like cover with a blanket and like wear a bra because they don't deserve to see that.
And then what's the
They could just
bottom?
listen.
What's at the bottom here? Virtual. Scroll down a bit more. Scroll down. Is that coaching for? You teach women how to do this too. Okay, next.
I actually, yeah.
God, you have both.
You know what? I have that, but I actually don't.
And then you
actively.
do the cash meets, LA, Santa Barbara, 100 to 50. Okay, so do you is it escorting? Like you sleep with the dudes or?
No.
Okay.
No, even the cuckolding, it's literally just strictly me and my fiance. I'm monogamous.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Next.
In terms of intercourse.
Oh, this is you doing. Okay. Next.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have you read these?
Okay, I'll be gracing you losers with my holy presence to celebrate my birthday with my obedient slaves and mutts, live all the way from paradise in Hawaii.
Scroll down, or actually don't scroll down. Fuck it. Next.
Wait, it's not, okay, I think it's safe for work. The fantasy you didn't know you had, being passed around by two hottest, brattiest Asian doms, me and Goddess Vanity. Lucky for you, send each dom's tribute plus $20 and we'll make a group chat and mercilessly drain your bank account.
Yeah, I have a question for you. If a guy, like part of his kink involved him like spending so much money on you that you would end up like bankrupting him, would you do it?
So the year that I started findom and I didn't realize how common this actually is, like I basically was doing it, and they wouldn't even tell me. They would just be like, drain me more. But actually now I will ask like their salary, I will get an idea of their bills and make a conscious decision not to drain them to like literally zero.
Have you
or
drained
negative.
Have you drained a guy?
Have I drained a guy? Yeah.
To zero.
To zero in 2021, yes. There was this guy, he was zelling me, and then he said he wasn't paying off his credit cards. So then he had debt and had to quit findom. So even though I didn't drain his bank account to zero, he told me that, and then that's when we, parted ways. But yeah.
Wait, did somebody in the chat says, I might have missed this earlier, said that you your husband's a millionaire?
So my ex and my ex, they are millionaires, and then my current fiance, like around 1 million net worth, but he's not making like $1 million a year. So by definition, technically, he's a millionaire.
Okay, his net worth. Does he work a normal job?
Yeah, he does actually. Like
six figures?
Yes, like tech lead at a big tech company, which is the background I came from. We actually met through like industry work. He's 26. He's one day older than me.
He's 26 and he has a net worth of $1 million.
Yeah.
Why are you guys meeting up with random dudes and fucking in front of them for $150?
It's truly just because we love it. Like the price actually drives away a bunch of like flaky people. Otherwise, we would just do it for like.
I think that's. I mean,
hotel
I wouldn't.
gas or
That
something.
seems low.
It is low, but you know what? If you raise it too high, like we'll just be like anticipating the next one. Like, oh, when's the next time we get a like double domicile?
He's 26. He's got $1 million net worth. He makes six figures. Why? It just almost seems like a safety concern too. Why would you fuck in front of randoms for? I mean, is it like
they can't film, they can't even see. We usually blindfold them, turn them away.
This is like turns both of you on?
It honestly, yes. Like in the beginning, it was mostly turning me on, and then he tried it, and then he actually did like it.
To have some pathetic dude.
Yeah.
All right.
And we'll usually do it when we're traveling, and it will be like a pretty nice hotel usually, and it's just like so exciting. Like we're like a kinky couple who's like actually works in like a practical sense in terms of like
yeah, but
daily life.
how's that not cuckoldry? Like if your dude allows his chick allows men to watch her get fucked on purpose, how's that not cuckoldry?
They are not watching. Because I
what do you
kind
mean
of
they're not watching?
Like I just said, they blindfold. They can't record. They can't see anything. That's
but you
not
said
safe
before
for work.
they watching. I heard you say they watched.
Yeah.
Like they're in the room, blindfolded.
All of them. You've never
or
had.
turned around,
so they watch it without watching.
Or wear a bra. Or wear a bra and
so you're
pull
saying
a blanket.
You've never had a cuck watching you guys fuck? They all want to be blindfolded? I don't buy it.
So the first time, like yes, a sub did see us fuck, but then I started to get nervous a bit because I feel like my fiance, he was just under too much pressure, so then I pulled up the blanket. But technically, yes, one cuck has seen.
All right, this is sounding a little dubious, but okay, next tweet. Go ahead, read it.
Do you think that all men should be locked up and abused and used by women?
Yes.
Clearly, engagement farming, that did not work.
Wow.
And that was August, so that was like 2 months ago or something.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, I was engagement farming. That's why there's yes.
You sound like radical feminist.
But let me tell you, no one in my personal life or work life would call me a radical feminist.
Wait, pull it back up.
Like I've never been called a feminist actually in my whole life.
This is meant to mean kinky way.
Yeah, this is
like
a kinky consensual, and then clearly yes because I want people to engage with it. I mean, it failed because I was shadow banned by Twitter, but sad life.
Okay. I don't think a lot of men would be able to get away with tweeting something like that unless I'm kind of misunderstanding some sort of context here, but
like there are male doms usually tweeting the same thing because it will usually be geared towards men.
Okay,
just
next
context. Ill, WTF, I hate this trad wife trend / niche / whatever. TF, female supremacy forever.
So you're a female supremacist?
I would say like my persona for work, like yes, I do strictly have to say this. Like, in my personal life, I don't think it's black and white. Honestly, if I had to pick a stance, I would say male and female, people should try to be equal overall.
All right, next tweet.
No such a thing.
I know, I think it's too idealized, but being male, maybe we should scroll up.
Is it safe? Can you check first, please?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, what is your biggest ick in a sub?
Yeah, being male.
Okay. All right.
I could have said being an ugly male. That's my ick, but yeah. Because a lot of them are attractive.
The misandry is crazy. All right, next.
It's like you're contradicting yourself all the time.
Yeah, you know, sometimes business and personal is different.
You want to read this
Yeah,
one?
Asian women are superior over white men, and that's a fact.
Oh
Why did you censor men?
Because,
Why did you put a star in?
specifically, if you look at my other social media, like, I don't do this, but specifically for findom, I censor men because it's just everything in findom, it's anything related to men is unpleasant.
Okay.
Even the
pull that
word.
One back up. Pull that one back up, the same one. Ooh, F11, please.
Also, this is toward my target audience. Obviously, I would never say that to like a white man
This
I'm
entire
dating.
night, so you read this again, Asian women are what?
Are superior over white men, and that's a fact.
It's not.
Well, it's interesting. This
It's not a
entire
fact.
night, you've
Yeah.
kind of been like...
Like, we're the minority, and yes, that's what I truly believe.
No, but you've been like, well, you've been kind of super woke and like triggered by like any sort of like thing you disagreed politically when it came to... You mentioned, you used all the buzzwords, homophobia, you talked about this racism and all this stuff, but like here you are, like here's a perfect example of you being racist and sexist. I mean, so
this is race play. I think it was mentioned before in a previous, yes. And I actually specifically, if you go back to my tweets, I have specific disclaimers saying I only tweet race play tweets about white people and Japanese people, like white men and Japanese men. So if you don't consent to that, this is your warning to unfollow.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually have it very...
in your bio. That's not in your bio, so...
That's a good point, because at one point, like, my bio, like, did get deleted, and I just kind of, like, did it in a rush. But you're right, I should add that.
Do you think it would be okay for a white S worker to say white women are superior to Asian women?
Yes. A lot. Oh, wait, do you mean okay as in would I care?
Say if I decided for work I was going to tweet...
Wait, by the way, I said men, white men, but a lot of white doms, they're like, because I'm also in like the Chinese like kink community basically in Bay Area, a lot of them, and also internationally, like a lot of them love white women who specifically do race play for Asian guys.
No, I do know, I am
market.
aware of that.
Yeah.
So I do see why you do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's their business.
But would you say it was okay, say if my audience was women, I could say white women are so much better than Asian women?
So specifically woman to woman, no. I would never say the reverse either. I would never.
So it's okay to hurt men, but it's not okay to hurt women.
For the sake of business, yes, because it's like a kink.
It's
But what if it's
that's
just
the target
for work?
audience.
So what you're saying is you do it for work. So, and I totally understand that, obviously, with all the stuff.
That's why I have different work accounts.
So I totally get that.
Yeah.
But so why is it different if I did it just for work, not for personal? If I said, oh, well, I dominate Asian women, and I tell them that I'm better than them because I'm white, but it's only for work.
Yeah, because I think one is consensual and in a very contained environment where both people feel safe. They know this is a role play. It's been discussed, and there are disclaimers. And then the other one is basically just being out in society and, you know, spreading your prejudices, which is... Wait, she said personal life,
answer
right?
her question. She said it would be for work for her as a white woman to do this. So
Yeah, I said that's okay for work.
Oh, you're fine with
Yeah,
hers.
I said that's
That's fair
okay.
enough.
Because people are understing, they have this
How many more tweets
expectation.
do we have?
Well, then I
Three?
don't understand what would your
Just three?
objection be to
Mm-hmm.
like a racial organization where the person says who's running it, oh, I'm just funning because it's for work. And so send me money because I'm just funning because it's for work. I was just LARPing.
Wait, funny?
I wonder
I'm not serious. I'm just LARPing.
Oh, okay.
Let's say that they were the head of like a large racist organization, what would be the problem with them saying, oh, well, we're just kidding though. We're just kidding around though. So that why can't send me the money, right? Because it's for work. Why would that be a problem then?
Got you. So are they
Why do you get the pass just because there happens to be, penises and vaginas involved? I don't understand.
Are they committing crimes, hate crimes,
No,
anything
they're not committing
like
any
that?
crimes.
Then maybe politically it's not okay, but in my viewpoint, socially, like, I can't accept
Yeah, so
that.
in your viewpoint,
Because-
socially, if they were the head of a
because there are-
racist organization,
yes,
but
because
just
there
simply
are a
joking
lot
around,
who
you
say
think
that
socially that's
about.
okay?
I wouldn't love it. That's why race play is not even one of my kinks I commonly practice. It's not something I advertise.
I want to ask you something.
But however, I did have that one post, really long thread saying specifically why, if white men or Japanese men ask about this, it's so much detail there. It's actually strictly about colonization.
I want you to
If they want like
imagine
a colonization race play, then I will say yes.
But I want to
That
ask
was
you
Tommy,
a question.
imagine how absurd this is, right?
Yeah.
Imagine how absurd this is.
Well, who did
It's like saying,
Chinese people colonize?
What if the head of like the KKK or something, it was like, oh,
They commit
you know what?
crimes.
Hang on, guys. You know what, guys? This is my job.
They
right?
commit crimes,
This is my
I
job
don't.
to do, to take money for this. And so because it's my job, that it's okay, right? It's okay. We're not committing any
No,
crimes.
they
There's
do.
no criminal activity.
They
Well,
do. They
that's not the
commit
same
hate
at all.
Can I-
Yes,
can
it's
I-
not the same. It's not consensual
Whoa,
in
hang
any
on,
way.
Back up. They
It's
don't
not consensual.
If they're not committing any crimes, what would your objection to it be?
It's about consent.
It's about consent. Yes, literally,
Yeah,
kink
they're all
is about
consenting.
consent.
They're all
They
consenting.
are
No,
not
it's about the people who are being like made
like
those-
viewing it.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
about because
Are you publishing it
her
in like
audience-
a public
Yeah, they're
newspaper?
publishing it just like you.
For example,
Or like they have a
consenting.
specific audience.
It's a public
for her
audience, yes.
for her audience.
But
it's
wait, I
white
wanna-
men who want these comments made about them, so they
Yes.
get pleasure from those comments being
Thank
made
you
about them. For the example, with
Yeah,
the KKK.
that would be the exact same
for the
thing that
exact
the head
no,
of a
it's not the
racist
same
organization
thing.
would
But
be doing.
can I-
Listen,
Where
can I-
are these people?
Can I ask
Andrew,
you
you
a
talk a lot
question?
about
Wait,
0.1%.
wait,
Listen,
wait.
Andrew, you talk a lot about isolated incidents where there's 0.1% people who might blah, 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 and then you say that's not even valid. So why are you bringing up like a 0.1% population who might be interested in a hate organization consensually humiliating them for the race?
Yeah, because
Why
I don't
are you
understand the
spending, like,
objection.
5 minutes on it,
Hang on.
though?
I'm trying to answer your question, but you cut me off every time I try to answer it. So I'm going to answer, then I'm going to ask. So the answer to your question is, I don't see what the objection here would be. What is your actual objection? If the head of a racist organization...
I didn't say I would have an objection. I said
You
morally.
gotta let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Okay, just let you finish. Let me finish my point. So what would the actual objection be if it's the head of a racial organization? All of the people who are involved are consenting. He's only publishing the things that those people want to hear because they're consenting to it, right? And they're paying him a bunch of money. And he says, hey, it's just for work. What is the objection to that?
I wouldn't say that I would, let's see. So I don't even know how to judge that situation. I don't think that I'm, God or whatever. You can just say that, like, maybe I have, like, a moral gray area and, like, I just can't answer that. Like, I literally don't know.
Can I ask her a question?
A single objection?
Do you know what I
give me a
mean?
single objection.
I'm trying to ask you a specific question. What if I would be in that, I don't know, whatever Apit call, and I said, I don't want to work, like, I don't like black men at all. Like, I would talk just as you, but regarding like black or other race.
That
it would be
actually does
considered,
happen.
that would consider race. Wait, let me finish. That would consider super racist, but in this country, you can say about men, white men, anything you want. It's like everything you say about white men, it's so irritating even to hear that.
Should we just search up on Twitter all the tweets that are like just talking shit about black men and people loving it, people enjoying the service?
That's not true.
It's just a gray area, Kami. If you want to have a racial organization, be the head of it, it's a gray area. It's a gray area.
I just feel like her comments are like to sexually please people.
Yeah.
Now a racist like the KKK, they want to harm.
Wait, but hold on,
people.
hold on. One thing.
Different.
Yeah. So, but one thing.
It's not the same.
So one thing though. So You're familiar with the Twitter algorithm?
Yes.
So you might claim that you're sending this out to just your followers who are privy to the fact that you do findom and it's race play or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
But let's say one of these tweets gets out into the greater Twitter algorithm and it is put in front of the eyeballs of people who don't know who the fuck you are, what the fuck you do, and they see some random chick saying some racist, man-hating shit.
Let me tell you, this is actually a common myth because I worked in tech. My
What is a
fiance
common
has this algorithm would show it to basically, let's say, people who
You're
are not
actually
supposed to see
R-slurred.
it.
You have no. You're saying
No.
Twitter doesn't just randomly
Look, it's
put
not
things-
supposed
Andrew,
to. Listen up. Okay, let me finish.
No, you don't know
because
shit because you're not going to tell me about the Twitter algorithm.
No, my
And
fiance literally like.
I don't give a fuck. You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know people. Do you know people who write the Twitter algorithm and Instagram algorithm like I do?
Yes, I do.
You do? Because
know
I do
people who
too.
like the
I actually
algorithm.
see it.
Yes, I do.
I actually
Wait.
see people working on
So
it.
you think
all the time because
So-
that's what my friends do.
so you think-
it's a slip? It's not supposed to happen. That's why we're shadow banned because they only let you show it to people who are like liking stuff that you're following and also liking.
Yeah, you're 100% wrong. So the Twitter algorithm, just like TikTok.
You guys don't even know how uneducated you look to like STEM majors right now.
What the fuck are
Like
you talking
if you're a coder, if you're a programmer, if you write,
We have professional programmers who work for us. What are you talking about?
I can promise you that my friends write better code.
Wow,
because
that's
I can promise you that my friends
and you guys actually look very stupid in front of people who do machine learning engineering.
What does that have to do?
A career. I'm saying that they're not supposed.
I don't
that's
understand.
a tiny slip because it's not supposed to happen. Period. Like, can you pull up a
But-
receipt
What
where
are you
someone
talking
said,
about?
"Oh my gosh, I'm just a vanilla
fine.
person and
We
I
can
saw
test this out.
findom."
We can test this out.
And
Hold on.
it ruined
stop.
my life.
We can test this out. Have any tweet that you have ever posted
Yes.
get engagement higher than what you think would be commensurate to your following count?
So
You've never had a tweet end up in the algorithm, ever.
Unfortunately, no. This is the very sad part. Like, I actually have an assistant who helps me get other adult workers, to help retweet for retweet because none of my viral tweets have blown up. So please don't make that generalization. Like, I might have wished years ago.
Let's assume it did,
but
though. The question was a hypothetical. Let's
did-
assume it did.
That's interesting.
So you think nobody, wait, just to be clear, you think not one individual.
I never said that.
Stop. You think not one individual has laid eyes on one of your sexist or racist tweets without either being a follower or knowing who you are or seeing that you've allegedly disclosed that this is all race play and it's all for laughs and all this stuff. Not one person.
I would say yes. This account has been shadow banned since like the second week I made it. I would actually say yes.
I'm not gonna, okay.
If it popped up on anyone's algorithm without them consenting, just DM me.
Well, would you?
I literally said that in the post. I said, if you have a problem, block me, DM me, comment, whatever. You know, you're free to express your feelings.
Would you feel any sense of responsibility if someone, say a vulnerable young person, did see a tweet like that? Would you maybe second guess, maybe I shouldn't post that in the public domain?
If they're under 18, 100%. 100, because some people have done crazy things. They were like a middle school teacher and they had that account for work and then they started using the same thing to do findom. Like, that's just not okay.
All right, next.
Hang on. Before you go next, Shaliz, you had an objection. You said, well, but like a racial organization would be trying to do harm. What do you think a femdom is doing by draining men's bank accounts, stomping on their balls and shit? Do you think that that's not doing harm?
It's not doing harm because they signed up for it. Like, they want to see
that. Would be the same
That's
logic
on them.
with the racial organization, right?
Are they paying $44 to get your
Let's say they were. Let's say they're paying
consent?
$44 a month to be a part of it.
So it's a little bit the same. Like, these people like joined this group because they collectively hate this certain type of people, and then these people joined this website because they want to see this type of
her clients
play.
want people who hate men to abuse them.
So you
That's
think I have the power of a whole
what they
organization?
want. Hang on, her clients want women who hate men to abuse them. Somehow that okay, but when we get to racial organization who wants to drum up hate towards this. I don't even understand how you could say
Honestly,
that that's not harmful.
How am I drumming up hate?
But honestly, none of it's okay because it's like you're feeding people those freaky fantasies like that they shouldn't have, So it's like, okay, she decided to do that. That's on her. That's her moral compass.
I think that's an opinion, and I agree.
So it's like
I
that's
did decide after years of debating to do it.
Let's move the. Can we see the next one? There's just 3 more, right, Austin? Okay, can you read it?
I love how all the hottest Asian doms have hot Asian boyfriends. Why?
Sorry.
Can I say these things? Why? Let's say white beta males need to know what's up.
No, say it.
Okay, white worms need to know what's up. They can only be our cucks, subs, and objects of abuse with their inferior ass pink dicks. Asian supremacy era.
I mean, how is this just not sexist and racist on its face?
Ick I have is
pink dicks.
If the victim wants racism from the femdom, that's fine. But if the victim wants racism from a hate group, that's not okay.
Yeah,
it's like,
look at the detail. Like, did the hate group?
No sense. That makes no sense.
No sense.
Did the hate group say, like, you can get off to this? Like, I know you like to get off to this. And that's
I don't
exactly why you're paying.
Why having penis and vagina involved somehow makes it less of a hate.
That's not what I said.
It's the same exact thing applied, except now you're adding sex to it too. So you're like, okay,
donated $200. This inferior Asian woman clearly lacks any sense of accountability. LOL Streamlabs Splay.
Yo, Big Sass, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
So it's like this, right?
I actually don't really.
You're saying, oh, okay, like the hate group would be fine as long as they're having sex too. Like, what do you
Wait,
mean?
what?
You would be you're peddling the same thing. You're peddling racism. Hang on, you're peddling racism to people who want the racism. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Okay,
I also don't really get. Hold on, really quick. I also just don't get.
Okay.
You came in here at the beginning, like super woke, liberal, like SJW. Oh, is that a bit homophobic? You literally are calling white people worms. Like, you're so fucking racist. Like, and you wanted to come in here on your woke fucking how dare these misogynists be the homophobes and transphobes.
This is for work. It's not that serious.
Cool. Like, whatever accusation. I've got a podcast. It's for work too.
Yeah, cool. I want to rebuttal what Andrew said before.
So if I'm on my podcast for work and I'm like being racist or sexist, it's okay, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine, right?
Isn't
it's for
that
work.
what you do with misogyny, though? And people subscribe.
Yeah,
people subscribe, and they want you to keep making.
Define misogyny. Go ahead.
Dislike of women as a whole. I'm guessing that's the definition.
I mean, an attempt was made.
Dislike or hatred of women.
Okay, so what evidence do you have of that? Go ahead.
No, I actually don't agree with that, but I've seen the comments, and I do see how it could be interpreted as misogynist. For example, you will pick on like one girl, and then people will think that you're talking about all women. Like, I do see that, but I also see that you guys get tips, you guys get engagement, you guys have supporters who really like certain sentences that are said. Usually the comments, they'll be about like the viral parts.
White people worms. And you have an Asian supremacy thing, and you think men are terrible.
Why not? There's Asian hate in U.S., and I'm not saying like, hey, white people should beat up Asian people more. Like,
who's beating up the Asian people? Are you talking about San Francisco? What are you talking about?
No, New York, San Francisco, LA.
Yeah, is it
Canada.
It's white people doing?
Yes, mostly white people.
No,
mostly white people.
And can you seriously 99%?
Nonsense. Complete nonsense.
And then some in New York are black people. The ignorance.
Oh my God.
I think if you're Asian and you're subscribed, you should unsubscribe today.
Ignorance right now by giving you the stats. How about the stats? Would you like the stats?
Look at the stats. God. Do you know what model minority means? Like, does that mean anything to you?
Sure.
Where like,
Asian
people are like oppressed, and I'm saying Asian supremacy.
Oppressed?
I should be able to have this kind of expression where it's just going against. Look, I do stuff to like for work to be controversial as well, right?
Okay, all right.
For example, this podcast.
I'd rather not pull up the stats just to keep things.
I wanna tell you something. When I talked before and said about the commercial, it was beautiful people. Immediately I said, you said black people, and I never mentioned black. When I heard what you guys read, about what you wrote.
Yeah.
And I'm not originally American. It literally makes me a bad feeling. Like,
got it.
It's really, really
but
horrible.
you don't
to
know
hear.
about findom, kink, consent.
No, but I want to tell you something. The most hypocrisy here, for majority of feminists like you and like super
wouldn't say I'm a
liberal.
feminist.
Yes, you are. This is your mentality. This is how you
Okay.
speak. The most hypocritical thing is to put white men down and treat white men like the biggest devil. You don't put the right thing on point. You say people are racist to Asians. People are like racist to other. This is completely bullshit. You're a hypocrite. You don't consistent with your point of view. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hurt you, but you're not consistent. You present yourself like you're going with billionaires and millionaires, but you never mentioned it's from sex work. And
I did in the beginning.
In the beginning, and it's bullshit because anybody, even me in my age, I can come and be sexual and open a whatever account, and I can make a lot of money from sex. But the whole point, if you're intelligent and you know, like what you said to Andrew about computers and coding and all that, it just shows how stupid you are. Wait, but it shows that you're really stupid because if you have that ability to be so smart with computers and tech, and you go into this porn and doing these degrading things and writing all this sorry shit on whatever it is, it just shows that you're stupid.
I'm just gonna say you're
Big
playing
Sex
checkers.
Energy donated $200. Almost all violent crime against Asians is from
I also
blacks.
said blacks
This
in
board
New
is so
York.
delusional. 60-13. If you know, you know.
Okay. Good talk. Good
Look,
talk. Let's
just
do the
to
last two
address
tweets.
that one thing, like I said, it's not that serious. It's for work. It's not hypocrisy.
But that's what I'm saying. You traded your values for money. If you're doing something for wait,
like
wait,
I
wait.
said,
Let
why
me
do you
finish.
think it's so cheap?
Talk
I mean-
so
Do you
much
know how much I
nonsense.
make from tech startups?
Wait, wasn't
You don't.
Hitler just doing it for
You
work?
just. Yeah,
Oh my God.
but let me just. Yes, he
What
did
crime
just
did
do
I
it for
commit?
work. It's a good
What
example.
crime did I commit, Brian?
Listen, it's not a crime.
I'm
You
just-
you saying I'm doing tech, and you told to Andrew. You tell to Andrew, oh, my friends are
You
doing
guys are like
doing.
straw men.
Wait,
You
let me
argue.
finish my point, please.
Yeah.
You told Andrew earlier. You told Andrew earlier. You don't know my friends.
I don't think any
Oh my
of
gosh,
this.
he doesn't
This
even
is
let me
literally
finish.
for
Can I please finish my point?
work.
You told Andrew before. You don't know the people I know. They coding. They doing
Yeah,
computers.
he
They doing
probably
this.
doesn't.
But wait, you speak so much rubbish. You even think before you speak. Let me finish. And then you traded your values for money just because it's work and sex work. You justify this shit.
No,
it's not
no.
justified. Yes.
No,
You-
I literally did you not hear
my
the?
God,
You know,
I
think
heard
you were zoning
everything.
out. In 2021, when I realized it was sex work, I took a hiatus. Even though it's not
you
really
are a sex
work.
worker. It doesn't
And
matter if
yes,
they see
then
intercourse.
I made a conscious
Wait a second.
decision
You
to not put the
let me
stigma
finish.
onto
Let me
others.
finish. Let me finish, please. You keep interrupting me. You know what disturbed me about you personally? I'll
Okay.
say this to you without. I mean, I don't mind if you get offended.
I actually
I
will,
tell you what
so.
disturbed me. You claim to be this intelligent, high-end, high-class woman, high-value woman, when and intelligent. They know about computer and coding. And in
I
the end of
graduated
the
from
day,
Carnegie
and in the
Mellon
end, let me
University.
finish. Don't interrupt me. And in the end of the day, you just another. Sorry to say that, another cheap hoe that sell tweets and bullshit over social media and claim to be higher than anybody else. Sorry,
Love
but
it,
you
love
are
it.
more
I hope
trash
this
than
one gets
anybody
clipped
because
on TikTok
this woman,
and I go viral finally.
this woman here that was saying in front of everybody that she did OnlyFans and sex in front of porn, whatever. She sits, and I respect her way more than you because at least she was honest and spoke straight to the camera without manipulating, maneuvering, bullshitting. You sitting here trying to maneuver everybody, make them feel like you're better than them when you are the lowest and the lowest
never
in the
intended.
class. No,
Okay, that's your opinion.
You're
Look,
very
I don't
low.
judge others.
I'm
you know,
not
whatever.
judging
Since we're
others.
calling about Christian values
Honey,
or whatever on this
I'm not
podcast.
Christian. I'm
I
Jewish.
would never judge her.
First
I
of
would
all,
never judge you.
First of all, you can judge me. I don't care. I know who I am. You can judge me. First of all,
That's how I
have
feel. I
Jewish
don't care.
values. I
I'm
have
not
Jewish values.
offended.
Okay, I have Jewish values. This is the original.
If you want or for some reason want to portray yourself in a different way, I think it shows that you are a good person, you have good values, and you value the
Yes.
right things.
Like my other accounts that I can.
And the fact that you are
I'm
trying
doing
to set
fundraisers.
You're contradicting yourself,
I said
left
so-
and right.
You know what? Maybe people are not so black and white. They're not so one-dimensional.
Not about
Maybe
black
the
and
people
white.
you
You lying
met,
and you contradict.
Maybe most people in the
you
world.
say
I do
one thing
agree.
and then you jump to another. You say one thing and then she at
For
least
me, I
comes
have a
straight
very clear
forward, saying in
definition.
front of everybody,
Business and
"I
personal."
did porn." No, I can speak louder. I did porn. My boyfriend helped me to realize what I am. I grew up. I grew out of it. I know it's not the right thing, but you come in here so prejudiced, lying completely in front of the camera, trying to manipulate smarter
did I
people than
lie?
you. He's an expert do what he does. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so
What did
successful
did
with
they
the
go to Ivy
podcast.
League schools?
Listen to me. Otherwise,
they
he
have
would not
street
be so
smarts?
successful in what you do with the podcast.
Who's
And you're
gone to
sitting
an
here
Ivy League?
claiming to be better than him and better than Andrew and better than all
Did
the girls
Andrew?
here
When did
when you
she
actually
claim
the
that?
lowest.
Did you? I don't think you claimed that.
I did
Yes,
not.
she did.
I did not. Just replay
No,
that.
she didn't.
Look,
She said to Andrew, people gonna laugh at you.
Oh, go ahead.
No, she didn't say
Yamete.
I see
Yamete.
value. I see value
About
in
algorithms
you
and
having
stuff.
separate accounts, and I see.
It makes
I
me very
you make
conscious
yourself
decision
look
after years
stupid.
of
Wait,
thinking.
okay. Let's just get through the tweets and
Yeah.
then I could.
Okay.
I thought there were two more.
Okay, it was Andrew's tweet. So
Oh, we already did it.
Oh, the one
right?
we did.
Okay.
Okay. Even worse, they think women want to sleep with them. Can you scroll up?
I think
I'm like curious.
I think it's just double check it. I think it's safe though. I think it's safe, boys.
That does sound like something I would tweet on this account.
Whatever. All right. That was.
Would a true misandrist hire males after many female employees have proved them unreliable, and me wanting to mitigate risk?
It could
Sometimes one thing leads to another. It's not hypocrisy. It's learning and making different decisions based off of my previous experiences.
But you represent
And making different
It's
business.
like I will represent
Look,
myself.
I've talked about personal. I've talked about this business. I've talked about that.
But
business.
it's not
I'm sure
business.
For me,
It's not business. It
it's an
doesn't
opinion.
justify it. Even if it's business, it doesn't justify. If a
Look,
if
my
a
morals are
prostitute would
my
sleep,
morals.
if a
I said it's a
prostitute
moral
would
gray
sleep with
area
a
for me.
16-year-old, she said it's okay, just business. I don't care if he's 16. He paid me money. You don't justify this bullshit because of money. Money, it's not higher hierarchy more
It's
than
not.
values.
Clearly, I have
money is here.
about,
Values are
you
here.
know, under 18 people, like that's just a hard no. But I already acknowledge this is a moral gray area.
Bottom
for me.
line.
Am I not allowed as a human to have gray areas in my morality?
Bottom line, sweetie, you sell yourself to the devil, you sell your morals to the devil, and that's it.
Hope someone clips this.
Oh, whoops! Didn't mean to press. Okay. All right. Okay, let me get through all the show notes here, and then we'll hopefully try to get into a roast session, then wrap. Okay. Yeah, good idea, Austin. All right, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one, twitch.tv/whatever. 1,700 of you watching on Twitch. If you guys can, if you have a follow available, drop us a follow. If you have a Prime available, drop us a little Prime sub in the
Because it's bugged, right? It's bugged.
It's because it's bugged, boys. It's do it because it is bugged. Yeah, and then also our Discord, guys. Discord.gg/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a follow. Drop us a join, I guess, on Discord. We post BTS. We post all kinds of cool stuff. So be sure to check that one out. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And then let us see, what else do we have to? Oh, okay. Here we go. Why don't we do this? We have. Oh, let's do really quick. I'm super curious. I don't really want to debate it, but we'll get the answers. You randomly spawn in the forest. In front of you also spawns 2 buttons. One button will randomly spawn a man. The other button will randomly spawn a bear. And you're going to come across either the man or the bear. Do you pick the man or do you pick the bear?
The man.
Okay.
The man.
The man.
The man.
The man.
The man.
The man.
What was the question?
Man or bear?
Man, of course.
Oh, okay. All right. Easy. Well done. Let us see here. Why did I write down color correction? Why the fuck would I write? Okay. Oh, we should have done this with submission. Let's get through the notes. Sherry, to finish up your
Kami.
Kami. Yeah. I don't know why I keep calling you that. That's really weird. So you dated multiple sons of CEOs of companies, traded on NASDAQ.
Yes, it's crazy.
Multiple sons of CEOs of companies.
You guys said to bring the craziest. I actually thought hard about the craziest. You can read all of them.
Yeah, one of which was my ex, who was forced into an arranged marriage with a lesbian, and he didn't even know while we were together. A toxic crypto founder who ruined your life. A previous Yakuza member.
So, yes.
A porn star who
Without a
retired
pinky.
his career to be with me.
Yes, so crazy. And I think he might now be like dead according to the prison. Like,
Why did he retire to be with you? Like, aren't you a sex worker? What?
No, no. At this time, I was 18.
Oh, so you were like, oh, it's
like
not cool
I didn't
that you do
even
porn.
know about. Like, I honestly just knew that he did porn because my friends. Like, so we actually met on a dating app, and then my friends were like, oh my god, like this guy's a porn star, and I'm like, well, he did mention it after we met, but I didn't think too much of it. And then me being 18 and young and naive, I just kind of overlooked the importance and the weight on that. But he did say, if that's gonna like hold me back from getting to a relationship with him, he will stop. And then he did one last shoot and then stopped. And I think that actually is from like his agencies and stuff, like the companies, I think he stopped.
You briefly dated a self-made billionaire in his 30s who lied twice about his age to you?
Yeah, it was so crazy. Like, I gave him so many opportunities.
I thought you didn't have many body counts.
I don't. I never slept with that guy.
Like 8.
You're a fucking liar!
Girl.
You're a fucking liar!
You know how earlier we had that message about people not sleeping on the first day? It might be hard to imagine, but I don't sleep on the first day. Usually it's like
the second
day?
3 to 5. 3 to 5, and not many guys get the second date.
Okay.
That billionaire, like, I went on 3 dates, didn't sleep with him.
Didn't hit?
No, like, he was honestly really annoying. And he lied about his age twice. Like, that was just a deal breaker for me. Twice.
Deal breaker? Is that bad to lie about his age?
Twice? It was actually pretty, like, okay, so at first he put 26.
You've never
Then
lied?
I met him in person. Never about my age.
Anything?
Never about something, like, so, like, menial.
It doesn't
like,
matter.
where,
Maybe
like,
you have money.
If someone's saying, hey, like, you know, what's her name? What's her age? Blah, 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 blah. You know, you would probably just respond like a normal person, but he put 26. Then I met up with him, and I was like, oh, you know how, like, I was trying to give him benefit of the doubt. I was like, oh, like, you know, what did you say your age is again? And then he said 31. And then he actually, like, then by the third day, we started talking about work. That's when I realized, like, basically what he did, the company he sold, and all that stuff. Yeah. And then so I went back and I Googled, and I realized he's 38. I brought it up to him. He's like,
oh my God, who the hell cares?
Yes, 38, yes. So the age gap was actually huge at that point, and he lied twice. And
oh my God.
Yeah.
OMG. Okay, a few rappers, including one who also lied about his age to you. Yeah. What's up with these guys lying about their age? Whatever.
I know. Who cares?
You dated a few rappers, and you, like.
You can go date him.
Did he?
He's in LA.
Did you date Diddy?
Huh?
Did he?
No. Oh my gosh, no.
I can go date him?
No.
Okay. You had some disagreements.
I'm scared.
What the hell?
You had a couple disagreements. We'll get into those. You said you disagree. I mean, all you wrote was toxic masculinity.
Oh, because I thought it was like topics. And then I thought you guys would take that into the notes and then ask some questions about it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so
that's my bad.
Do you think the podcast is toxic masculinity?
No. I actually thought it would be interesting for people to talk about.
Oh, okay. So you're in favor or against toxic masculinity? And what is it?
I actually was thinking, like, if we could just go around and define it, like, that would be an interesting exercise. And then see, depending on the exercises, like, you know, debate, like, are you for or against?
I think I know.
But I'm not the host.
I know what the definition of it is. So toxic masculinity is when you say no to a woman.
No, that's not what it is.
That's how y'all describe
in America,
it.
he's right. That's what it is.
not what
it
Google
says.
You're totally right now.
In America, to be a feminist is to hate men. That's the deal.
Okay, but I was like, the reason why I put that was because I was thinking it'd be interesting to hear everyone's thoughts. But like, once again, it was just.
That's why we're asking you.
Okay. Yeah, I think.
So what is toxic masculinity?
I think toxic masculinity is when someone is a misogynist and brings that to like all aspects of their life.
Didn't you know what misogynist meant before?
Yeah, I literally said hate and dislike women as a whole. Like as if they're just one big group with unified blanket commonalities.
What would an example of toxic masculinity be?
Oh my God.
I guess it kind of teeters into sexism, but
which would be can you give me an example of toxic masculinity?
Okay, I'm gonna try my best.
Okay.
So if a guy were to try to court a girl who he knows is independent, has her own life, that kind of stuff going on. And then later in the relationship, after they've been committed, then he gaslights her into saying, this is bad. What you're doing is wrong. Who you were was wrong. I think that would be an example of toxic masculinity.
That's
just
literally what
my
happened to
opinion.
me in my
So you mean
relationship.
exactly what happened to the chick next
But
to you?
it was a good
My
thing
ex.
for me.
Oh, okay, got
So
it.
I mean, like literally the exact same thing that happened to the chick next to you.
Yeah, and also
You know
happened
what
to me,
toxic-
but
you-
I guess like I mean, but
you know
from
what
my end,
toxic-
He was very, he was physically abusive, and he ended up in hospital. That's why I said, oh,
But you know what
ruined my
toxic?
life.
You know what created it? You know what toxic? Toxic is women like you. The men, I feel so bad for the men.
Look,
If
this
that's
was
what they
years
have to
ago.
choose for, doesn't matter your personality from being a baby until today. By saying all the things that you're saying and how you operate and how you think, business out of sex, and men, real men, have to deal with that. I feel bad for them. They're either stupid or oblivious to who you are.
Okay. Well, somehow these men care to talk to me and propose to me more than like in your experience.
You
and
don't
we just
know.
live
You don't know
different
how many men
lives.
propose to me.
I think we just live different lives, and you know, people have different experiences. Period.
I'm not choosing
I don't
men
take it
over.
personal.
I'm not choosing men just because they have money or status.
I never.
Yeah, it's just weird to me that somebody would want to date something like this. It's
well,
weird.
Did you come on here to gain perspective or to
No.
be? Okay, to be close-minded. Okay.
No.
All right, I'm going to try to get through all your notes here as quick as possible.
I'm not
at this point.
close-minded. I came here to.
Really quick, just adult content creation stigma. So
Yeah.
there's a stigma.
We actually kind of talked about it.
Yeah,
like,
we kind of did.
With especially the corn industry. Yeah.
Okay,
already
I'm going
talked
to
about
skip that. The viewpoint that a decent wife has to be a certain way. So
We actually-
what way do you think that is?
We actually talked about that too with the virgin,
Yeah,
the
I
high
know.
body count. That's exactly what I was thinking.
But so what way
yeah.
do you think that that is to be a decent wife?
To reiterate, I think it's not so black and white like with the virgin thing that we talked about. If someone is, you know, good at being the mom or has the potential to be the mom, like I don't think it's so black and white on specific traits like
Okay.
virgin or not.
Sure, we talked about it.
Yeah,
Fair
we
point.
talked about it.
You said qualifying to follow a religion depending on the work you do. What did you mean by that?
Oh, I was like wondering how you guys feel about, or what are your guys' perspective on people who follow religion and do adult work? Because I've seen like a few
doesn't go together
clips, and
It's incompatible.
doesn't go together.
Like, do
It's
you think
people
it
that
could-
think that they're
wait.
religious, but they're not.
okay, I didn't finish though. Like,
Go ahead.
do you think because we're all sinners, like yes, there are different types of sins. However, do you think someone could really like truly follow a faithful religion and feel very like redeemed, feel like it's purposeful, and that they can like, you know, Jesus can forgive them for their sins, like just one religion as an
Yes.
example? And like,
Sure, Jesus can forgive you for your sins, but
do you think this person can be happy?
But hang on. Let's untangle a couple things. So
Yeah.
first of all, can you follow a religion and be a sex worker? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you could follow Satanism and all sorts of different
Exactly.
religions and be a sex worker. I think that you're specifically talking about, you know, possibly the Abrahamic religions
Yeah,
or something
I was
like
thinking-
this, right? So the answer there would be no. It'd be incompatible because it would be against Christian ethics. So it would not only violate the Ten Commandments, but it would also violate the teachings of Jesus Christ, and it would violate the teachings of Jesus Christ's apostles and all church doctrine. So no, it's not only is it incompatible, but it's highly sinful. So if you're asking, can you be forgiven for those things? Well, yeah, absolutely.
Only if you follow.
like
Only
more-
she
wait,
be forgiven
let me
only if
finish,
she follows
because-
doing the same things that Jesus would said or
Well,
whatever.
if she
No.
repents, if she
My
repents,
question, like Andrew was getting there. My question is, if this person is following this religion, repenting,
But they get
knowing that they're
gangbanged?
sinning, do you think this person can truly be happy? Because religion is like part of a person's values,
But they do gangbangs on the weekends for money.
and then repent. Because like I've seen some cases, and I'm just super curious about Andrew's thoughts because those women are not here physically.
But then they get gangbanged.
Yeah, so
some of the people, yes, that I'm thinking of, like no names, but
I've tangled with many such women, right? And the answer is no. I don't think that if on the weekends you're going off and doing, you know, camera gangbangs and sucking 20 dicks, and then you just go and confess it the next day, that you're very serious about the idea of repentance. And I can give you a story. Very briefly, and I'll just very briefly get into it. Saint Mary of Damascus she was a lifelong prostitute, and she segregated herself off from the world and became a saint because she spent the rest of her life in repentance for the things that she had done. So, yes, it's very possible for women to be reformed, but they always forget about the word repentance and what that means. Instead, they decide that they're going to go into some kind of bizarre ministry and tell everybody that feminism and Christianity is the same thing and shit. So,
It's not the same
no,
thing.
no, I don't think you can practice at the same time that you're doing it. There could be some bizarre hypothetical cases you could come up with, like she just did that last weekend before she had the revelation and she fully repented. After that, yeah, I think that that's possible, but it's super unlikely, right? Yeah.
Definitely, because those women are not here, and obviously no names, but I was just really
sorry,
curious.
St. Mary of Egypt, not Damascus, my bad. I got correct. That's an L for me. But anyway, yeah, so anyway, that's one case that you can look at.
You also said that you wanted to talk about, or interested in discussing, women's rights and misogyny.
Again?
So we actually did go through the misogyny. I didn't put misogyny in the previous.
Did we talk about misogyny?
Messages.
Maybe a little bit. I don't know.
Like the definition, like
briefly.
is it existing and like in society?
Yeah. Women's rights. You wanted to discuss women's rights. We can hit on that
Honestly,
quickly.
It's kind of like, I don't know if that's too long
Women
of a
have too much
topic.
rights. That's the
Well,
problem.
just give us a quick.
Yeah. Okay.
Quick. Boom.
I actually do have like one thing that I think could be debated on. Like in first world countries, what's defined by a first world country is not just like the socioeconomic power or political power, but also the ideology.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you guys feel about, let's just give an example, South Korea, where there's very few women's rights, and then there are like a lot of feminists protesting that, and people consider it a first world country. Like, can a first world country really be a first world country if the thinking is very anti-female, basically, like misogynist, not giving them rights?
The feminist movement is exceptionally strong in South Korea. But I don't think myself or Andrew know enough about the women's rights movement or feminism in South Korea. I don't want to speak for you, Andrew, but it's a very niche.
Can I?
Yeah, no, I understand the movement fairly well. Just like I understand the herbivore movement in Japan very well. And you said you seem to be fairly familiar with Japanese history. Is that correct?
Not super. No, I wouldn't say I'm a historian on Japanese. I've only studied the religions.
Can I say something on feminism regarding what you said?
Like women's rights.
Me coming from a country, from an region in the world that I've seen around me so many women that are suppressed, not specifically in Israel, but for example, the Muslims in Israel and the Christian Arabs in Israel, very suppressed by their families and their husband, a lot of them, and they come and seek asylum or help from the radical feminist for example, in Tel Aviv, right? So for women in America to sit and say that they've been suppressed in this country, it's ridiculous. Because where I come from, I've seen women get shot and killed if they just looked at another man, not say, not talk, not have sex, just looked at another man. And here women got all the privilege they get in the world, right? Women here have overly privilege because women here are louder for the wrong things. They use a lot of the time, and they use situation. As I said 100 times, they have this prostitute mentality that they're entitled to think they can get what they want. And then when they talk to men, just like you said about white men, they always say, oh, men are idiots, men are bad, men are users. The only men I've seen in this country that treating women really, really bad, it's men that tired from women with this mentality. Women here, they don't like to cook. Of course, I'm generalizing, and of course, it's different women. But a lot of the women here, they don't like to cook. They don't like to nurture their men. They're not patient when the man loses his money and need attention. They won't take their money and help their man. Here it's all about whatever you have, you can give me. And if you don't have it anymore, I divorce you and I'll marry someone that have it. Everything is transactional with money. And the good women that you haven't, wait a second, and the good women that you see in this country, they don't get enough attention because all this radical feminism, the indoctrinating the young youth and the 30-year-old and the 40-year-old and the 50-year-old, they have this entitled mentality. So for saying that women don't have enough rights here, it's the most ridiculous, stupid thing. I don't know.
Wait, okay, so I do have to move it off of South Korea. Do you have anything that's more pertinent to like Western countries or the United States?
No, I actually just was curious what
About
people thought about like
South
women's
Korea.
rights in certain countries.
Well,
Because
it's damaged them beyond all repair, because like Japan and South Korea and all these different Southeast Asian nations have become American ports, and so we have westernized them. And what's happened as a result of that is they abandoned traditionalism, and their birth rates have gone so far below reproduction that they're going to go extinct. South Korea, for instance, is below 1. The replacement level is below 1 per woman, which is that's basically an extinction level event. I don't even know how you can recover from that. Japan is almost as low as that. And yes, this is the Western values, especially of feminism, which has destroyed the traditional makeup of the family unit inside of those nations.
And Andrew, I want to say something regarding to what you just said. You don't know how much right you are. Like in Israel, for example, if you divorce a woman, because it's radical feminism, right? And you don't pay, let's say, child support, they will go to your bank account. You know how many men every year make suicide in Israel because this radical feminism and new laws they give to men if they don't pay child support as they accord. Like if the woman wants 4,000 shekels and the man doesn't pay it, she can go to his bank account with the government and take that money. So this Americanized Americanized mentality affected, like he said, in other people that it's unrepairable.
Well, now hang on. I wouldn't say in Israel that we outsourced that to Israel.
I'll tell you. So you're wrong.
Israel has outsourced plenty of its own stuff to the West.
Not with feminism.
Israel's right now, their birth rate though is stabilized because they have a massive in vitro fertilization program. And that in vitro fertilization program has worked fairly successfully because it'll allow women to go 20, 25, 35 times, as many times as it takes, because they have to have numbers high enough to defend the nation from all of the enemies they're surrounded by. So they patriotically push for basically a pregnancy program for women.
But that's not what that's not what I'm talking about. You're right about that, but it's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, that the radical feminism got affected so bad in Israel that even men, before in Israel, no man would let a woman pay, and women don't act out like the women act out here. But if you go to Tel Aviv versus another city like Tiberias, you see the complete difference between the attitude in the women in Tel Aviv and the women in the north of the country, completely, because they get influenced from America and American TV shows and American media. And I know that is a fact.
Israel's always been a highly progressive nation. When it came to domestic policy, it's always been highly progressive.
Yes.
America is not outsourcing progressivism to Israel any more than Israel is outsourcing progressivism. They have all sorts of philosophers which come up with the same types of policies that ours come up with.
No, I know.
I mean, that's one of the few nations I would actually say that is a part of the Western apparatus which exports feminism. I would not say that it is a nation which had feminism exported to it.
I'm very sorry. I do have to move things on. I'm very sorry, but going back to you in your pre-show notes here, you said dating until you find your person. Should you date multiple people at one time, or many until you find that person? So do you want to elaborate? What's your position on that?
Can you read it to me one more time?
You said dating until you find your person. Should you date multiple people at one time or many until you find that person?
So my position is, honestly, I feel like dating, not sleeping with every guy, but I feel like you should date as many people as you would like, and then once you kind of like, you have this box full of all these guys and you kind of just pick your best one, or if none of them's good enough, then you just keep dating until you find like that perfect person for yourself. It doesn't mean sleeping with them though. Emphasis on that.
Okay, all right. I personally think that women should be single for like at least 3 years before they date a new man. sorry, that was
before they date a new man after the last relationship.
After they got out of a relationship.
Okay, no, sorry. Okay, that was my troll answer. I'll just give you. Okay, like my position. If I go on a first date with a girl, and she wants a second date, it has to be a wrap with the other dudes. If there's other guys, if she's sleeping with another dude, I've lost interest.
Of course.
100%. A lot of women move that way. But if she's not doing that, but she's dating, sleep. Well, I mean, she's probably okay. If she's going on dates with other men, and she wants a second date with me, I'm not interested.
I feel like that's conversations that you kind of like just don't even have in the beginning, like when you first start dating somebody. Like you don't
know
ask
my
them
conversations.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like
but sometimes that's just not something people do.
Yeah, like
and
I'll ask if you're single.
Don't.
Like, are you single or not? You know, and if you're like, okay, I'm single, then I'm not going to ask you like, are you dating other women? Da, da, da.
Why not?
Wait, this girl over here said she's single, and she's been hooking up with a dude exclusively for 3 months.
And that's crazy to me.
No.
Oh,
That's
you're
not
you're
what I
not
specified.
Okay,
at all.
well you said
no.
Oh, so wait. Okay, then
I said
allow
I'm
me
dating him.
allow
That
me
doesn't
to
mean
inquire.
I'm sleeping with him.
So you're not sleeping with him?
No.
You've been dating this guy for 3 months?
Yes,
Are you a
because I
virgin?
actually want it to be a relationship.
Wait.
I'm dating seriously.
Is he
I'm not-
sleeping with
Wait.
anyone else?
As far as I know, no.
Wait, hold on. So you said you're waiting because you want it to be a serious relationship?
We both have made up the conclusion that we want to be with each other. So that we treat it as if it's a relationship.
But you don't have the title, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, why don't you?
I don't like that. Like I would not.
Yeah, but
No,
they're not-
I agree with you. I mean,
They're
that's
not-
something that I want. That's why
Yeah.
I said, I'm like, I have a limit. Like once it's, a couple months, like that's what I mean. I'm like, that's a conversation. We're
Can
like,
you
what are you
speak a
waiting
little
for?
closer to the mic?
Yeah, I said that's like a conversation. It's like, what are you waiting for, kind of thing. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I've pushed
Does
it.
does he want to have sex?
I mean, it's a conversation that's been had. Like I said, I would only be willing to like be intimate with somebody until it turns into a serious, into a relationship with the title.
How often do you hang out with him?
Well, we're long distance right now since I moved.
But you guys, wait.
So it's not frequent at all.
How long distance? Same state?
It's 2 hours.
Okay, 2 hours. How often do you see him?
I see him right now. It's only been like once a month.
Once a month. Okay. But you were in person with him. It wasn't long distance.
No,
when
it
you guys
wasn't.
first
This is
met.
new. The
Okay.
dynamic changes.
I have a question. You said it's been 3 months. You want something serious with him, so you've opted to wait to have sex. Has this been your standard for previous sexual partners?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Yes. And if that's hard to believe, then you don't have to believe me, but I'm telling you that's how it's been.
Has it been shorter than 3 months for any guy that you've hooked up with?
Wait, we say that again?
Have you previously?
I've maintained the same standards for.
Okay.
Yes.
I suppose that's fair. But okay, so got a little sidetracked there. Going back to you. I'm sorry, trying to remember what you were saying.
So basically, I just believe that you can date multiple people until you commit yourself to a person. I feel like it's really none of the other person's business if you are dating other people.
Okay.
Like, I feel like you shouldn't tell them, like, hey, I'm going on this date tomorrow. Like, it's kind of none of their concern until we say, hey, I don't want you seeing nobody else and you don't want me seeing nobody else. But I don't feel like it's okay in your situation to bring that up, to sit there and say that you want me exclusive to you, but you don't want to give me a title. Like, there's no way in hell I'm going to be okay with that. And yeah, I'll give them the benefit of doubt. Whereas, like, maybe that person just got out of a relationship, so they're kind of scared to jump into something, but then you also got to set your boundaries. Like, how long am I willing to take this type of behavior? Because you can also be the woman that's waiting to get married and you've been dating this guy for 10 years and he never puts a ring on your finger.
Well, yeah.
By the way, TTS is $69. If anybody wants to get a TTS and $69 TTS, go ahead.
I was saying, yeah, that's absolutely right. Like, I agree with you because, like, there's only so much time that you have to, like, spare. Like, I think my situation's different, like, than somebody who's, like, maybe 25, right? I'm 22, so I have time to spare. Like, I'm not rushing into it by any means. Like, I don't also want to be in a relationship until I'm certain. But as of now, I feel like I'm leaning towards like, hey, I'm ready to be in a relationship.
I'm curious, so do anybody else agree that you should only date one person at a time if you're not committed?
Of course.
Yes, me 100%. You know how I said, like, a lot of times guys don't get a second date?
Just donated 69 美元. Kami, your voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Your stories suck. Your personality sucks. Your mind sucks. You are not interesting. Sorry are the ladies who couldn't speak to her need for attention.
Gerald, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Shabby.
I am going to have to move it on. Getting to Raya. Okay.
Like a ray of sunshine.
All right. You said you've got a lot of crazy stories. There's a prison pen pal who turned into a relationship, high school ex. Well, let's start with the prison pen pal. So, and you've had a couple prison pen pal, or is it just one?
Oh, I did write to 5 of them before it got back to me.
You wrote to 5 prisoners.
Stop it.
Yeah.
You're the girl who writes to people in
I
prison.
used to.
What,
Back
like
in
murderers? Or?
No, I stuck to nonviolent crimes.
What's your criteria?
She's selective over the.
How did you get to them? I'm
criminals.
curious.
I also got a PO box.
But how can you get to them? How do you even start to do that? I'm curious.
You write letters.
Is there like a website?
Search it up online.
Yeah, it's called Write a Prisoner.
Really?
It's called what?
Write a Prisoner.
Write a prisoner.
No
What
way.
were the like? Can you sort by what kind of crime they committed?
I don't believe so.
But you said you would pick non-violent crimes.
Yeah.
So like selling drugs to like kindergartners. You would like pen pal that guy.
Well, I still have morals.
Oh, well, I mean, it's non-violent, but okay. So
Were any of them innocent? Did any of them tell you that they were innocent?
No.
Are you dead desperate for love?
No, I did not write to them for love.
So for what?
Because I was curious to hear people's life stories.
Okay.
I mean, there's
I
like
wanted-
Netflix shows about like prison and stuff. Like you could have just watched.
Last 28 hours.
It's okay. Look,
Investigate.
it's okay.
My last question on this before Brian starts inquiry, I just got to know, did they constantly ask for pictures?
No.
They had to have asked for pictures, right?
They did,
no?
yeah. But not
Yeah, okay, they
constant.
did.
I think it might be contraband, like to have like nude. I don't know.
Yeah, it
They
is.
have computer in
Well,
prison.
I'm not even saying nudes.
They do.
Oh, just like pictures of her. Okay. Yeah, just like a little pinup or something. You know,
Yeah.
like, just okay.
Is it?
So,
Do you find like criminals sexy?
No.
No.
As again, I will say I was not writing for love.
Okay.
but I mean,
She did research.
you wrote to 5. 4 of them responded.
One was a woman, 3 were guys.
Sorry,
And like, how many of them did it start going into a like flirtation with?
So I stopped writing to 2 of the guys because it started going that way, and I, again, was not looking for that. And then the girl and I just didn't click, like on a friendship level. And then I just really clicked with the one who I ended up being in a relationship with.
Yeah. So okay, prison pen pal. It turned it. So was he like getting out soon, and then once he got out, you guys started dating, or?
No, he gets out and...
Sorry, one sec.
Daryl Sanders donated 69美元. Brian, you've been making money all night, but you're still big mad. You seem to be making a comeback, but you've been letting Andrew do the heavy lifting for hours. What is going on, dude?
Yeah, you can show that. Daryl, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've been that time of the month, you know.
Big Sass Energy
I'll
donated
change it to,
69美元. My findom isn't only ever will be a superior white male named Brian. No way I would give my money to a chubby inferior Asian woman. Burrito zani bri empty me. Good night, King Daddy.
She heard it right there. She's just getting some
Brian,
water.
you should be a findom. You already have so many simps on here.
I would findom women. I don't think I would findom men.
But what if?
How? Whoa, that's so similar to what the girls come on here and say though. They're like, we'll do it to men, but not to women.
No, but he mean he's not gay. That's what he meant.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I'm not.
He's been exposed.
I also.
Brian's a sex worker, confirmed.
Yeah, confirmed.
Take that
I'm
L.
canceled. No, I do not want to do findom. But,
Maybe OnlyFans.
I do. I would totally do this. I would happily do this right this second. If any of you stupid broads out there who are listening to me right now would like to give me all of your money for me to degrade you all day long, I will definitely do that.
I kind of already have been,
69 plus. For
Is this that I've never heard
I will
of
do it.
findom?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Simping for Andrew.
Totally,
and the TTS.
Absolutely, right? I will drain your bank
but doesn't
accounts.
that go
I'll take
against
everything
God?
you have, and I'll mercilessly not stop until there's not a dime left. I'll go the whole 9 yards, man. I'll make sure.
Damn, more has than me.
That by the time it's done, no house, no credit cards, max. It's all mine.
I never heard of findom. I think I'm gonna go check it out.
Yes, really? Yes,
I've
girl.
never heard of it.
Okay.
Guys, Andrew's straying away from
Made them
God.
really famous, I think, after this podcast.
No, what are you talking about? It'd be a great service. It'd be a great service to
They
do.
need to give you.
What do you mean?
The dividends. How do you call it?
No, that's Twitter.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just saying.
You're kind of so hostile.
Okay, go.
Rap_PSA
Yo, thank you, Rap.
donated $69. Can't stay up late. Work trip tomorrow. But what's up with Cabra's pupils? They so big. The world wants to know. 07.
Look into this guy.
Maybe closer. Context.
Yo, Wrath, good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you so much for the TTS. Really appreciate it. All right, let's see. Oh, prison pen pal. Okay, so you dated him while he was in prison?
Yeah.
Never. Has he got out?
No.
How long? Wait. And this was like 3 years ago?
Yes.
You had sex? I'm curious. Like you had physical
How
sex?
would that be possible?
I don't know. Maybe
conjugal.
You can go there, like in Israel. If you're going with a prisoner, you can go to jail every other month and have sex in a specific room.
Yeah,
conjugal visit.
Yeah.
Wait, but so I think you have to be married for that. I think, but
no.
How long did you date him?
Not long. Probably about 3 months in a relationship.
Was he in like a totally different state? Or?
No, he's in California.
Oh, okay. Just curious, what was the crime?
He sold drugs on the dark web.
Okay.
And let's see.
Was his name the Dread Pirate Roberts by chance?
No, I wish. That guy's badass.
Huh. Okay.
Which one? There was 3 of them, right?
True, yeah.
Yeah.
And did you ever go visit him in person?
I did, yeah.
Okay, how many times?
Just once.
Just one time?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Was he cute?
Was he hot?
I found him attractive.
Awesome.
Did y'all break up after the visit?
Do you have a picture?
No.
Okay.
How long's he doing? How long's he in prison for?
He gets out most likely 2026.
Oh,
she's
2026.
Mm.
Oh, that's not that far.
All right. You said that your high school ex faked a car accident and you drove from Dallas to San Diego, and then your ex-girlfriend tried to move to Texas to live with your dad. Did you try to fuck your dad?
My dad tried to fuck her.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Your ex-girlfriend? You going with him and also?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anon donated $69. Share when you speak, act, and dress like an attention-starved, stuck 14-year-old. No masculine man in his absolute right mind with his shut together would ever get close. Pent-up frustration from earlier.
Wait, what's the pent-up frustration? The comment or me?
Oh, he's saying pent up frustration from earlier, so he's still pissed about earlier. Whatever you were saying.
Oh, I don't know. I've had like very good relationships.
Wait, so a few more things on this prison pen pal thing. You provided some notes. It started off with the letters, then emails.
Mm-hmm.
I guess computers, then calls, and eventually you went to visit him. He was serving 10 years for selling drugs on the dark web. We got along great. I was willing to be celibate for 4 years for him. I wasn't just saying that. I knew just how long I was committing to. He sent me flowers for my birthday. It was a very weird, but I found myself falling in love with just his voice. And no, he wasn't just sweet talking me. I set a boundary with all of my pen pals from the get-go that I wouldn't send them money. I was introduced to his best friend, and I would text his mom. We didn't end up working out because, in his own words, I don't want you serving the time with me. Go live your life.
You're so lucky they didn't do something too.
What would they have done? They're in prison.
No, but if you met his mother and somebody from the outside, they can perpetrate against you. It's so many stories like that on the web. You know?
I think that's beautiful that he kind of wanted you to live your life. That's really
It
sweet.
is. No,
It shows that he loved you.
despite what people might think about criminals, they're still people. They did a
Yeah.
bad thing. It does not define them.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
That's why they're serving time.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're doing their time. He's a
I
good
think
guy.
what's interesting about it is that you searched for criminals on the web
Exactly.
to create relationships with, friendships or romantic. I think that's why everyone's like, whoa, not because we're like, oh my god, a criminal.
This
can't
actually
be.
was I wouldn't say common, but this was a thing in 2020 during quarantine.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
It was like a trend.
Are you on like a Netflix docuseries by chance?
No, I'm not on
Okay.
Love During Lockup or something like that.
Oh, okay. I was curious.
What do you think about women who, used to write to Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy and stuff like that?
Cuckoo.
If they write with the intention of being romantic, I wouldn't agree with that. Just personally based off the crimes.
Okay.
If you were single when this guy got out, like, and actually ready to date, would you give him like a chance? Like, would you try to find him, hit him up, see if he's single?
Would I? Like
yeah,
in the future?
hypothetically, yeah.
We'll see where
Because it
life
sounds
goes.
amicable. Mhm.
Oh yeah, yeah. The dynamic would definitely be different once he gets out.
Good point.
So I think he made the correct choice in saying go live your life. He was right.
Yeah. I have a question. So do you like only date guys that are in jail or prison or is it like you date any, like, you know what I mean? Does it matter?
No, I never claimed I only date men in prison.
Okay.
Yeah, you did say here that I think go live your I didn't finish the whole thing. It says go live your life. Maybe if you aren't married with kids by the time I get out, we can try to have a real relationship. I thought he was just playing the long game for money, but even his mom and best friend told me he was really sad about the situation. I don't talk to him anymore. When he does get out and you're still single, are you guys gonna link?
I don't know. We'll see in 2 years, I guess. I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no.
You still think about him?
No, actually. I have like object
But okay,
permanence,
so like,
if I'm not talking to someone.
Let's put you in this scenario. He gets out, you get a call from him, and he's like, "Hey, I want to rekindle this. Let's meet up." Do you say yes?
With the current stage I'm at in my life right now, most likely not.
Okay. All right, let's see what else we have here. Do you think men are insecure if they care about a woman's body count?
No.
Like if it's more than 1 or if it's more than 0, or like, for example, they think something is high, like too high for them, so they comment on it.
Sure.
I think as long as it's not like the binary, like virgin or not virgin, then no, I don't think insecure.
No.
What do you think?
Yes.
Yes, insecure. Okay.
No.
No, it's preference.
Shina?
I don't think men are insecure. I think men want to have something that not everybody share with. That's what I think.
So going around the table, what's your body count?
I made a promise to my audience that I wouldn't talk about this. There's just like certain things that I wouldn't talk about because
Which audience? I'm just curious.
I'm on TikTok.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, there's just like by me participating, it would be saying
Jess Gerald donated $69.
it's okay to judge someone off of that, and
See,
I don't
Kami?
think it's okay.
She's interesting. She has something interesting to say. She's pleasant. Her voice doesn't resemble a dying cat pretending to be from LA.
We don't have to bring women
To her.
down to bring me up. But thanks, I guess.
Oh, damn, Gerald.
Also, Kami is spelled Kami. Just, for the sake of the whole podcast,
Yeah.
please don't think that's how I spell my name.
It's not like communism. It's
yes, it's not communism.
That
Just to make that clear.
Thank you, Gerald. That TTS came in while you were making your point about body count. You were saying what? Can you just repeat what you said?
I've just seen the men and women in my life really suffer from it. Really, feeling like it defined them, and and my audience was like, please don't talk about that, and so I'm gonna honor that.
What do you mean they suffered? What do you mean?
So I've seen like the men in my life feel like they're not worth anything because it's like, oh, you haven't slept with a woman, or like, you're not valid until you have had that. I've heard like my dad say that to my other family members. What? And yeah, and then with like the women in my life, like them being like, oh my god, like if it's higher than 1, like I don't know, I don't want to like promote that, like
promote what?
The idea that it negates all of your qualities.
So you would object if a guy was like, this woman is otherwise cool and great and everything, but she slept with 100 men. You think that would be wrong for him to filter her out on that sole basis?
If he doesn't want to be with her because of that, that's his prerogative. That's fine. But it's more about like the personal shame.
Well, I wonder if this is, and maybe Andrew has thoughts on that. I wonder if this whole like, well, it's their preference. They're allowed to have their preference. I wonder if that's a bit of an evasion to this question, because do you have an issue with the preference? No. Because we can sit here and say, well, I'm fine with people having the preference. They can have the preference.
Yeah.
But do I take issue with the preference?
Well, part of my value of acceptance isn't just accepting things that align with my view. I also accept that people have different views, because if we all thought the same, like, what the heck would life even be? Have you guys seen WALL-E? Show of hands. It'd be like WALL-E. We'd all be just sitting around like looking at screens, like I don't know.
Yeah. All right. What's your body count?
And just to clarify, this is like in your whole life, not just 18 plus.
Whole life, yeah.
Okay. I think 23.
Okay. What about you?
Wait.
11.
5.
1, the man I had a baby with.
Just one?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have sex with me.
Okay.
6.
6.
I'm gonna evade the question.
I'm avoiding it only because my son see it, but it wasn't a lot. Because I was married for 10
3, and that's the real number.
No,
For
sometimes people are just not comfortable due to religious backgrounds.
Brian, have you ever answered this question?
How
Nope.
many body counts you had, Brian?
I have not answered this question.
Come on, so answer now.
I'm a virgin.
I don't believe it. Stop.
I'm a virgin. I'm a virgin,
How many long labia you had?
Can you give us a range?
Between, the girls that come on this. Between 0 and 1,000. That's the range.
Same.
Playboy alert.
Yeah. Could be 0. It could be 1,000. Who knows? Let's see. Well, I'm trying to think here. Oh, should we do? I want to do the bow video. Do we still have bow video 2.0 pulled up? Do we have 2.0? I think we should have 2.0. We'll do 1.0 and 2.0. So the first one features my ex-girlfriend
Your ex
Who you'd never slept with, huh? Just
That's
kidding.
right, yeah. All right, so this is my ex-girlfriend. This is what I expect. These are my expectations in a girlfriend.
You don't audio.
There's no audio.
Where
All
is
right.
she?
Boom. Huge bow. You see
I
that
saw
bow?
it before.
That's what I expect.
She's not really your ex-girlfriend, is she?
A girl, she's got to hit the bow. If she doesn't hit the bow, she doesn't get the plow. Oh, I just made that up.
That was good.
That was a good one, boys. If she doesn't hit the bow, she doesn't get the
Everyone
plow.
clap.
Look, she's already got my dinner ready, my noodles, my beer ready to go. I had to scold her
Feed
for
it to
those
you?
tomatoes though.
She looks like she's terrified, Brian.
That's how I
Sums
keep
up people in China.
people in check. Okay,
No.
play it one more time. Just like the bow part though. Just the quick bow. Just hit the play button. Yeah. Boom. Huge bow. So going around the table, would you be willing to bow for your man
If I loved him, yeah.
for a second date?
For a second
He's
date.
like, hey, I really like you. I need a bow though.
If it was like funny, like I wouldn't bow out of like respect off the second date.
Okay, but you would do it
Like-
eventually. Okay, what about you? Would you hit a bow?
If he asked me directly, I would say no.
Your fiance?
Like at
Or
2
no?
dates. No.
You're
Wait,
engaged, right?
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the same question for
Oh,
me at second date.
Let's just say your current
Oh.
fiance.
Yes. If he asked me, like,
You'd-
not as a joke, like, I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ruby, you'd hit the bow?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's kind of
Would you hit the bow?
Yeah, I would.
Hit the bow?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
You wouldn't hit the bow?
No.
No, why not?
No.
No bow?
No. He's
What?
not bowing for me, right?
Oh my god.
So?
But, like, you wouldn't do, like,
What's wrong
one
with that?
thing just to make him happy
Or
or
is
something?
it just a one-time
like,
thing, or is it every time I greet him?
I don't
Oh,
get this
I don't
whole
know.
like tit for tat thing. Like
Yeah.
it's like,
Like, do you wanna make
like
him
here,
smile or
but
not?
here, check this out. What I don't understand is y'all girls will be like, well, I suck his dick, so he should suck my dick. It's
Not
like,
me.
hold
Not
on.
me.
What? You know, it's not fair.
You got offended
that
when I
just-
asked if you would bow.
Oh, I wasn't offended.
Okay.
But no, I wouldn't. Actually, wait, me
not
and Andrew
attractive
got
when
into
a
this
man
last show. Andrew, we're going to have a fucking round 2 on the bow debate, by the way. I don't know if we have time tonight,
It's
but
not
one of these
attractive
days.
if a man bow at all.
One of these days, Andrew would not do it for the perfect woman. Not perfect, whatever. Would you hit the bow?
That's my boyfriend. I'm playful. Yeah.
You do it? Okay, Sheena?
If you respect me and have
He
sex with me every day, yes.
Oh. Okay. So you're the only one who wouldn't hit the bow. Why wouldn't you hit the bow?
It just wouldn't be genuine. If it's a joke and he knows it's a joke, then yes, I would. But in a genuine way, no.
Like in a playful, genuine
Yeah, I
way.
agree with that. Like playfully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Well, then yes.
Like just that? That's it?
But seriously, that's weird. That's like something
Why is it weird, bro?
No, if you're
Maybe
taking it
just-
serious, that's something you would do like for religious purposes. You
They
know,
do
like
it in many
praise-
countries.
For
That's like
respect
for
purposes.
respect.
Respect
But
in China.
Respect.
In a lot of
It's the
Arab
gesture,
countries, the
it's
women
the
do
gesture.
it.
It's like calling him
like
like king
playful.
or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's cute. I
In a lot of
agree.
countries, they do
Like,
it.
I think some countries, they kiss cheeks or something. In China, if it's someone you respect.
Do you kiss their
it's-
feet? I think, or what,
No, that's actually in India.
Oh, that's-
Yeah, because my ex
yeah.
was Indian. But
That's
yeah, and then
cool.
China
That
bow.
one.
Yeah.
In the Arab world, they kiss the hand of the man and put the head like this.
Oh,
if
I've
they
seen that,
respect him.
yes.
Yeah.
What's weird to me, I mean, most of you said you would do the bow, but you wouldn't do the bow.
I said not genuinely.
Not genuine.
In a playful way, yes.
Yeah. I don't know if this is the case for you, but like we've had girls on the panel who are like, I would not do the bow for a man. And a lot of women would say that. And I'm like, but you'll let him hit within 30 minutes of meeting? It's like, really, son? You won't do the bow, or you won't cook, or you won't do this. You won't like fold his laundry, but you'll let him like blast on your face. It's very confusing. I'm confused, you know? Like you'll let him fuck you behind a dumpster. You know, you'll let him fuck you behind the dumpster in the 7-Eleven.
Maybe if you say it more, like, you'll get a reaction.
I mean, I'm not gonna bow for my man like every day. That's crazy. But I would definitely do it in a playful manner, like, cause I want to laugh. You know, I think it's funny. Like, just come here. But if you want me to do all that extra, the way that girl bend in the video, I'm not doing that. Yeah, like her head.
bow.
I mean, that was
damn near
That was
touch
a
her
bow.
knees. Like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's the deep bow. You can't do a poverty bow.
Oh my God, you would get beat in China if you did like a little.
No, you can't do the hat.
No, you might as well not do it at all.
You might as well.
It's actually
disrespectful.
humiliating. Yeah,
You can't just do the little mini
you
bow.
cannot. No,
Can't
you have
do
to go
it.
full 90 degrees.
Full 90.
Yeah.
That's respect.
Yeah, you know what? They would love you in China. Like,
Oh, okay.
Can I go?
Yeah.
See you later,
All
guys.
right.
Oh, bye.
Wait. Just stay for. We're gonna wrap soon. Can you stay?
Downstairs, they're gonna go.
Wait, what?
My ride.
You gotta stay for the roast session. Just is it an Uber?
No, it's my son, and he's giving me a hard time.
Oh.
Is he watching right
I
now?
see.
Yeah, he's like, no, but he needs to do something in the morning, and we had an accident with 2 cars, so.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Usually
Anissa,
I
I'll
can-
just have you.
Usually I can stay.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But you know, this whole you won't do the bow. You won't do the bow. But like these girls, they won't do the bow, but they'll like let a guy give them like a Cleveland steamer after like that night. It's just like confusing. I don't get it.
I think it's feminism's gone a bit wild in terms of where women now are taking the worst parts of men and just acting like the worst parts of men. Like, yeah, it's cool to sleep around.
I feel
it's
like
this,
both genders
but
are
I
doing
also
that.
won't.
It's like actually so insane, the us versus them idea. I was literally hosting friends one time. I walk into a room, this guy is there watching Elliot Rodgers things. He's like, oh, all women are this, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, dang. And then I walk into the living room and this girl's like, all men are this, like all men are horrible. And it's like, who's right? I don't think either of them are right. What I see is, I see these people who just want to love and be loved in a world that they don't trust, in a world that they're scared of, like they're hurt, you know? I don't think that we need to like be fighting at each other's necks like, oh, women are terrible, they're just like extremists, like old men are terrible. Like, I think that people are people and that we should just
Wow, that was beautiful. That was so beautiful.
I do think
I'm
culture.
touched.
Thank you.
But it doesn't answer the question as to
Yeah.
why you won't bow for a man, but you'll let him like come on your face.
Well, I wouldn't know because that's not like my person. That's like not my.
But like a lot
You
of women, there are
prefer
a lot
it
of
in the
women
hair?
who would do that. I'm not saying women at this table, but there are a lot of women who would have that kind of.
What did you say?
I said she was like, you said you wouldn't do that because she was saying like, oh, they wouldn't bow, but they'd let a guy come on their face, and you're like, I don't do that, and I was like, oh, you prefer it in the hair.
Oh my God! Everyone laugh. You got the whole squad laughing. Okay. I mean, I could only speculate like why. So I don't know.
Well, I think it is to do with just feminism and media and.
What does that have to do with feminism?
Well, because feminism's gone too far, so now women are acting like men, but they're acting like pigs. They're not acting like good men.
But what does feminism have to do with a woman not wanting to bow but getting stuff in her face?
Well, because modern women are going out sleeping with lots of men and then not being submissive to men at all.
Brian?
Yeah?
I got to roll out a little early, too. I have a Vespers in the morning I got to get to. But I am going to do a raid over to your channel.
Oh, thank you so much, Andrew. I appreciate it.
It was nice to meet all of you guys. Thanks for the spirited conversation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew, I got to talk to you tomorrow about something if you have some time. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Andrew. Thank you so much for joining, man. Appreciate the incoming raid. Thank you. Hope you have a good night, Andrew. All right. Any final thoughts here? We're going to do a roast session, then we're going to wrap up the show. So any final thoughts? Any topics you guys want to hit on that maybe we didn't get to touch on? Or?
I have a question. I don't know if it's just me, but you guys, do you feel like there's kind of a lot of division between both genders? I don't know. I just feel like that's kind of, it's just sad to see, because I feel like if we had more respect for each other, there'd be a lack of this discourse of like, I hate women, I hate men. I'm like, I think at the end of the day, truthfully, we just want like respect and love from each other.
I think the battle of the sexes has been going on for so long. Like, it makes me wonder if
it's ever gonna get better.
No. If it makes me wonder if like humans living in like society, like modern day society, will ever even overcome that, or if it will just be like a eternity long battle.
I think it would be an eternity long battle.
Yeah.
I feel like the roles are so intertwined nowadays. It's just like everyone's saying, okay, you need to act like a man, and you're saying you need to act like a female or a woman and be feminine. And then men are very feminine nowadays, and women are very masculine. So it's kind of just like, it's just a hot mess, honestly. It's kind of like you gotta ride whatever wave you're on and just choose wisely.
By the way, guys, TTS is now $20. We have a $20 TTS. We're going to do the roast session, then we're going to wrap the show. So if you guys want to get in a roast, a TTS, it's now $20. If you want to, sorry to interrupt, if you want to continue with your point.
Oh, no, I think I finished.
Did anybody else want to weigh in on her question? Oh.
Graham Meow XD donated $20.24. All the talking over each other earlier gave me such a headache. Much respect for both Brian and Andrew.
Meow, thank you so much for the $20 TTS. Really appreciate it. AB Check, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. You're a legend, dude. Thank you so much, man. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you, man. Big 20 gifted. Thank you so much, man. So yeah, TTS is 20. If you want to get a roast in, I mean, you can roast her, 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 roast her. Don't roast Anissa though. She's she got it a little bad last time. The roasting. And no, you can roast her too.
Vector donated $20. Chair 2 is a popcorn generator. Can I get brewer's yeast with that? No, I don't want your infection. While I love Asians, you are not my Asian. However, thank you for the entertainment.
Yeah, it was entertaining.
Sorry, are we just going all the roasts? Are we allowed to react?
You can respond, absolutely.
I've never gotten STD or STI, and you're welcome for the entertainment. That is my goal.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know why I'm looking at it. That was a brain fart on my part. I was like waiting for you to say something, but yeah. So if you guys want $20 TTS, we're doing the roast session. Oh, we didn't. Let's play Bow Video too. Luis, thank you for the gifted 10 memberships. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. You're a legend, Luis. I think you sent in a bunch last show, so thank you, man. Bow Video 2. Let's do Bow Video 2. I forget that's the thing I wanted to pull up. I'm going to pause the TTS just temporarily just so we can let that play. And I think no audio. I'm pretty sure we want no audio on this one. Yeah. So this is kind of like upgraded a little bit, but then there's a twist.
And then you want sound or
No sound. No sound. All right. Can you, or wait, here, I mean, I think this is great too. This is great too. I think this is how it should be. Oh, wait, what? What
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
fuck? Hold on, bro. Stop. Oh, bro.
Yeah.
Damn. That's.
Well, he still got his bow though.
The first half of that.
Still got his
the
bow.
first half was good. The first half was good, but the rest was not good. Would any of you do that? Like kneel, take his shoes off?
I actually used to take off my boyfriend's shoes when he came home because it's just funny because his feet are huge. It was like impossible. But he would also take off my shoes.
Word. That's cool. I kind of criticize her technique a little bit though because she was touching the underside of the shoe. Like there's a way you could take the shoe off without like.
You do the heel.
You grab from the top, so. All right.
I think
like the video, guys.
The idea of the first part of the video, I think, is no different from a girl being like, look, I have this nice guy that drives me around and he bought me a handbag. It's like kind of like, I don't think it's any different, but people seem to go crazy when they see a woman submitting to a man. But if it were a woman making a TikTok, my boyfriend drives a sports car and he picks me up and opens the door for me and all that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah, like
that would be
chivalry or
fine. That would,
something.
you know, that wouldn't even go viral.
Yeah.
I feel like we
agree.
see that meme a lot, like with the girls, but it's like only when the guy is literally doing everything that you want, you know? Like I make jokes like that. I was like, I'll do all this for him so long as he's like what I want in a man.
I mean, I don't know if this is like the point that Brian's getting at, but sometimes it really just is for content and entertainment purposes. Like, I think like the
Sometimes
couple
it's not
had a
even that
lot of
serious.
fun. I don't know if they do that every day, but I think they had a lot of fun making that video. I would have a lot of fun making that video with my fiance.
I think it's a bit deeper though, because I think if women in general just, I think when I say, you know, when I was referring to feminism earlier and I say it's gone too far, I think if women just pulled back a bit and women were a bit more submissive and offered that, it would then force men to be better partners and think, well, actually, I want one of those women that will sort of cook for me and stuff, but in return, you know, she wants me to sort of open the door for her and be polite and, you know, not be vulgar in front of her and stuff like that. And it would then generate, you know, better value men rather than kind of men not having any responsibility. They can do what they want, women can do what they want, and nothing matters and all that kind of stuff.
I think it would enable more respect between genders, honestly.
Yeah.
And like the plot twist at the, you know, and the plot twist where he's cooking, if there were like a video where, you know, maybe it's like a guy's buying a girl handbags in the sports car, like you said, but then she goes back home and is bowing and, you know, serving her food. And then he's cooking. Like, wouldn't that be an interesting plot twist? Like, would it be so controversial as this one?
Well, yeah, I feel like men on, you know, treating those women that are getting that lifestyle from men on the women who are like acting wild, like on social media and stuff, and on the women who are like shouting at him or saying you need to do this and I won't do this and saying no to him all the time and stuff like that. They're probably like very nice partners.
I will say social media is kind of a lie. A lot of the people making a lot from stuff like Instagram and TikTok. It's very different from when you meet them in person.
Beige rate, I think that's what it's called. Like rage bait. That's
rage bait.
Like, things are like that. It's like to trigger people.
Yeah,
that's
to
why you
get
don't take
engagement.
don't take it seriously. It's kind of like this like podcast. It's rage bait.
Yeah,
I mean, I
that's
knew
why
that
I'm
going
here.
in. I was like, you're gonna
Wait,
get hate.
hold on. Let's explore that claim. So, what is rage bait about the podcast?
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. Rage bait.
No, why don't you actually articulate your argument?
Okay, so you feel like there's moments where I think even the girls can agree there's like moments of hostility, and that's like to cause rage bait amongst the viewers. Like your facial expressions, like they tell it all.
Yeah,
Anybody who has like eyes can see like, okay, body language, it's telling even when you say nothing.
Like
I can make it
up the
even more.
KKK and Hitler, bro. Like
Yeah.
And
I
also,
will make it even
you
more.
were like, sorry. And you also like have done troll answers and then like caught yourself, but you're like,
I did one troll answer.
Yeah,
said,
but
well,
think
Hitler
about
was
the
doing his
troll
job,
answers
like,
that you
what?
didn't identify.
I mean, that's how you get
To
views,
make it,
though.
to make it more
Okay,
simple,
hold on.
like
I'm
why
not
don't you
gonna- I
just
can't really
scream
do a
Rachel
three-
every time?
I can't really do a 3v1, so let's go over your claims here. Okay, so your claims are what?
Rage bait. That's literally all we're talking
Rage
about.
bait.
Yeah,
Okay,
Google it.
articulate it.
It's pretty, like I said, self-explanatory.
No, it's not self-explanatory.
What's the
Here, I'll
meaning of
Google it.
rage? And then what's the meaning of bait? It's like a test
Here,
to
I'll
see if
I'll
somebody's gonna
Google
get
it.
mad.
I'll Google the definition, and you tell me if you agree with the definition.
Okay.
Rage baiting is a manipulative tactic used to get people to react emotionally to content, usually with the goal of increasing engagement and revenue.
Yeah, so like people use rage bait titles, so titles that are kind of like, whoa. And that's more like clickbait. It's pretty similar to what rage bait like encompasses.
But are you saying that you're being
So
sort of
what-
tricked into coming on here
Oh,
for
no.
rage bait? Or
No. That's
No,
not
I
what
think
said.
she meant the way that the content is marketed.
This is how the show is.
Like for example, like knowing your audience is like traditional males, you purposely it's like strategy to bring feminists and adult workers and stuff, and that have titles like misandrist, toxic, blah 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 blah. Like
we're talking
You
about
literally
things that-
are a misandrist.
Then why do
How
I
is
then
that-
why do I love my fiance and in the past my exes? I was very
Isn't this the same
serious.
argument of like, well, I have one black
But I
friend,
never said
so I
you
can't
are-
be racist?
Uh-huh.
Isn't that the exact same argument?
Um,
I have a black friend, therefore
but
I'm not
I've
racist.
loved multiple men in the past, like different
So?
exes.
So?
Not at the same time, but I don't discriminate against men for being men. Like I just truly, I wouldn't have even met my fiance if I were someone to just jump to the
Okay,
conclusion.
there's
Oh,
too
you're
many,
a man. You're
there's
toxic.
too many competing claims here. So let's go back to you. Can you actually articulate how the podcast is rage bait? Because you're saying, well, Brian, you get angry. Well, me being like frustrated or angry by what's going on in the podcast, that might be, you might consider that like me being angry. I don't see what that has to do with a rage bait.
No, I didn't say those moments. I
Okay, but you said I make faces.
Yeah, that's normal.
Okay.
Body language.
You made faces all night too. Cool. We both made faces. Are you rage baiting?
You could say so.
Okay, I wouldn't say you're rage baiting just because you have a facial expression, but can you actually articulate how I or the podcast rage baits?
Titles of videos. I can't look. I mean, I'm not really.
I mean, if the titles accurately describe the content,
but you're smart enough to know that what you do
is what
allures a certain type of audience that is in your favor.
Oh, well, what type of audience does it allure? Why don't you tell me?
You tell me. I'm not.
No. You made the claim. It's your job to tell me.
I haven't done enough research on.
No, but
like
you made the claim.
study.
You cannot. You made the claim. So why don't you tell me?
No, I'm just saying that I feel like there's maybe moments, like I sense that there's moments in the time that like I've seen the girls speak, you speak and interact. I can't give you an example from the top of my head.
No, but you made a claim about the audience. So what is your claim about the audience?
All I said was that like you know your audience and you know what type of titles or content allures to your audience. A smart business person would do that.
That's not the same as like clickbait though, and sort of being deceptive and manipulative. It's just, so I know what you mean. I've seen titles of shorts that will say, you know, feminist this, but like that is literally just like a descriptive title that is short and gets attention. It's not going to be very reasonable, rational woman has a calm conversation with Brian, because it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just comparing like you know, little clips on TikTok or something to something minuscule, like a clip from here, you know.
I know what you mean, like a little bit like taking the highlight reels because it's engaging, it's exciting for people to watch in 10 seconds versus scrubbing through the podcast and finding the like exciting parts, and then having like on the TikTok sometimes like captions or whatever to make it exciting.
But that's
so
not
again, you're going to have to actually explain what's the actual claim here. I'm still a little confused how it's rage baiting.
I didn't say this podcast was rage baiting. I was giving a small comparison of rage bait moments. Like if I put a clip of like 10 seconds on this podcast that will allure somebody, that's kind of, you could pick a moment that will
Isn't this just common in all forms of entertainment?
Yeah.
Like if there's a highlight reel,
that's what I'm trying to make a
if
point
there's a
of.
highlight reel of a football game, they're not going to make a highlight of all the downtime and all the timeouts.
Yeah.
They're going to show the touchdown. They're going to show some really good tackle. So if there's an exciting, entertaining moment on the podcast,
that's not rage bait.
Of course, that's going to be what gets clipped. But I'm a little confused. Okay, well, I don't think you've really articulated your point, but I mean, I'm open to hearing it out if you want to try.
I don't know. I think maybe it's being taken out of context. I just try to make like a comparison between a small clip maybe that you could put here versus a small clip comparing like to another video online. I'm not saying the encompasses of your entire content is that. I'm just giving examples.
And so just to be clear, the entire claim is just, it's rage bait.
What claim? That
Okay,
this?
I'm just gonna let the TTS come through. Yo guys, TTS is 20 if you want, get it in.
Donated $20. Brian, had to give you 20 just for dealing with this panel. Share one's mental gymnastics to dodge questions is absolutely mind-numbing. Props on your patience, Brian.
Yo, J-Nitch, thank you, man, appreciate
Evan
it.
Johnson donated $20. Be careful, lady, to not sneeze so your faces don't slide off. Andrew and Brian keep up God's work by showing the delusion these women live in.
Yo, Ethan, thank you, man. Appreciate the TTS. Thank you so much, man.
Reality blown underscore on underscore X donated $20.69. These dumb slopes started attacking you the second Andrew left. It wasn't rage bait. It was women who can't fight their own positions because they're illogical. You all sound pathetic, especially you.
Dariel underscore Frank Castle 512 donated $20. Any man that sits in a room with 6 dumbasses would make faces too? Male sign?
Boy. Yo, Dariel Frank Castle, thank you for the TTS. Yeah, look, man, I mean, there's a lot going on behind the scenes that I'm not disclosing at the moment, but perhaps might be disclosed in coming shows. But and in addition to that, I mean, look, doing these shows twice a week. Look, you're trying to put on a production. People don't have the same standard of professional conduct as you do. It gets very frustrating, and I get tilted. You know, we got people running late. I want to credit those of you who did arrive on time. I believe you were on time. You were on time. You were on time. I think you were on time. Late, and then late. It's frustrating because if the show starts late, I get all the flack for it. And if it was up to me, we would probably be able to start these shows at 4:45. Should everybody actually show on time, but they don't, it delays the start of the show. That's obviously frustrating for me. I want to get the show out on time. People don't listen to the pre-show instructions. No offense to most of you. Half of you were on your phone, despite Austin, who is very polite to all of you, saying, hey guys, I have to give you pre-show instructions for 10 minutes. Please listen. You were taking a story. The rest of you were on your phone. Shina was on her phone. There's a bunch of stuff that's like just annoying that goes on behind the scenes. So, I mean, it is what it is.
I wanted to ask, do you do the podcast so late because people won't come to it earlier?
Well, I mean, people have work. So,
yeah,
I mean, 4 p.m. Meet time is 4 p.m. We go live at 5 p.m. Actually, we used to do 6 p.m. meet time, go live at 7.
Okay.
For some of our earlier episodes, but I thought that was too late. So
I forgot not everybody's going to be like full-time social media and stuff, so people come from normal jobs.
Yeah, so if you have a normal job, like we figure it might be more possible for somebody to come in like at 4 versus like if we did the shit at noon.
Yeah,
I feel like that'd be a bigger hurdle for getting guests.
Yeah,
because a lot of people have jobs or school or something. So yeah. Let's see what else we have. Guys, final call if you guys want to get your TTS in. But let's see. Final call. I'll put it. This is actually going to be a short-ish show.
I feel like that's so weird. You guys thought I was trolling. Like, you guys were, or like,
I mean, you kind of were.
Rachel actually got upset. Like, she started calling me names because she couldn't even defend her position.
Mm-hmm. Wait, she couldn't defend her position?
Or she couldn't.
Dariel_Frank Castle 512 donated $20. So they make themselves sound stupid on live, and then blame you for being clipped. I'm watching live from NYC. It's almost 3 a.m. Vector donated $20.
Yo, Vector, thank you.
Brit Lady, can you say the word no? Brian, did you know that the British voice mostly used by your donations is called Brian?
I do know that the voice it's the Brian voice. It's called Brian. Thank you, Vector. Can you say no?
Well, do they want me to be like, no? Like, do they want it like British? Or is it like a question of...
They don't say nar.
What was that? Did anybody hear that?
Yeah.
That was peculiar.
That was up dog.
Well, I think like you know how the Australians say.
Oh no.
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 But I don't think the British do it that way.
No.
That's the genuine no.
Yeah.
It kind of sounded like.
You guys like the accents, but everyone always thinks I'm Australian.
We have William Caceres. Thank you, man, for the super chat. I don't know what's more annoying, her Valley fake voice or her DEGEN immoral scamming. Both. Thank you, William. Appreciate it, man. $20 TTS if you guys want to get it in. Yeah, look, I mean, what was I going to say? I forgot. Oh, I was definitely tilted tonight. Like, I fucked up. I shouldn't have got so tilted, but it is what it is. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. So, anyways, maybe we'll talk about it at some point. But
professionalism.
Huh?
Professionalism.
What
so you have different. Wait, hold on. You said like there's a lot going on over the scenes, so you got tilted, but it's okay to have this different standard of professionalism that you hold others to.
I'm sorry. What do you mean?
Earlier, you were saying like, oh, some people have different definitions of professionalism, and that's not great for your whatever, your flow. Like, that is what you said, right? But you getting tilted, is that beneficial for the show? Like,
no, it's not.
Oh, okay, so you are also working on professionalism. Would you say that?
Yeah, sure. I would certainly agree that being frustrated is unprofessional, but if somebody smacks you in the face and you smack them back and it's on camera, is that professional?
I would never do that at work. I would never.
You wouldn't
whether
defend
it's
yourself at work?
Whether
You'd
it's
let
I'm
somebody
working for
smack
someone
you in the
else
face?
or my company.
Would you let somebody smack you in the face at work?
I wouldn't say come smack me, but if they smack me, I would not.
You wouldn't hit them back?
No.
Okay, well, you and me are different.
Especially if it's on video.
But the
There's
difference
nothing
here,
why?
as a attempt to articulate my point, it's frustrating when you've gone over the rules with people and they continuously defy the rules. They don't listen. Case in point, you were on your phone when Austin over here, who was perfectly polite to you, was trying to go over the pre-show information. And when people are on their phone, when people are on their phone, when my staff, my team is going over the pre-show information, they don't know how to conduct themselves on the show because they weren't listening. That's what led to the constant. You probably missed the part where we say one microphone at a time. Don't be interrupting each other. Don't have multiple microphones talking. So yes, as somebody who's tries to be orderly, it's frustrating when the guests on the show do not conduct themselves in an orderly way.
Yeah, maybe.
And it frustrates me live because we are live. If this was pre-recorded, we would just cut out all the tilt. It would just be the content. But it's live, so yeah, you're going to capture the frustration.
It just happened twice, but objectively, I actually do think you guys could like throw in a rule, like just wait 1 second, like after someone finishes, because a lot of us started talking after a pause.
I mean, there was constant like crosstalk and back and forth, or not back and forth, excuse me, like interruptions, and you guys were talking over each other, even though we tell you like one microphone at a time. And there's a bunch of other stuff too.
Yeah. I mean, since we're going into it, like me waiting downstairs for 13 minutes when arriving on time, I didn't really see that as professional. I've never seen that in my tech work. You can go back and see.
Yeah, I'll pull it up on the security camera, but...
Oh, but maybe censor the account.
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, it's called staging. So I think that has...
You said please arrive at 4 p.m.
Yeah, that has more to...
And I was there.
Yeah,
and
that
you
has
said
more...
someone will, like... Okay, I'm like finishing. Like someone said, send a message and we'll come down and pick you up. Something like that, right? Like I think everyone got that message.
Yeah.
At 4:02,
yeah,
I was like, huh?
I'll
Where?
see.
I went to both doors because I thought maybe I was in the wrong place.
Oh, you went to the wrong door. Yeah.
Yeah, but I went to both doors because I actually misunderstood, because I was like, oh, there's no way they would just leave me on red. I'm here. So I went to the other door. Then I realized, oh, I'm at the wrong door, because I was thinking, hey, maybe they thought turn left at the block. What's that corner store? Not the tacos.
I definitely was 15 minutes late. I definitely went to the wrong door too. And I did read the directions and everything, which is how I discovered I was at the wrong door.
Yeah,
but,
I checked both.
I mean, I drove away from LA too. And I had to do a
from
lot
SF.
before I even got here, so.
Yeah, I drove from
but
SF.
It doesn't make any
took
excuses.
time off my startups.
Yeah, it doesn't make any excuses, but we made
I
it.
came from London and I was on time.
Yeah, I'm just saying professionalism.
well,
maybe everyone can
flight,
work.
so you're definitely not going to be late.
Yeah, I'm just saying maybe everyone can work on professionalism, and it's not just the guests.
Bro,
so okay, hold on,
no. From LA
so
too,
hold
you're
on.
acting like you
Wait, hold on. So you're 100% wrong. You are 100% wrong, and this is slander and a false accusation. I have security camera footage with timestamps. At 4:08, you enter that door. So that means, and my staff does a thorough security. What?
With the wrong door, because I actually entered that door facing that side too.
Don't fucking dox, you fucking, oh my God.
I did.
Don't talk, shut up. So at 4:08, you guys came through our door in the studio.
Yeah.
So it was not 4:13. And that means that for my staff to have done security check on 4 people, I can see what time they went down to get you guys.
What's up with that?
You guys went down at like 4:03 or something. So you would have made contact with her at 4:00. Sorry that we were 4 minutes. Fucking pathetic, bro.
You said 4 p.m., so it's actually 8 minutes. That's just generally how professionalism works. When you say
what are you talking about? My staff was down there within 5 minutes. And it's called staging.
Next time, tell people 4:08 maybe we'll be late. That's all I'm saying. Like professionalism.
4:08?
Maybe
What the fuck are you
4
talking
p.m.
about?
Maybe we'll
Why
be
are
a few
you
minutes
guys
late.
saying
Why are you being so
naughty words?
defensive? You're attacking
Because
us
you
for
lied.
professionalism.
Because you lied.
Because
it
I
was
was
not
lost.
4:13. No, it was not 4. I have a timestamp that I'd be happy to show you. You guys walked through that door into the studio at 4:08.
Yeah, so does it make a difference between 4:02 me messaging and 4:08 us coming on? Like, into
My
the room?
staff was down there
That's
within
6 minutes.
3 minutes.
Wait.
The me time
Because
is
they had to take 3 minutes to check the message. Then they took 3 minutes to go downstairs. Look, I'm
Are you
like...
really you're actually
You're
arsled
seriously
for
spending
arguing.
so much time.
You're actually arsled for being butthurt because you had to wait for 4 minutes.
I've actually never encountered that with professionals, so...
You've
I
never
just
had to
wanted
wait 4 minutes? Fucking unbelievable.
I think this conversation is making me lose brain cells.
Yeah.
Like,
Let's move on.
honestly.
Not
But to answer the
unannounced.
point about
People will be
coming
like,
from
"I'm
LA, the route from London to Santa Barbara is London, LA, then Santa Barbara.
Wait, so you flew here?
Yeah, I flew from London to America.
I know, but did you drive from LA? You said you came from
Trenton
LA.
Yeah, so you have to fly to the airport in LA
Lisa, can
and
you
drive.
justify
You came
Stop.
to the US for this podcast.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Thank you, Trenton. Appreciate it, man.
Jess Gerald donated $20. Commie. Stop while you're behind.
Gerald, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Thor donated $20. Chair number 1 can't answer a simple question without complicating it, and chair number 2 can't take any accountability and delusional. Fuck you there, I said it.
I feel like I make questions more simple.
Dariel_Frank Castle 512 donated $20. Thank God Grandma left already. She takes too long to land the plane. Chair 2 definitely hates men. Hopefully her fiance learned what type of woman she is and dodges that bullet.
He's watching.
Brian Atlas donated $19.99.
Thank you, Brian
My
Atlas.
dumpy goes like this: burrito, 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 and comes back like
Yep, that's true.
GMD Jim donated $20.
Yo, thank you, Jim.
The average IQ of a gorilla is 70 to 90. 61 countries have an average human IQ of that same 70 to 90, and 18 countries are below that, at 51 to 69. Trump, please come back and finish the wall. Sono donated $20. Imagine doxing the location capper.
Yo, Sana, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yo, Jim, thank you for the comment about average IQ. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, bro. Fucking.
I'm really sorry.
4 minutes, bro.
I'm sorry about the dogs.
4 minutes.
But to be fair, you guys also doxed me.
What? Okay. Hera, to the ladies who showed up late or couldn't follow proper rules, you owe Brian a bow.
Got you, Brian.
You got me? Thank you. Brian is the goat of patience. I would have caught a case a long time ago.
Whoa.
I mean,
What does caught a case mean?
It means like he would have.
Like you're gonna do something criminal
He would have attacked somebody.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
Got
become
it.
someone irate.
Caught it.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Assault and battery. All right. Let's see here. I think that's pretty much it. If you guys want, you can get your last minute message in. I'm going to wrap up the show. So we're going to do a Twitch raid. Who are we going to raid? Let me see.
What's a raid?
Like on Twitter.
It's when you like push your audience to another Twitch channel.
Oh.
Yeah. So let me see. One sec, guys. We're going to get the Twitch raid kind of somewhat set up so we can do a smooth outro here. Who do we have? All right. Contentious show, certainly. Who do we have? Oh, Davon Jackson.
I just got here when y'all were arguing about talking over each other. I went back to a random point in the pod 5 hours ago.
Yep.
And you were all talking over each other.
Yeah. Yo, Davon, thank you for the TTS, man. Really good to see you in the chat. Appreciate your long time support. Okay, we have.
Nico04 donated $20. One last 20 for
How
Austin being 4
fucking
minutes
dare you,
late.
Austin? Austin and Desmond.
Wow, look, a simp money for Austin.
And fucking Rolo.
Congrats.
How fucking dare you?
You're
and
welcome.
fucking
Vector
Morgan and
donated $20.
How fucking dare you guys for being 4 minutes
You're
late?
$20 richer. You're welcome.
Town. Poor dude.
Rage baiting.
Every pinball machine in his whole town, poor dude. You know what? You guys are all fucking fired for being 4 minutes late, you fucking pieces of shit. How could you disrespect this sex worker by being how dare you disrespect her by being 4 minutes late?
Devon Jackson donated $20. It's
crazy.
Also, W. Hard tilted Brixan. She rage baited you, brother LMFA.
She did rage bait me. It was a good rage bait. She got me all raged out. All right.
Tilted is so funny.
Yeah.
Definitely
rage
tilted.
bait.
All right.
The goal.
Yeah. You were intentionally provocative, I feel like. Today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's all business to me.
Yeah. Not pleasure doing business with you. Let's see.
Damn.
All right. Bobka, Wograma. Who do we do? We're going to raid Bobka. He's playing. Yeah, we're definitely raiding Bobka. Not yet. Not quite yet. We won't pull it up. I just got to do the outro. All right, guys. Well, GG. Oh, can you put the audio on really quick? I'll read. Anissa, could you read this?
Chair 2, you better show your fiance some gratitude for putting up with your snarky mouth. If it was me, I'd have you dumped I have dumped you a week into just knowing you.
Once again,
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Once again, this is my findom Twitter persona. It's just business. I would never talk to him like this, and I don't know if he's still watching or sleeping, but yeah. I mean, it only matters to us two, right? Why does my life concern you?
Daryl _ Frank Castle 512 donated $20. Shorty in the pink said she was 15 minutes late, but it's okay cause that's still early for Negro time.
Bro,
Exactly.
What is Negro?
Come on, guys.
okay.
You don't say shit like that, guys. Okay. Boy. All right. So anyways, GG.
Well played.
Last call, guys. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We could not have a show without your guys' very generous support and patronage. So seriously, without you guys, wouldn't have a show. So all credit to you guys. Thank you guys. We will be live again. Maybe it's on the fence if we're going to be doing IRLs this weekend. That would be 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. It's a maybe. So if you want to tune in for the IRLs, maybe I'll announce. We'll see. But certainly we'll be live again Sunday and Tuesday with more dating talks. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Just to be nice to K-Dog over here. Sorry, I can't say Cambra. Kybra. K-Dog.
Yeah.
I will allow you to put your duck photos on the table for the final portion of the show. She wanted to have she snuck one. She broke the
Trenton
rules.
Kingsley donated $20.
I love my
Shout
ducks
out to the
so
Whatever
much.
crew.
They're so cute.
Desmond, Austin, M-Dog, K-Pop Brixan, and the newest
sorry.
member,
This
Anissa.
is
Forgive
called
me
Duck
for simping,
Official.
but Anissa be a distraction sitting there so pretty.
Do you want to respond, Anissa?
Thanks.
Oh, okay. Yo, thank you, man. Appreciate it. And then, so she has these.
This is my
she
favorite.
wanted to just,
This is my Instagram duck. He's called Duck Official. He's not mine. It has 1 million followers.
are these just photos you found on Google, or are they actually
No, this is called Duck Official on Instagram. This is my favorite Instagram account. I found this one on Google. Look how cute he is. Look at his little beak. I keep these in my journal because they're so cute and they make me happy. Yeah, but I have ducks all over. I have ducks as the covers for some of my music. So there's just they're in my life.
So I had to be firm but fair. She wanted them on the show. I had to say no, but She was very sneaky though. She left one on the table, but there you go. I obliged your duck thing.
I couldn't put Bartholomew away.
Shoot! Bartholomew.
I made a fortune teller out of him. It's really tiny. Made me throw it on the floor. It's one of these.
Sad.
Ew. Anyways.
That was. I don't know what that was. Wait,
that's all.
What else? Oh, the raid. Let me just. I want to double check. I want to make sure there's no TTSs that get cut off or anything. Okay, I think we're good. Guys, like the video, please. On your way. Oh, we got to do a final Twitch shout out. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Twitch.tv/whatever. Right before we do the raid and we wrap the show, you got to go to twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, drop it. Check if you have a Prime sub before we wrap here. Guys, it's been an hour since we last had a Prime, so help. And then if you do have a follow available, drop Spoog. Thank you for the follow. Interesting name. See if you have a Prime available. If you guys do. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, for easy way to support the show every single month. And then, really quick, unfortunately, I don't think we have the tab pulled up, but go to debateuniversity.com. It's Andrew's course. If you want to learn how to become a master debater like Andrew, you got to get, there it is, Verbal Combat, debateuniversity.com. You got to get the course, debateuniversity.com. I think that's it. We're going to raid Bobka. Do you have him? Oh my, okay, well, he was streaming for like 10 hours, so sorry, let me find somebody else. Let's see, who else is online? Is he still, wait, he's offline?
Yeah.
Shit. Sorry guys, one sec. I gotta find somebody else to raid then. Do we do Aladar or Woe Grandma? I think since I was kind of toxic tonight, we gotta do a wholesome raid to Woe Grandma. So we're gonna raid her. Guys, she's 82. Be nice. She's playing World of Warcraft, classic. She's been streaming for about 4 hours, 250 viewers. We're gonna give her a raid. She's playing. No, she's not playing World of Warcraft Classic. She's playing Retail. All right. You got the audio on that? All right, guys. I'm going to send the raid in 10 seconds. Thank you guys so much for watching on Twitch. Before we send this over, just check if you have a follow or Prime sub. But could you put us on the other side?
Yes.
Right corner.
Way down here. Oh, wow.
All right. Yo.
I've already pulled it, so I hope you're there.
Yo. Oh, sorry. I'm sending the raid now. Okay. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Sending the raid now. Thank you guys. Good night. Looks like she's in a raid. That's a, what, 10, 20, 30.
Hey, whatever. Hi there.
She's fucking that thing up. Belladar's spawn.
Are you a gamer?
I used to be. I used to play World of Warcraft. I haven't played video games in like 3 years now. Too busy. This is a big, that's a big raid there.
There's one.
She's got a better stream setup than we do. Look at that. Look at all those LEDs back there. Goddamn. We got to upgrade the studio here. All right, cool.
I saw two people together.
That's it. All right. All right. 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. I hope you guys have a good night. Thank you again to the panel. Appreciate you guys coming on. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. We'll see you certainly on Sunday for another dating talk. Good night, guys.